well here, making it extremely difficult for Pace to actually find all that much damage and threaten a focus attack in the situation, as it will simply block it all. But Pace, he's getting cooked here! The damage, the fire damage, the combo break coming through from the Huddy, the combo break from the Valda as well, Arano, both of them are 1 HP situation. Who's coming out on top? Oh my goodness, and it's Arano! As in comparison to the normal P1, where you have 3 dashes, but able to get a third, disengaging, but Taki now looking to try and chase him down, biting off a little bit more than he can chew perhaps, getting caught with the weapon swap, and Taki just getting read like a book here on the disengage. Yeah, what's going on here? T25 getting a very oogly indeed, sending out these focus attacks, doing quite a lot of damage, but it looks as though Spider is very ready to take him down. Oh my goodness, but he's in a position right now, but it is looking rather even. But as I say that, Pace sending out a rather aggressive blue focus, does get parried. The sap from Mike going out, and yet again another parry.
He can take the pressure on, looks to the parry as the horizontal gets released, and Mike throws it again. The box ticket comes to the clutch. Mike looks to try to go for the R&B stagger and waiting for the blue focus to come out into his favor. Goes for Dragon Slayer, everyone from Star comes out, and Mike looks to try to hold it out again. Now blue focus gets parried. There's a sap hit, and one R&B. Mike takes the victory in his stead, and getting that Rummy Yang kill.
All the combo break gonna come out, not gonna connect with the bubble. Toronto gonna go for a ride. Pace with the Raw Dragon, gonna get the upper. Does he get the follow-up? He does time it perfectly. 2-1-1's gonna come out, and EWG Serrano is gonna fall.
Pace sending that horizontal focus on the cross. Frostivus is still in danger. He does have that healing ticking through. It might be dangerous though. The armor swap comes in, but Frostivus gets the parry, but not able to find the connection. Oh, 1, 2, 3! Frostivus 1 HP situation! Does he get the bloom? He does indeed!
There's a burned F2 that early on. There's a Swift that comes through again and again. There is going to be a chance of
the read!
Grapple bump into an R&B. What are we looking for? Oh my god! Those Cyrus, but then again, Rummy Yang replays, always love to see it. Zelda jumping against Wukong. This may get TOD.
It is indeed. I'm surprised that horizontal from the dual blades into the katana swap is in fact true.
Going to be able to find the uppercut into spear, and he gets the next into the grapple bump for another horizontal juggle into spear reset. And this is just Pace going to show how strong he is in those 1v1 combo extensions.
Zelda's gonna keep up the pressure. Jumping parry's gonna be coming out. Zelda still has his ultimate in the pocket. Will he even need it right now? Focus attack coming to come out. Double charge T-Fight. He's gonna push Star to the corner. Frostivus holding on. Weapon swap's gonna come out. Mike has to be careful right now. He's gonna get reset right now, but the untrue combo, he gets his ult out.
He gets his ultimate, but Frost is still holding on to his. He utilizes the activation to dodge and hyper armor through the speed, and he's got the grapple bomb yet again into the jungle, into Valda's spear extension, and Mines has absolutely no way of playing until the F2 cycles back out, but that means he's out of his ultimate, and immediately Frostivus with his own F2 closes out the space.
Now, the situation comes out towards this. Valda still doesn't have ultimate proc. We go for that swap with the dual blades from the katana neutral. The R&Bs comes out. Polaris doesn't even have his hands on pulling out for proc with the ultimate.
A little bit too much in terms of that focus striker connection, as both of these players going to be going for some of those slaps. Frostivus will be able to find the kill with the nunchucks onto WBG Spider, but he is going to be incredible. Does have the combo breaker on that ult. Goes for the full meter jump though, and Jack falls for it! Frostivus baited!
Focused down by a lot of these players. Polaris recognizes that this is the Hardy. This may indeed be that Hardy who he took down in the realm of Yang, and he may have that Yang depletion still active. Oh my goodness. Oh, the erudition, and Polaris gets the kill. Oh my god, no, what's going on?
Ronald's still getting pelted in the corner. He's looking for the R&Bs. The combo breaker is used while Ronald repositions to go back in. It's an even fight from this point on, which is not necessarily coming back in for a heal. Spider will still take the aggression, must be shot, take the purple hit from the spear, and there is going to be that kill.
5 does not manage to find the punishment, but will be able to force the combo breaker out early. He goes into the flop state though, and the R&B from that staff is going to absolutely absolutely minces health bar down. Comes on through with the F into the LMB from the first place before building up into that ultimate. Neither Zip just being able to build all of this health back. First has to try and kill her, but 2-5 still has the proc of that sedated soul to come on through, and it does seem like he's just decided to try and go full disengagement mode off of those pillars until some of his health has been able to recover. Throws out the R&B, the 1-2, we get the third to come on through. Verse almost held up against that pillar, goes for the overhold on the blue to be able to armor focus through. As 2-5 now out of the ultimate, does not have the mortal defiance to be able to kick him through, but is just going to kill Verse.
It's going to be Wufong. Oh yeah! What the?
Double triple parry!
God,
everything below some skill.
He's going to take him down, picking up another elimination.
大家好，我是北西星. Xin chào mọi người, mình là TWS Leaderboard. Năm ngoái là năm 2023 và là lần đầu tiên mình muốn thử sức vào những giải đấu lớn của NARAKA, mà mình đã may mắn được góp mặt vào kỳ chung kết thế giới năm 2023. Khó khăn mà em gặp phải em nghĩ là nhiều phần là từ phía gia đình không đồng ý cho em đi theo con đường này. Gia đình em là một gia đình như là gia giáo, coi chuyện học là quan trọng lắm. Em thì không thích học dẫn đến là không tập trung học được, nên là kết quả học tập của em ngày trước thì bình thường thôi, cho đến khi lên đại học nên là em phải gọi là từ bỏ để đi theo con đường này, mà nơi mà em gọi là tự tin hơn. Một khi đã lựa chọn con đường này thì ai cũng mong muốn là mình sẽ làm tốt, mà gia đình mà lúc nào cũng mặc dù trách mắng vậy thôi nhưng mà lúc nào cũng muốn mình tốt, lúc nào cũng muốn mình được sống bình thường ấy, sống hạnh phúc nhất. Gia đình em cũng mong em đạt được một số những thành tựu nhất định, đừng có hối hận trên quyết định, dựa trên quyết định này là được. Con đường này thì em cũng sẽ cố gắng hết mình đạt được kết quả tốt nhất để chứng minh cho gia đình thấy, cho mẹ em thấy là mình lựa chọn con đường này là không hề sai. Mẹ và mong là sau khi chứng minh được là gia đình sẽ phần nào yên tâm về bản thân em hơn.
I'm Frostivus and I play for Team Alliance. One of the unforgettable experience is when I win the Asian Challenge, and then the next year I won the Morris Cup, and then they call me the first international champion. In the spring is my first season for NBPL, is when I first transferred. My expectations was to at least get top 5 in the grand finals, but at the end I got 8th place. And so going into the summer season, I was just going to try my best and see how I do. But as it turns out, with the different scoring format, I didn't do quite as well compared to the spring season, and I ended up not qualifying for a lot of the bi-weekly finals. Technically, I could go back to Southeast Asia and compete in the Jacob qualifier there, which is easier, but I felt like if I stay there, I feel like the game will be too easy. It will be quite boring for me. So my goal was to transfer to NBPL because that is the highest level of competition for the game. I always look at their winning perspective. Like in Bilibili, there are videos where the players who won the tournament or like each game are posted on the website, and then I just look at them and try to see what they do differently compared to me, and then try to apply it myself on the next tournaments. During the day of the qualifier, on the last day, I didn't get any sleep. I think it's because I was too nervous and excited, I guess. I was too tired, but I was also happy. I still make it to Jacob. Kicked one of the emperors, they call it in China, which is DRG. I think of myself as always good under pressure. I think I can manage the pressure quite easily. For my own goals, I would try to at least get top 5, and if I can do that, I would try to maybe be at the same level as Spider and maybe Mike also. because that's also my last year's goal. I go into J-Cup and go into stage, and when they call my name, a lot of people were cheering for me too.
Hello everybody and welcome to day number 1 of the pre-finals for the 2024 NARAKA BLADEPOINT World Championship. I'm got Moxie, I'm joined by the wonderful Duncan Jones, who's looking very suave, very dapper, and we have the absolute pleasure of getting to bring you the first half of the day.
We do indeed. It is an exciting day now that the entire group stage has concluded. It is all said and done. We have our 12 teams, 12 players, 12 solo players ready to go, and they're ready. Today matters, you know, something that a lot of people aren't really thinking about too much. So it's a bit relaxed. Oh, the group stage is finished. It's done. No, it's already begun. The finals has begun. This is just the pre-finals. You're going to be taking a percentage of those points
20%
into that grand finals, and it can be extremely impactful indeed. You know, last year, OUG's Mike took forward quite a lot of points into that from that pre-finals into the grand finals, and it certainly contributed to his victory. But you know who else is here to play today, Moxie? It is WBG Spider, and he has had an absolutely massive group stage.
Yeah, Spider very much back on form. You could see him winning the MVPL Summer Championship. Managed to just give him a lot of his confidence back. Very, very strong on a lot of different heroes coming on through. We can have a look here at his Syra gameplay. Syra being incredibly impactful, coming out with those fist blades and that combo break of the F1 to set up, as well as this Temmie, that sort of damage control hero, has now actually moved away from damage control and has definitely become one of the top heroes to be able to pick out if you're not first in phasing.
Indeed. Oh my goodness, that parry was delicious. The quick pistol shot into the hold dodge parry, beautiful, taking down Hypernova there off of that scale rush. And then this fight, this endgame situation where both Zippings were trying to force out that Hardy's ultimate before getting to those final moments, able to do so, but not able to clutch it up for themselves in the end. Spider still coming out on top.
Yeah, that grapple extension into double jump horizontal. And you know one thing that wasn't showcased just there? The fact that Spider MVP'd with Wu Chen the previous solos game.
Indeed.
However, what is going to be showcased are the absolute insane statistics that are attached to this guy. He has the most amount of MVPs coming on through with 5, the most amount of average kills coming on out with 4.9, as well as the highest amount of average damage and Realm of Yang victory rate. 80%! He is the strongest current dueling player on the J-Cup stage.
He is oogling, boogling, gaming. He's having a great time. He's got those, he's the rank 1, doing the most damage, getting the most kills, getting the most MVPs. I'll stop. He's had an amazing performance. But see, the thing is, this is reminiscent of last year. You know, in group stage, Spider did extremely well in group stage, getting he got the record on a single day for 5 MVPs in a 6-game series. And that was kind of crazy, and we were thinking, you know, going into that grand finals, into the pre-finals, that he was going to be performing a lot in the same sort of capacity.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it just didn't happen for him. He just couldn't get the ball rolling. He couldn't find his footing, and he stumbled. And OUG's Mike came in and took that trophy from him. But speaking of OUG's Mike, he's certainly been doing pretty well for himself so far as well.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just the J-Cup title that OUG's Mike took from Spider. It was the MVPL title too. Now we can have a look at Mike's performance for the qualifications. Also coming out with a monster star. This was really good, just being able to put up the pressure onto these other heroes, managing to just absolutely chunk pace down with those nunchucks before showcasing his prowess on that Hardy, getting the grapple bump extension into the RMB, before actually coming through from the Liam, which is something that a lot of these players are very much debating whether or not that Liam is as strong as he has been previously. Well, one thing that we know is always going to be strong in the solos meta is Dreadful Whale, which is that Soul Jade that was attached to the dagger that Mike had available, and he was utilizing it to space out as well as connect those kills onto all of those players around him in those final zones. But Spider is still beating him out. He's got the highest amount of average melee damage, but it's not translated into the highest amount of either MVPs or average kills. So you know that Spider, despite lacking in terms of that damage, is making it more meaningful as opposed to Mike's.
Yeah, perhaps Spider has just managed to find the line that allows him to close out those eliminations more effectively, more precisely. You know, we saw the other day, we talked about it, the adjustments coming in from the players, because they were doing a lot of the work, they were doing a lot of the damage, but then their kills were being taken away from them. And then we saw that adjustment come in that we talked about from Taki. He realized and he let the other player do the work. He came in and he took it from him. And you know, perhaps that's what Spider's been doing. Perhaps that is what needs to be done for you to be able to get the most eliminations.
Well, something that definitely needs to be done is looking at our honest comment section, and we're going to have one coming on through from Jack Frosty, who says, both Mike and Spider are in great form. Cannot wait to see who is going to have the advantage in terms of points after the pre-final, as well as good luck to all the players. And yeah, I mean, those pre-finals, you've already talked about it. The points are going to matter. Yes, like last year, you were taking 50% as opposed to 20%. However, last year we didn't have the MVP eligibility rule. So if you as a solo player can get closer to the 26 points needed, you're really going to be in the absolute driving seat. But I mean, speaking about driving seat, we have to get a little bit locked into that LMV crouch animation for the fist blades, because oh my goodness, the amount of impact that this particular weapon has had.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, hey, everyone, I know you're all thinking, oh, fist blades. You go into Yang, it's just like, ugh. You know, fist blades is really, really good, and it's been showing up here on the big stage. To be expected, you know, it has received nerfs. The startup time, the damage itself, all these sorts of things, the end frames on the attacks, they've all been adjusted. It's had its power reduced, but still, because of that built-in utility that you have, where you can hold the blue focus and then
dodge.
Yeah, you know, it's still going to be really useful, isn't it? It's always going to be key.
You can space in, you can space out, you're still holding threat. The LMB has a purple hit that you don't have to worry about getting parried because you can 180 swing it. But speaking about not worrying about parrying, Syra, you can't parry a Syra V1, and Syra has definitely been making waves both in solos and trios. I mean, she has a combo break, she has a 16-second ultimate duration, she can heal herself, she can stun other players, she can make sure that she's on the outskirts of a fight, coming on through without putting herself into the danger when that LMB is in motion, absolutely lasering some of these players. And you know what, we can speak about some of that Syra playstyle because we got to see it on the international stage. And in fact, the first time we got to see it on the international stage, it immediately MVP'd, so much so that we're now seeing all of the players in Phase 1 double pick the Syra and ban her out for the rest of this lobby, and we can have a look at why, because Syra is so impactful, absolutely oppressive inside this realm of Yang.
Yeah, she is. Like, that was one of the big things as well. Like, back when I saw her release and I tried her out, I thought, this character, you know, off the rip is not going to be all that good in sort of the overworld, and you're not going to be able to chase people down as effectively, etc. But in the realm of Yang, she's always going to be really, really good. And then they gave her those buffs that made it so that she can still be like impactful and actually get things done outside of the realm of Yang. Yeah, look at how he's schmoving. He's got like half his stand-bar left. He's just gaming. He's going up and down all around, the omnidirectional dodging, which is something that not many people realized early on. But hey, she is doing a lot of work. However, we will have to see if she continues to be the presence that she has been so far. You know, now at the beginning, or it became a sort of consensus that everyone picks double pick Syra at the start. But now that is going to be changing and potentially leading into these pre-finals and the grand finals.
Yeah, she's definitely looking a lot more mortal. Like day number 1, a lot of the players you could tell were still sort of trying to test the waters and see whether or not it was going to be worth going for a double pick of the Syra. Day number 2 saw her absolutely just eviscerating everyone that she ran into. But day number 3, we got to see so many different changes coming on through. And you know what? We're going to get to see a honest comment coming on out from a fan staple of the MVPL channel. Zingers says, so many great games, and even more to come. I love Jacob. Let's go Frost and Polaris, my goat, and EWG. Plus, gotta give extra love to the casters too. Thank you so much, Zingers. We love you too.
Hey, thank you for that. Oh my goodness, what is this? No! They didn't prep me for this one. Oh my goodness. The player stats comparison. This is 2023 dunking versus 2024 dunking. Hey, my stats, they've gone up.
Win rate is higher by 10%.
Win rate is higher. I ended rank 1 that season in solos and been rank 1 time. Okay.
Do you want to maybe admit that there's maybe a correlation between your win rate going up by 10% and you moving away from just one trick and greatsword?
Okay, alrighty, Moxie. I mean, you're not entirely wrong, but let's, okay. I mean, that's true. I have, I've definitely moved away and done a few more things. Still holding my. I've got one already.
Yeah, lucky charm. He doesn't leave home without it.
I got my lucky greatsword right here. Hey, if greatsword's not going to be showed up in these games, I'm going to bring it to the show. But even more compared. I've gotten bigger and better.
You're not going to do the flex?
I love it. The what flex? You want me to flex in this?
Suit jackets.
Yeah.
I mean, there's probably enough for him.
Yeah,
Might
I'm
be
not
able to
going to
get
flex
away
on
with that.
cast,
Yeah,
Moxie. Maybe not
he doesn't want
another
to get
time. That'll
clipped.
be a stream exclusive, perhaps.
Oh, I see how it is. I see how it is. But no, not exclusive is going to be all of the wonderful action that we are going to be privy to because, Dunk, we have so much amazing stuff coming up and we get to keep a track of all of that amazing stuff because we're a part of the official NARAKA BLADEPOINT Discord server, which if you scan that QR code right there in the bottom right of your screen will immediately take you to the invitation link so that you can keep a track of all of the amazing, wonderful events, you can interact with all of the wonderful community, and you can make sure that you're participating in that 2024 J-Cup Honors Comments because we're running out of broadcasts, Dunk. If you're not on stream, you're not going to be able to get your hands on those cosmetics.
Yeah, you gotta get in while you still can participate in these events. Stay up to date with everything J-Cup, everything NARAKA. Meet new people, meet like-minded NARAKA enjoyers in that Discord. It's the best place to be finding those kind of people because it's probably just simply the most active out of all of the NARAKA community Discords. So be sure to scan that QR code or just go and look it up. You'll be able to find it in client as well. So you don't miss out on anything, all of those goodies, all of those little choice gifts. You want to get your hands on those ones if you can, but only a few will get the chance.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the rest of this day. I really want to see the hero picks coming on through, because like Spider picked Wu Chen, MVP'd with it, round number 1, and immediately everybody after that game number 4. TW5 went Wu Chen, Frostivus went Wu Chen, but speaking about that Wu Chen, we're going to be teleporting into the first game of the day after this break.
可能 BB 要成为最大的获利者。
Đến Thượng Hải sắp 1 năm rồi. Bọn mình đã tiến bộ rất là nhiều ở EPBL. G cấp năm nay, bọn mình sẽ giành được thành tích cao hơn.
既然已经来到这里，我们只想不留遗憾。
我们的目标不仅仅是打进决赛，
我们会尽全力展现我们的所有。
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be going into our first game of the day of the pre-final Solos J-Cup 2024 here in Shanghai. We're having a great time, and I'm sure you at home are going to be raring to go, ready. Although some of you may have just gotten up, or perhaps some of your days are coming to an end, you know, it's a little bit late. But regardless, bring the hype. If you can summon that little bit of energy, I'm sure it will be worth it, as the games are going to be kicking off, and they're going to be exciting. I am Dunkin' Donuts, joined by the stunning Moxie here, looking very, very nice. We're going to have a good time today.
We are going to have an absolutely amazing time, and you're going to have an absolutely amazing time if you're making sure to scan that QR code right there. You will be able to access the official NARAKA BLADEPOINT server, and so much goes on, and not just around J-Cup. That community is always active, always doing really fun events, as well as lots of giveaways. There's a lot of bubbles that you can get access to if you are participating in those, as well as getting access to the Honest Comment 2024 J-Cup channel, which is a specific channel for you to be able to drop your thoughts and feelings about the J-Cup, as well as I do believe it has another section where you can cheer specifically on the players.
Ah, their own respective channels perhaps. But hey, yes, getting involved in these events, you're going to be able to get your, or you may be able to get your hands on these lucky little drops, these choice gifts, so you can choose that box, that elusive skin, the elusive accessory that you've been wanting to get your hands on, but only a few will be able to do so. However, that being said, the rewards, if you aren't going to be able to get your hands on that special event reward, you can definitely still get your hands on these Twitch drops by making sure that you have your NARAKA account linked to your Twitch account, and then monitoring the progress and actually claiming them once you've got them.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a pre-finals, which means if you look at the
got
top left,
icon.
it's the icon. You'll be able to get your hands on that Brighton avatar icon if you are watching for long enough with your account linked directly to your NARAKA account, both for solo pre-finals and trios pre-finals. So if you're a little bit late to the stream, do not fear, you will be able to tune in tomorrow and keep that progress moving.
Yeah, exactly. Don't want to miss it though. But hey, you know, if you're missing today, you can watch it back later on. But hey, you want to be here live with everybody else, and it's gonna be exciting because, you know, today it really does matter. Pre-finals, it's important. You're not going to be taking forward as many points as you did last year, you know, as the players. However, anything is gonna be nice, you know. Any few points can make the difference from qualifying, or not from coming in the top 5, top 3, top 2, whatever it might be, taking the cake, taking the entire bag, whatever it is, it can mean all the difference. So every point is going to count. But here we are taking a look at the schedule. We're near the end of it now, aren't we, Moxie? It's crazy to think. 2nd of December, that is us, solos pre-finals, and then tomorrow is going to be that trios pre-finals on the 3rd. But then we're going to be moving over to Changsha on the 14th and the 15th to bear witness to the grand finale.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of downtime between both the pre-finals and the grand finals, so potentially some of these players might still save some strategy.
Yeah.
They might have a specific strategy that they want to come into for today where they get the most amount of points they possibly can. So you go for a hero who has a really good chance of being able to win Realm of Yang or trying to fight into that multi-way and survive all the way into those endgame situations, as we can have a look and see who is currently earning the most amount of moolah from all of the events that have gone on. Remember, individual MVP rounds give you money, $1,200. So the fact that Spider has already been able to amount 6,000 means that he's been getting a whole bunch of them. And I mean, Spider, his strategies, that's one that we do have to talk about because he's been showing some really good stuff. He's been showing Wu Chen. He's been showcasing a couple of different mix-up in terms of the weaponry that he's been utilizing. His drop locations have changed up as well. Do we think that Spider is going to continue to try and evolve and adapt because he's trying to stay ahead of everybody else who's looking to try and replicate what he's doing? In fact, Frostvus, even in his CT, in his interview, said that he looked at the MPPL players and tried to figure out what it was they were doing so that he could try and do it himself. And Spider has always felt that heat.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. All of these titans of the game, of China here at NBPL, at whatever, at J-Cup, they've always had the eyes on them, seeing what they're doing, meticulously picking apart and trying to gain as much information as possible. But just quickly, we're going to be kicking it off with Perdoria Midnight. We've got a little bit of Oogly Firefly action to kick off the day, and then we're going to be going to a Holleroth Sunny and the Morris Isle Sunny as well. It's no Fireflies for game 2 and number 3, but it is still going to be exciting nonetheless. Oh, Frosty! He's got the card. He's not doing the pose on the card. I think he should have done the pose on the card as well as had it in front of him. That would have been quite funny. But no, he's got the playing. We need to get more playing cards, Moxie.
Yeah, we got playing cards.
I brought mine. I brought mine here. I've got them in my room. Yeah, I've got these little playing cards from last year's grand finals. They were very cool. Perhaps I'll be able to flesh out my collection there. Get a few more Tarkas, perhaps.
I gave you one of them.
I know. We swapped. No. Okay, you didn't give it to me. We traded, Moxie. Stop gaslighting me. We traded. Okay. Back to NARAKA. Spider looking locked in. His coach, his hype man, his goat in the back, watching over his shoulder. They're preparing to go in. But yeah, as you were saying, Spider, all eyes on him as he has been the innovator over the past few days, bringing that Wu Chen forwards and into the limelight. You know,
yeah,
9.5
points.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
9.5 points on a Wu Chen game. I mean, there is backstory to this. Back in 2022, if you weren't a part of the NARAKA esports scene, solos looked majorly different to what it currently is.
Very different.
We didn't have phases. We didn't have the hero lock coming out as a rule either, so you could play the same hero as many times as you wanted. And it was actually, we had Tarka solos meta, we had Yuasian solos meta, but we had Wu Chen solos meta. And this was back when the teleport switch wasn't the F ability, it was the ultimate. Yeah, and everybody would actually utilize that because you would be able to swap a player to guarantee a hit, which would then be able to build into a combo extension. And Spider was actually one of the original innovators of that Wu Chen playstyle, and it was one of his Wu Chen games that he was able to MVP all the way back in 2022 when he won the World Championship. So it is no surprises that with Wu Chen potentially making a comeback to be able to counterplay into that Siren side of Realm of Yang, where you don't have to see her. You can come through with the ultimate, you can utilize those swords, they can start melting down the shields, and crucially, you're somewhere else entirely. You can hide behind the pillar to stop the stun R&Bs into L&Bs, as opposed to something like the Vardar or the Hardy, who, yes, the ultimate is going to last much longer. They still just have to just run for the full duration of it, because the second that they get caught by one of those R&Bs, it's over.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we are taking a look at the round selection. Kicking it off, it's going to be Zeldinkt and Mike in that first round. Spider, Mines in second. Wufong versus third. Paste, T225, no, wait, I'm going the wrong way. Sorry, Zeldinkt, Mike are first. Wufong versus second. Star and Polaris are third. Spider, Mines at fourth. Paste, T225 fifth, and Frostivus and Arano unfortunately are in that last round, that sixth phase. They're going to have the scraps left over to pick from, so we'll have to see what they're going to be choosing to go for.
Oh, he's got the heat
this
pads.
first game. Oh, he's got the, yeah, he's locking in, he's getting ready. He's about to be the Michelin man of heat pads, just strapping them everywhere, all over himself. He's locking in, he's heating up, and here we are, ladies and gentlemen, to be expected. Mike Zeldinkt bringing out the Syra is going to be right there.
Double Hardy.
Got the double Hardy to follow up. Now, will we see the Wu Chen in round 3? That's the question.
That's what I'm thinking. Is Spider going to bring it out, or is he going to hold on to it for a little bit of time? Star's going to be opting for that Liam. Polaris, he's debating what he wants to lock in with. Polaris, it should be noted, is going to be playing both solos and trios, so he's going to be feeling the impact of 12 games of NARAKA very, very soon. He's going to lock in that Valdar, so the opportunity for 3 Valdars or 3 Liams is still going to be on the field. But speaking about on the field, Spider does indeed bring out the Wu Chen. Now the question is Mines going to duplicate it?
Mines. Will you have the presence of mind to do this? No, you will not. It seems as though Mines is going to be going for that Valdar pickup along with Polaris. Both of the SEA players seem to think that Valdar is the better option here. But then we're going into that 5th round. We've got 2 Liams coming up from T225 and Paste.
And it should be remembered as well, the opportunity for Wu Chen was available.
Yep.
If T225 wanted to pick Wu Chen, he could have picked Wu Chen. He played Wu Chen the same day as Spider brought it out, but like Dunk just pointed out, he did not lock it in. Frostivus, likewise, also had the opportunity to go for Wu Chen, is also going to be opting away from it. He's going to go for that Matari. And now we can have a look and see what all of these loadouts are going to be. Something to note too, no Tumult.
No Tumult, and that is somewhat surprising, although Tumult isn't necessarily a staple of Padoria. You know, he's the kind of character that functions very well where there's a lot of open space, so that he can throw down that ultimate and it can be disruption. Yeah, like Holoroth Tumult has been very, very common and very, like, we've seen it quite a lot of times, but in Padoria it's not the same necessarily. There's a lot more, you know, sort of up and down, sort of vertical situations, goofy terrain situations in those end games as well. So it's not exactly the same, but it's still, you know, surprising that not a single one was picked here, but potentially just saving it for a later time. Instead, we're going to be seeing, I think that is a triple Liam.
Yeah, an all V1.
V1. Yeah, I was just looking at that one.
Arano would be the one. If there's a Liam on the field and it's Arano, then he would be the one that goes for that V2 rather than the V1. It is going to be Spider locking in the V2, no surprises, coming on through from that Wu Chen in the F1 to be able to try and give himself a little bit of heal resources as well as block some of those range damage coming on through from these players. And that's actually really smart too, because a lot of the times in terms of that realm of Yang, having something like a cannon or a pistol or even a musket to be able to hotshot onto when those players are trying to disengage and kite behind that pillar to look for a heal off has been the determining factor between taking them down before they can find that opportunity, as we're going to be seeing the opportunity for the first question of the day. Which of the following players will score the highest? And oh, this is a tale as old as time. Spider versus OUG's Mike.
It's a doozy right
Who do
there.
you think? Now remember, Mike is on Syra, but Spider is on Wu Chen, which he is specifically picking to counterplay this hero.
Yep.
Who do you think is going to have the better mechanical outcome when those two potentially go head-to-head inside a realm of Yang?
It's going to be interesting. I mean, based off of the performance that Spider showcased for us the other day, I I'm Team Wu Chen at the moment. I feel as though it is pretty solid, you know. Definitely, you can definitely dodge away from that Wu Chen ult and get away from it. And it's not as bad as if you're outside of Syra ultimate. So if you dodge the Wu Chen ult as a different character, you don't have that shield, it's not so good. But
I think Star just lost the purple weapon.
wait, no way.
He didn't pick it up immediately, and another player just dropped down directly behind him and yoinked it. Frostivus, though, that's already purple armor for him on the Matari.
That is very solid, but he's only got the white nunchucks, unfortunately. But hey, that is still good indeed. That is definitely a really nice start, but we're heading back on over to Arano and TE Star. Oh, what am I watching now? What's going on? the staggered horizontals there from Arano, expecting Star to try and dodge out of there, but actually, Star had that patience, the presence of mind to know what Arano was trying to do.
Stayed on the ground.
Waited and didn't get caught in some kind of frame trap there.
Yeah, he stayed on the ground. The horizontal went directly above him.
Yeah, well, we'll see if he comes out on top here, because the more time that goes by, the more time they have to accumulate this ult charge. We're seeing the re-engagement coming out from Arano now. Star getting that huge parry, stealing the purple weapon, Moxie. Oh, Arano's not very happy.
Oh, gets the back-to-back parry as well. Has to go for that Justina F2. Puts himself up onto that wall, trying to break away, understanding that the F2 is much easier to punish as the Justina comes out, but gets hit onto by the double distance of that RMB from the halberd focus hit. And now Star just throwing it back-to-back. Forces that Justina ultimate. It is going to be the V1 rather than the V2. Arano does find the freeze, finds the spacing as well with the threat of that focus hit from that Katana. Star opts in for that Liam V1. He is full chasing down, but WBG Spider is actually the one who sees where the Justina's run to and finds the elimination. And now he's going to be going head-to-head against Liam, who's just out of his ultimate. Spider with the drop down looking for the focus tech, won't be able to find it as Star. No!
Oh my goodness. The read, that was beautifully done by Spider. Thankfully for T-Star, he does have that combo breaker to get him out of danger. But look who's turned up, Moxie. T225 has arrived on the scene. Spider, oh, very interesting there. Does he get the kill himself?
Yeah,
he does!
Spider gets
That's crazy, no way!
Wu Chen ultimate. You don't
Uppercut
need to be
into
an
ult
LOS.
activation, just throws the blades out, no need to look at that
Oh, and it's
explosion.
griefing T225 too, because he caught him on the wall with the uppercut, and T225 is having to play full reaction. Now that the window comes on out, Spyro's going to start getting a little bit of those resources back, puts himself over the window frame to be able to kite right back around that shielding. Will be able to take a lot of damage though from the horizontal into the grapple bump extension, but no! The pillar! T225 went onto the pillar instead of being able to find the follow-up he was looking for.
That was so sad for T225. He gets a beautiful catch on that tap dodge coming out from Spider, catching him with that horizontal into the whole dodge horizontal again with that hang sword into the uppercut. But that goddamn pillar. It's giving me PTSD. I hate the pillars sometimes. They're so annoying. You grapple bump and then it's just like, you want to go up the pillar, buddy? You're going up there and then you just think, but he does get that kill. He does take him down at the very end of it all. It was still an extremely successful third party for him, as he now has all of those bodies in that area to loot up, as quite a few people went down.
Yeah, here's a question for you, Dunk. What's more frustrating? When the pillar unfortunately griefs you, or when you're fighting Impurity Chamber, and all of the levels of this building mean that there is absolutely no way you're going to be able to lock anyone down for any amount of time. As OUG's Mike did go into that storm damage, does seem like he wanted to visit one of those rift dealers and pick up some of those soul jades in a place that a lot of these players would not be able to find. Frostivus, just having respawned, is going to be in a little bit of a danger spot if he tries to stick this fight against the Syra. He does not want to try and push anywhere near where OUG's Mike currently is, but with Realm of Yang's about to be spawning on through, Mike is not worried about picking up that elimination. He wants the scaling for that ultimate.
Yeah, he wants to get into that Realm of Yang and get into that win condition position as soon as possible, because, hey, we talked about it. We're going to be talking about it. These Syras do so unbelievably well in that Realm of Yang. maybe not into the Wu Chen, but we will have to wait and see if we can get that OUG's Mike versus WBG's Spider matchup in the realm of Yang to actually give us a bit more of an idea as to whether or not it's actually a beneficial matchup for Wu Chen, or if it was just Spider being the GOAT the other day and he was just demolishing everybody. You know, it's hard to tell just yet, but Mike, he's looking very scaled up. No, 3 purple weapons, 2 of which are range weapons.
Yeah.
You know, but still.
2 attack boosts too.
Yeah.
There's a reason
Attack
that he's
Jades.
got the attack soldiers, and that's because it scales the LMB damage.
Oh yeah, it scales everything. He's gonna be doing quite a lot of that damage with the microwave beam. He's chasing down some of these Hardys, perhaps. Speaking of Hardy, we have Wu Fong. I was about to say Wu Chen. Wu Fong and Verse very close to each other, and it looks as though Wu Fong is going to be going to that realm of Yang. Verse not looking to contest him here, not really worth it. T225, interestingly, buying himself a Moonbeam to make sure that he can get into that realm of Yang.
He's got Volpone Essence.
Yeah.
He has Volpone Essence. He doesn't want the potential of some of these players challenging him for that entrance to the realm of Yang in case that Volpone Essence pops before he gets to use it inside the portal. Because it's a one and done. The second that it pops, it turns into a damage reduction soul jade. And he does not want to have that, especially since he's on that Liam. And Liam has not got the best track record when fighting against Cyrus, especially because a lot of the time you actually have to utilize the teleport of your Auric Blade to dodge the spacing of the Cyrus, either RMB or LMB, coming on through, as opposed to being able to use it aggressively to set up onto one of your opponents.
Indeed, but we shall see how well it goes for him, as we've seen Syra against Liam.
Mike's against Zell.
It's not looked all that well for the Liam. Mike is against Zell indeed. Isn't Zell the other Syra?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the Syra versus Syra, and then we have T225 going into this realm of Yang up against Wu Fong. These are horizontals in the air, clanking, staying in the air now, dropping down. T225 getting caught by that toothpick on the longsword, using that combo breaker, and then immediately sending another focus attack. Wu Fong, he's taking him for a ride, but he doesn't get the re-juggle. Oh no, but the half charge coming on through, forcing out that combo breaker. Oh, the Auric Sword comes out. The ult activation for the Hardy. Going to be able to armor through that one. Now taking to the skies. T225 has 1 left in the bank. Is he going to be able to actually use it to stop this Hardy in his tracks? Or is he going to end up using it and not actually getting value? He is not indeed going to get anything from it, unfortunately. But it's still going, Moxie. We're back to neutral now. The combo breaker is up.
RMB back-to-back focus connections from the Hangsa. Make that triple. T225 trying to find that chase down on the Hardy's combo breaker with the uppercut connection. 43 seconds left. Remember, T225 still has that surprise of Volpone Essence in the back pocket, and he might have to burn it. No, he doesn't. It's going to be T225 able to take down Wu Fong. Mike, in the meantime, has taken down Zell. However, that is with a longsword, so it was not off of a Syra ultimate. Him coming on out. We're still waiting to see the outcome of, I believe it was Spider versus Star.
Oh, Spider
and it was
lost,
Star who was actually able to come through with the win. Liam versus Wu Chen. Spider, unfortunately, I mean, even his his armor situation is not the greatest. He's on blue.
Yeah, he's not in the best spot, unfortunately, it seems, for Spider. You know, having that extra bit of armor is obviously going to be really nice for him because he's able to heal it up as well with that F ability. But oh my goodness, we're actually going to get to see this replay from that realm of Yang. It looks as though T-Star also had blue weapon and blue armor. However, he gets a huge opener, but Spider quick to respond, quick to equalize that effective health pool. And now, oh my goodness, look at that damage, Moxie! What was that?
Oh my goodness, the parry damage coming off of those fist blades. Spider having to full invest every single one of those windshields. Now he does manage to throw out that V2, looking for the knockback stagger onto the Liam to shove him into it. But Star doing a very good job of hyper-armoring through and not allowing Spider access to his objective, and just managing to cut him down, slamming him up against that pillar. As OUG's Mike now goes head-to-head against Zell once more. Syra Combo Breaker is going to be invested invested. Zal throwing out the horizontal on that spear, finds the connection, the 1-2 uppercut into full float off of the terrain. Didn't even need to go for the grapple bump extension. Mike finds the scale rush though off of that legendary longsword, goes for the toothpick, manages to find the grapple bump. There's no wall, so he has to go for another uppercut extension, but there's a couple of too many players in this area. Mike does not want to get forced into burning out that ultimate if he's not ready to come on through with the chase down on these players who were showing up to shark this kill down, and he spotted out the vulnerable player. He's going full in V1 chase down with that movement ability into the R&B stun, looking for that LMB. SS1's pace is absolutely accurate to his name. In a matter of moments, all of that armor has been melted. Mike with the assault smolder is getting lower and lower and lower as the Hardy manages to just come on through with that fire tick, burn damage, and Spider trying to get in the middle of things, trying to pick up the Soul Bloom, has been currently denied at 1 minute and 25 seconds. Oh, that's a little bit too close to that jellyfish. Wu Fong is taking him for a ride as, oh my goodness, Zhao with the RMB on that spear wasn't able to find the connection, and Spider's going to be able to continue in the lobby.
What is going on here? Why is Zelding not looking to go for Spider in this situation? Looks as though he's like, Wu Chen, you know, if you don't grief me, I won't grief you. He's more interested in going for this Hardy instead. And now Wu Fong is in the danger seat. He's not having a good time right now. Both of these players are collapsing onto him, and there it is. The jellyfish is going to come through.
The bloom?
Oh,
not Spider.
Scale rush. Oh, Spider got it!
Spider got it!
He got the bloom! Zelding now in a lot of danger. Verse turning up. He sees what's happened to his Hardy brethren, and he's upset. The laser lady is now running away. Come back here. You're not getting out of this one for free. Turning around now, utilizing that ultimate, is going to be trying to catch Verse with the dazzle. Does manage to do so, forcing Verse to utilizing this ultimate, going up into the sky. Verse desperately trying to flap his wings as hard as he can to get out of that, but Spider is going to turn his attention over to Zelding.
Yeah.
Is he going to be chasing him down though? No, he's more interested in looting this up instead.
He's got to get the upgrades. He needed the upgrades. Remember, he was still rocking blue armor, blue weapon, and he does not want that for his V2, especially since it's going to be coming up to the second realm of Yang's. 225 still has access to that Volpone Essence as well. I do believe that might be Stormstride that he has as that legendary soldier. We'll have to wait and see whether or not the lightning bolts show up when he is in combat, as he's potentially going head-to-head against OUG's Mike, running that legendary longsword. Doesn't have to worry about getting parried out of it when he's in that ultimate, as 225 this time around doesn't have a Moonbane to deter these players from challenging him. We can confirm indeed that is actually going to be Stormstride attached to that Liam's hitbox. And 225 now managing to find the armor reset, as it looks like Versus went directly into the portal.
He did indeed. Now Mike is parrying off in behind the wall. Like, let's go, buddy. Let's go. Let's get oogly. He's ready for it. Mike hopping up and down. He cannot contain his excitement. It's a bird ready to be put in the microwave. He's got the tray ready. He's got the seasoning. He's looking for it. He's about to skewer his poulet with that longsword. He's about to... Ooh, the combo break coming out though. Okay. Hold up. This one's fighting back a little bit. He's trying to find him on the pillar, trying to catch him, but the hold on the blue. Beautifully done. Catches that parry into the sprinting horizontal. He recognizes that that would have been a true uppercut. Now going into that combo breaker. Does manage to catch him with the scale rush, getting a little bit of follow-up damage with those horizontals in the air. Mike still trying to chase him down, has that combo breaker ready to go yet again. Burst, he has a little bit of time left until his is going to be up and running, has to try and disengage yet again. Here comes the ultimate Verse, 1 HP situation. Mike preemptively going into the sky, trying to chase him down. Come back here, you bird, get over here. But oh, interesting Verse.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not sure if he did. I think he did that. I don't think he did that deliberately. He didn't cancel his ultimate deliberately. Or perhaps he did. I'm not too sure at this point. But he came out of it, scale rushed around, and now they're back on the floor.
Yeah, now it's going to be going back into neutral. Both of them outside of that ultimate. Mike looking for the scale rush opportunity, won't be able to find it, but does get that spacing to swap on over to that pistol. Goes for the hold and release of the RMB, but gets sent absolutely packing by the fist blades into that crouch horizontal towards the tail end. And the Syra is defeated by the Hardy. And I think Verse 100% did mean to cancel his ultimate, because Mike Mike was expecting to have to go for the track down with the LMB and the stun orbs up into the sky, and he wasted precious seconds having to reposition his crosshairs as suddenly the Hardy went from all the way up there to just straight lower on the ground behind a pillar.
Yeah, indeed. And interestingly enough, I believe that Verse, he had Phantom Step in that fight, at least at the end, but he hadn't had it during the start of the fight, I don't think. I think during the fight within the Realm of Yang, his Ripple Step upgraded into Ripple Step, Phantom Step, changing the tempo of the fight with that longsword. And if you know, if you've played this matchup before, if you're trying to catch somebody on these dodges with the longsword, one of the main things that this weapon is so good at doing, it becomes so much more difficult when the person you're playing against has that Phantom Step. Phantom Step being one of those J's that's been around for such a long time now. So powerful if you know how to work around it, how to use it effectively to create advantages for yourself. Verse, Mind's sort of lurking here. Verse isn't sure if he wants to immediately engage. Mind's not sure if he is going to be doing so himself, but here it looks as though they're going to be exchanging a few blows, taking a little bit of damage. Verse with that White Tiger's prowess is going to be
Mike's waiting,
healing it quite a bit up, so it's not going to be all that hard to actually close this out. And now Minds is taking a lot of chip damage.
Yeah, but Mike is actually going for the ceiling hang interaction of one of those undersides to get the read on how this fight is going on through. He saw that it was a Valda, he saw that it was a Hardy. He knows that this is the Hardy more than likely that had that Realm of Yang win, has that legendary weapon. He does not want to take the fight against the Hardy. He wanted the Hardy to take the fight against the Valda to force that V2, and now he has to be very careful about how he picks his target. First goes for the still continuous pressure up against that Syra, understanding that he needs to keep on top of her because this is the hero that he defeated and has Yang depletion. The roof terrain means that Mike has to invest the full combo breaker to escape out of that juggle continuation. Comes on through with the V1. The stun does find Verse, and he loses immediately half of that legendary armor, but Mike has to go for the heal up, dips behind the wall so that he doesn't reveal his position and wait for Verse to come back into this fight, catching him with that longsword, looking for the toothpick, burning out the combo break as we see Mike yet again go for the release of the RMB, one behind the Hardy and then one suction directly to him because Verse was conditioned into thinking Mike was using it to space and disengage.
He managed to find that little focus attack and then the blue armor swap as well. It looks as though we're heading over to the other Syra in the lobby. Now Zeldane in a bit of danger himself. Mines also in the vicinity with no ultimate. Zeldane no ultimate. Neither of these players are looking as though they're going to be making it out of Imperium with their lives. Merciless Havoc coming now through by TE Star, dropping down that big bonk. Minds dripping in to try and get that Soul Bloom, as he does indeed have that Yang depletion and not all that much HP to work with. But not too bad, he's still alive. He got healed up.
Yeah,
it wasn't him who got focused down, but Mike died?
Yeah, Mike was that body, and Mike was the one with Yang depletion, which means who is going to instigate a fight for Minds to be able to try and pick a Soul Bloom off of now? It's going to have to be the Volta.
Oh, wait, there's one happening right here, though. Arano in a lot of danger. 1 HP in a dream. Trying to ult away with that Justina ultimate. Dashing away, scale rushing up and down. But he's having to dip into the storm. He's 1 HP. And he's going down.
Frostivus gets the kill.
Frostivus, oh, very nice for him.
But the Bloom's already gone. Minds is too late. We just see him show up, but unfortunately, he is taking a fight right now against FPX. His burst comes on through with the pitter-patter of the LMB on that staff. Unfortunately, gets parried the F2 investment. Swaps on over to that Pulsar. Does have the V2. Valda incredibly strong in her own right of fighting inside that storm. The problem is that now that the ultimate has been forced, these players, they're just going to scatter away. They knew that Valda lost a Realm of Yang fight. They know that this is a player with Yang depletion. All they have to do is try and get the last hit situation, but they double stack on top, and they're able to come on through with a double spear, and it's Frostivus who takes advantage. Minds goes down, and Frostivus with another pistol kill is going to be able to actually snipe that elimination, and he's nowhere near for these players to turn on to, so everybody else looks at everybody else.
I didn't see Frostivus on screen either time when he picked up those kills. He he's just the sniper.
There he is.
The Alliance sniper coming in now and looking to get a little bit more aggressive in melee range. Star in a lot of danger in hot water. He's trying to utilize this Merciless Havoc to deter the aggression from these players, to try and section off a little bit of space to call home, a little bit of real estate, but it's not looking good. The storm is coming in. The land is depreciating. It's not looking good. You may have invested in the wrong market, my friend. Star, he's trying to get out of there on the wall. He's slide uppercutting with that staff, swapping over to the longsword, that heightened mobility, but unfortunately there's just nowhere to go. And Frostivus, my guy, oh my goodness, he has not skipped aim training day this week, Moxie. He is locked in.
That's a blue pistol as well.
Yep. Hey, if they're low enough, it doesn't matter.
Exactly. He is waiting for that perfect moment. Plus, the pistol with that spread is much easier to be able to land on those disengaging players, as opposed to something like the musket or the bow, which, unless you have scattershot, needs to be much more precise in terms of being able to acquire that target. I mean, cannon, that hits everything.
Yeah.
But pistol is one of the best weapons of being able to go for those fast punishes. As we can have a look at Frostivus spending the 46,000 Darktide coins that he'd been able to pick up from all of the kills that he was finding in that Immortal War scaling. And we go down to 5 players remaining. We've got a Matari, we've got a Liam, we've still got Spider on the Wu-Chen. Verse is going to be on the Hardy, and we have Zell on that Syra. Who is going to be able to hold their ground? Who's going to get lobbied down next? Spider is definitely going to be targeted by Zell, who understands that this is a hero designed to counter him. If he comes on through the commitment of that V1, Spider's going to throw out that V2. Has to throw out the F1 now, losing a lot of that shielding. Doesn't want some of these teams on the other rounds of him to try and come on through with those ranged weapons, looking to shock him down, as he does go for the full spacing away up into that air, throws out that V2 into the storm, finds the grey armor reset, but the grey armor reset doesn't give him HP, and the storm damage directly takes that away from him. The grey armor is absolutely removed by the cannon fire coming on out. Spider does have that F1 back into the mix, puts himself onto the ballista tower to try and kite with that fan, setting up the skirmishes as quickly as he possibly can. He's just going to have to try and turn onto the Syra and force out that ultimate in the hopes of everybody else in this lobby spotting that the Syra is going to be weak and she needs to be a high priority target.
Yeah, she definitely does, as there is no Valda, it's just the Syra. She's got that heightened ability in those end zones to actually secure with that win condition for the end game, secure those end game scenarios and come out on top with that first place placement. But it looks as though none of these other players are really interested in taking that fight. They don't want to get involved. Zeldinkt is going to be coming away with another elimination here, fully eliminating Spider, who just couldn't really get away. He had nowhere to go. This open space, there's no buildings, there's no nothing. He can't scale rush away. He can't utilize that mobility around the terrain. And unfortunately, he does go down. But here, this endgame is going to be an interesting one, to say the least. We have a Liam, a Hardy, a Syra, and a Matari. Not a single one. Hero. Yeah, every single one of these players is on a unique character. So I'm interested to see who is going to be going for who. Yeah,
I mean, there's pros and cons to letting each of these heroes survive, right? Matari, very, very good at stealing kills away with the F ability. So if you leave a Matari alive and you take a fight against someone else, especially since Frostivus has been showcasing that Matari is going to find kills with the pistol, you don't really want her to steal your elimination away. So you might just put the pressure onto her, especially since he doesn't have a combo break and can be very vulnerable. She does get caught out in those extensions and those multi-way fights, where she is the priority target. However, Syra has a much stronger end game. The heal-off situation, if these players have to wait to take a fight until the storm has closed even further, they're all going to be on top of each other. Everyone's going to get hit by the RMB, and everyone's going to have to burn all of their stamina or a combo break to be able to dodge out of that stun duration condition, which is just going to lead into that beam. And Syra has 16 seconds of 1,500 additional health, where she can't get staggered by something like a Hardy, because the Hardy's win condition is going to be waiting for the storm to close and then knocking everybody into that zone damage, which Syra can ignore entirely. Zell, though, is going to be much harder to lock down than some of these other heroes because he picked up Spirit while he's got the legendary armor reset. T25 is going to start going a little bit aggressive. He's still got Voltpoint Essence in the back pocket. He does not want to reveal it, but he's going to have to burn through his combo breaker, especially since Zell was able to come on through with that parry. Frostivus now potentially getting turned onto, has to utilize that F ability, trying to knock the Syra into that storm damage, and Zell sensing that potentially the rest of this lobby could turn against him, burns the combo breaker to get into a position away from that Matari and look for some of this Vitalia back.
Indeed, trying to heal back on up and not have to utilize that ultimate until those last few moments. We have 50 seconds until that zone is actually going to be closing on in. But oh my goodness, this is going to be a close one. If they can't force out this ultimate from Zeldinct, it's going to be him coming through with that shield and all but securing that first place finish. But here it is, T225 and Frostivus, they understand the mission, they know what needs to be done, and Zeldinct now has been forced to utilize that ultimate. He is going to be able to heal up somewhat during this ultimate as long as he's not throwing those orbs too far away from himself, but he's trying to do as much damage as he possibly can in the meantime at the same time. But now, look at this, he comes out of that ultimate. Frostivus doesn't really seem to care about him. T225 is very willing to go and focus him down. However, Frostivus much rather just chill for the moment because that threat is now gone. Obviously, he's going to try and get this kill. I imagine. Oh, T225! He gets the kill, but the poison splash coming on through Moxie. Frostivus is the only one who's not poisoned. He might be able to take full advantage of this Jade from Zeldinct. T225 now forced to use that other Auric sword. The zone is coming on through. Frostivus is going to be able to armor through it with that ultimate, not able to do anything about it yet. He's stuck in the zone. The Voltpoint comes in. He's 1 HP in a dream, Moxie. He's desperately trying to get away. The combo breaker comes through. The fire tick is coming on in, and Frostivus is going to be able to claim the elimination.
Matari F ability too quick, and now it's a 1 versus 1. FPX is versus in this guy with that Hardy ultimate, looking for the drop down with those halberds. Comes on through into the jump horizontals, and with the puff of poison splash, Frostivus will fall, and FPX's verse walks away the last player standing. But does that bag him the MVP?
It does.
Yes, it does.
It's going to be close though.
That was such an exciting endgame.
That was so
because
good.
You could see all of those players individually weighing up the negatives, the positives. What happens if I try and put pressure on this hero? How does that impact me later on down the line? Is it going to be better to try and force this first? Is it better to hold on to this? I have to constantly worry about this in the sidelines if I take this fight. And like, you really could see in real time how much intelligence, game sense, awareness all of these players had to have. I mean, speaking about that, we have to talk about the spacing coming on through. Like, T225 utilizing his Auric teleport to get out of the storm damage so that Voltpoint Essence didn't pop, and then understanding that there was a Soul Bloom out in the zone. So he prioritized picking up the Soul Bloom, understanding that it would more than likely tip him over that health bar, and it would mean the pop of the Voltpoint Essence. But if he picked up the Soul Bloom, it's a mortal war. He's going to get so much rage regenerating. And with the way that that zone was closing in, we had a cliffside, which meant that so much of that space that should have been available to those players was entirely denied, which was a perfect setup for some of these heroes, which we'll talk about in just a matter of moments. As we did point out, player OUG's mic was the body that went down when Mines was looking for that Soul Bloom to cleanse Yang depletion, but who was it that was able to claim the kill? Do you think it was Frostivus? Was it one of those kills that Frostivus was able to find with the pistol? Was it Spider coming on through with his Wu Chen? Was it Zell throwing in his Syra RMB stun into LMB? Or was it EWG's Arano managing to showcase that just as we saw in the MVPL spring season, he's able to eliminate Mike in a 1v1 too?
He is indeed, as I believe a lot of these players are. We are in that point where This is the highest level of competition for this year's J-Cup. It is getting ugly, as we can see right here. And I knew it was going to be close. In the moment you said it first, because we weren't sure. I wasn't sure. I saw Frostivus sitting at the top. I was like, is he going to get it? And he does indeed. 6.6. Frostivus in second with 6 points. T225 able to clutch up 5.5. Mike with 4.5. Zeldix with 4.5 as well. Star on 4. Spider on 3. Arano on 2.5. Mines on 1.5. Pace on 1. And unfortunately, Wufong and Polaris starting off the day with a couple donuts. That is not the way you want to start off the day, unfortunately. It is what it is, though. You know, it happens. Perhaps they'll be able to warm up a little bit as the day goes on. But, hey, you know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for highlights off the back of that game 1, sponsored by Thunder Robot. What are we looking at? Moxie T225 oogling and boogling over there, securing that Volpine.
Mike with the jump LMBs into 1, 2, 3 from those
This is how he had so many kills.
This is how he had so many kills. This is how he was able to take that Realm of Yang up against Cell. Stun, dazzle into full-on toothpick carousel extension. Coming on out in that Syra 1 versus 1. Versus also showcasing the 1, 2, 3 of those fist blades into crouch horizontal continuation, keeping up the pressure long enough to be able to look for those jump horizontals. Here's Frostivus. This is the moment that he was able to catch TE's start with that pistol damage. Coming on out, managing to take full advantage of all of the spread attached to that particular weapon. Here's the moment that Zell was going to be able to take Spider down, and this was the end game that we were talking about. The fact that so much of that storm still contains the cliffside edge, and that cut a lot of the space these players had available to try and dodge out of some of those attacks, and it made it perfect for the Hardy, because if you got stuck, if your player got a little bit too close to those cliff sides and you automatically got stuck on them, the Hardy was going to be able to come on through with a triple charge and smash you into the zone, because as we discussed, the Syra had been targeted out by everybody else previously, and that meant that Verse did not have to worry about one of those heroes being able to avoid the full knockback of that ultimate.
Indeed. Here we are taking a look at that, at those stats, at those Soul J's Dragon-like Might, Stanchion Rising, Sky Pillar, Benthic Descent, Ripple Step and Phantom Step, Sap Soul Jade, Venom Tip and Bard Bolts. A lot of damage coming out from those dual halberds. Not much from all that much else. A little bit from the fist blades, a little bit from the pistol. But yeah, it was that Ripple Step, Phantom Step. He was the one. He was the one in that Realm of Yang. We saw it come on through. And yeah, after those changes that they made to the Soul Jades, certain Jades you have to do a little quest. You have to do a little something to be able to actually unlock the full effect of that Soul Jade. So Ripple Step, if you roll on the ground, you know, you do the little sprint and then you press it again and then you do the little. I'm not gonna roll over the decks, but you know what I mean. You know what I'm talking about. That's invisible. However, to actually get the dodge, the hold dodge, the tap dodge, for that to be invisible as well, you have to do a certain amount of damage to unlock it. So during that Yang came in really clutch, changed the tempo, changed the way that Mike was fighting that out, and it made it a lot harder for him to actually come out on top, because at the start it was looking all very Mike favored, and then immediately afterwards we saw the Ripple Step Phantom Set come out, flip the script, turn the tables on him, made it impossible at that point to adjust in time.
I mean, it's all about tempo a lot of the time. We even see it in terms of things like Realm of Yang fights, where players will change up the weapon that they have because they'll condition someone. They'll be like, okay, we're taking a fight, we're going to be starting off with a longsword, and you get used to the timing, you get used to the spacing of that particular weapon, and then even if it doesn't get parried out of your hands, you still change weapon to something that has a different timing entirely. You either go for something much slower, like say a pulse sword, or much faster, like something like a dagger or a fan, because that other player, that sudden switch up, they're like, wait, hold on a minute, we're gonna be on this tempo now? Like, I likened it the other day to your ballroom dancing and then someone throws on salsa music.
Wait, oh, I thought you said, when you said your ballroom dancing, I'd be like, when did we go ballroom dancing?
Well, you're dressed for it.
You are as well. We're going to go dancing later, chat. But no, the tempo change thing, that is something that, that I'm glad you brought up, and I'm glad that we were getting to really see here, because it's actually... it's something that I, myself, personally have been utilizing for a very long time. You know, hey, I'm a greatsword enjoyer, as you know. But, you know, if you're swapping around between different things, you know, you've got the longsword, the halberds, staff, all of these different weapons, and then you swap to greatsword, or you swap to pole sword, whatever it might be, you're forcing your opponent into dealing with that tempo change. So if you swap to greatsword, all of a sudden you're a wall. You're blocking everything that they're throwing at you, and they have to rethink how you're going to play. And at the moment's notice, boom, pull out the longsword, you pull out the halberds, you put out whatever it is. It's going to switch the tempo, and you might be able to catch them on one of these dodges that they're trying to use to actually space out and manage that stone form that you're utilizing to block off their offensive.
Yeah, halberds. That's the one we always see, because halberds has the most punishing catch.
Unbelievable.
That RMV, it's so wide, it's so far, it's so perfect at catching crosses. Like you can't cross. You can't cross against steel halberds. And like the thing is, you can cross against steel blades, but you can't cross against steel halberds.
Yeah. You can typically cross if you dodge at a certain timing against dual blades, or you can shift backwards in diagonally and go into a parry. You can shift parry it somewhat effectively, but there's a certain timing to it. But yeah, look, he's got the little pad.
I told you.
Yeah, you're pointing it
out. As the day progresses.
Look, he's warm. I'm not. Moxie
Fashion
here.
has no temperature.
Fashion has no temperature, indeed. Looking great, but a little bit chilly. I'm rather warm in my coat, thankfully, but at the same time, I'm a little bit too warm. But do you know what else is warm? It's going to be heating up here on stage. These players are getting ready to go back on in. Spider looking a little bit more serious, it seems. He's a little bit...
He didn't get his average 9.5 points for Fuchan.
Yeah, that stat has now gone down. Feels bad.
Yeah, and I mean that's problematic for him, because like a lot of the time we're going to be seeing these players, like when that Syra pick comes through, that's going to be where they're picking up the most amount of points, right? So the Syra games have to be really impactful. So if you can find impactful games on heroes that isn't Syra when you're not in phase 1, especially if it's an off-the-meta pick like something like, say, a Wuchan, which even if you're in something like maybe phase 4 or phase 5, you still have the opportunity of being able to grab on up, you're going to be able to get much more points in comparison to some of these other players, and then that's going to push you closer to the MVP eligibility, as well as for pre-finals, since you're taking 20% of all of the points that you pick up for the 6 games of play today, you would start off much closer towards the MVP eligibility. And for Spider, that would be a big sense of relief, I feel, because one thing that Spider does, he either starts off incredibly strong, or he starts off with a little bit of time to warm up.
Yeah, no, indeed. Speaking of warming up, we saw Polaris there, unfortunately in that game not being able to get the ball rolling, but you know, perhaps he just needs to sort of take a breath. You know, yesterday, not only after that solos where he was able to clutch up, come in and actually make that top 12 and qualify for the pre-finals for this today, he was also able to come in yesterday with his teammates in the trios and do a very similar thing.
And MVP.
Yeah, and MVP, the massive game. After that game, I came out, I'd been watching it, and I saw him. He was going into the room in the back. Yeah, he was very happy. He was very elated. I shook his hand and said, "Congrats." He's a lovely guy, Polaris. I like him. He's a nice guy. But that adrenaline, that all of that is bound to be taking a toll because he's playing in both solos and trios.
Yeah,
it's a lot on his shoulders.
Yeah,
it is not easy to do this. So hopefully he's gonna be able to come in today and do his best. That is hilarious. Frostivus, he's got the little Alliance tattoo on the back of his hand, and maybe it's the buff because he popped off in that game. He's got the is that the powers that's making his aim goated? You know, it's just the Alliance green is just giving him the aim of the gods coming in when sniping away all of these eliminations. Huge for him.
It does kind of look like a bow.
It does a little bit.
If you tied a string between the two little lines, then you would be able
keep his mouse aligned with his hand constantly. Yeah. He's not slacking. He's ready to go.
You could say his arm is in alliance with his.
Oh, indeed, Moxie, you could.
I have been waiting. I have been waiting years to be able to use that pun.
It's a good one. It's a good one.
Years.
It's a good one. I like that. I like that one.
So happy to finally be able to take that one off the bucket list.
Oh, we're having a great time here, and I hope you're having a great time at home as we're about to jump in to our second game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Frostivus and Arano are going to be opening up with that first round selection, followed by Paste, T225, Spider, Mines, Star, Polaris, Wufong, Verse, and then Zeldinkt and Mike going that now down to that 6th round selection as they started in first. They're going to the last one. We're going to have to see if Frostivus and Arano are going to be picking that double Syra. It's relatively likely, but things could change.
I mean, Arano does like to run the Liam V2 on Holoroth. However, having that phase 1 pick, yeah, I feel like you have to just immediately lock the Syra.
Yeah, I think if you're not doing that, you're kind of trolling.
Well,
you
not
don't
just
know when
that.
you could potentially have it later.
There'll be free Syras running around.
That is
the
also
lobby.
true.
You don't want
Something
free
that
Syras.
Yak
It doesn't.
did,
It doesn't matter what hero. Like, it does not matter what hero you want to lock in. You are going to get countered in some way by Syra, both in the realm of Yang, where you have to enter, and instead of having a 2 chance of running into those Syras, you would have a 1 in 3 chance of running into those Syras.
Not what you want.
You really do not want to run up against Syra in Realm of Yang because she is just so oppressive. Yes, we've seen her fall, but every single one of those fights has been close, and it's always come down to surviving the burst of that V1. Star is going to be opting for his pick of the zipping. I wonder if Mike is going to opt for zipping. He has in the past loved to acclimatize the situations with a game 1 zipping. However, he has since moved away from that strategy, and we even actually saw him do different heroes in game number 1, either because he was conditioning people into expecting he would zip, or because he knows that zip is one of the worst heroes to play into that Syra in a Realm of Yang fight.
Maybe. I think the first day he played zipping, but then day 2, I think it was Liam that he pulled out. I think that's what it was, because we saw Frostivus try hard on that zipping on that second day of group stage. But look at this, we have the double Valda coming out from Verse and Wufong, and Mike gonna be bringing out the Tamolk.
We did say he was stronger on Holoroth.
We did indeed, and Zeldinkt pulling out that Justina. I was kind of, going into the J-Cup this year, I was thinking, I reckon Zeldinkt, he might pull out that Zai on Holoroth, maybe go for that strategy that he went for in the first J-Cup, or last year's J-Cup rather. It definitely did stuff for him, but perhaps Zai is just not in the best spot right now to be contending with these other characters, especially with Syra.
Oh, yeah, especially with Syra in the mix. Like, you would try and go for that V2, and she would just be gone.
Yep.
Like, she would be able to space with her ultimate entirely above your head. You would not be able to catch her with her.
You could maybe hit her with the light attack. Come back!
Have like full on grapple into uppercut with the chain fire.
It's going to be
if
rough.
If you had any chance of being able to catch her, that's before combo breakdowns even come into play. So we can have a look and see what all of these loadouts are going to be. No surprises of orders. F2 combo breaker V2 for that extension of HP, as well as the free space to throw back to back in that ultimate duration. I want to see Zell running the V2. And that is a little bit of a discrepancy in terms of what we've been seeing traditionally from the last couple of Justinas, because the V2, while it's stronger in terms of fighting that multi-wave fight, if you find a freeze onto one player, it then holds that AoE and catches onto them if they try and come into this next one. But it does shorten the amount of dashes that you have available. That means that things like the Syra can chase you down much easier.
Yeah. Thing is, you say it's better in the multi-wave fight. That is absolutely true. It can be really nice because that AoE is going to be nice. No one can contest. If you dash in, you're denying somebody else from coming in and potentially stealing the kill unless they're using a ranged weapon. I will get back to that point in just a moment. Going to quickly read out this question for you guys at home to be answering and predicting which of the following players will rack up the most eliminations in this match. Or if they get the same number of eliminations, who will deal the most damage? Will it be A, X1 Wufong, or B, SS1 Pace? The two 1 teams there, the X1 and the SS1. Who's it going to be? Make sure to get your answer for that prediction in the in-client sort of web page that you can access through the event center, or you can go to the website through your web browser and access it there there's going to be links. There's going to be links on the NARAKA website. But quickly. I mean, the Justina, it's difficult. You know, with the V1, you get the dash through multiple people, you get the reset, but you don't get that guaranteed freeze through blue focus, all of that good stuff. Whereas with V2, you can, but you only get 2, you don't get resets, but it can be pretty good. It's still really up in the air. It's a little bit difficult to really say which one is all that is better. But, you know, who knows? We'll see.
Yep.
We'll see which one performs better overall, but we've got an engagement here. Verse has been spotted out by Spider, and he's in a lot of danger here, isn't he, Moxie?
Spider going for the double jump over the F2 into the drop down parry.
Juicy.
Oh, stylish stuff coming on through from WBG Spider, starting things off spicily. As SS1's pace now going to be looking for some loot, has managed to put his hands onto a purple longsword, but there are so many players in this area. Everyone looking to try and utilize those buildings.
Oh, that's
and
not
set
true,
up the
buddy.
skill rushes. Like Dunk pointed out, not going to be a true combo. Wufeng not able to find the skill rush that he was looking for. Will be able to find the uppercut into the staff RMB onto TWSS's Polaris, managing to pick the Volda up one elimination, but also crucially build up that ultimate. There are so many players in the area. Having that ultimate to immediately proc if you get threatened out and start going a little bit lower is going to be a literal lifesaver for the Volda to fall back onto, as T225 going to be falling to the lower areas of Matab, looting through spaces that we can actually see has already been picked clean, and heading on over to Jin's Armory. Zell is actually going to lose his weapon to WBG Spider, who was on absolute fire with the parries.
Oh, we got the ultimate coming out now. The Oryx Sword starts up that combo, not able to extend it due to the combo breaker coming out from Zelding. But oh no, the wall, the terrain grief, unfortunately, cutting that combo short. However, Spider, he's still going to be able to catch him on the way out, and he goes down. But here, going over to Metab. T225, unfortunately, getting fiended by both of these Syras. Neither of them really interested in each other. They recognize that this is going to be a relatively easy target for us to take down, as, you know, we can interchange with each other. Essentially, we can disguise ourselves, you know, swap weapons and all that sort of stuff.
As well, Arano has done this in the past when there's been 2 Syras. In fact, he was up against Mike when this happened, and Mike was the one who was able to take advantage of Arano being the more aggressive Syra and having to burn his ultimate, and then Mike held on to his, but when it went to that endgame situation, he could just immediately pop that V1 when the other Syra didn't have it available. And you can see Arano is doing the exact same thing, more than happy to let Frostivus take that more dangerous position and play on the sideline with that pistol that we've seen to such devastating effect. Spider able to come on through with that stun onto the Siren, not going to be able to find the jump LMV off of that terrain, but does find the 1, 2, 3. However, Frostivus not staggered, still has access to that V1 and the RMB. Spider gets hit by the beam into that stagger, the cliffside making it harder for him to try and break away, and immediately Frostivus is going to be able to find the kill, but he puts himself a little bit too close to the scene of the crime and gets punished by Detective Paste.
Detective Paste coming in. Wufeng, his sidekick. I can't. Oh, but oh my goodness, Wufeng with the uppercut combo, with the hang sword, the coast to coast, very nice coming out there with the quadruple jump LMB or something along those lines, doing a lot of damage, having secured himself a purple hang sword this early on in the game is exactly what you want. Unfortunately, Frostivus, yes, he does go down, but he did take down Spider there. He did get one for the books. He's not going out of that empty-handed, although he is kind of empty-handed at the moment, as he's going to have to go back to the map, figure out where he wants to drop. And considering that the Realms of Yang are going to be spawning in relatively soon, he's going to have to pick and choose where he respawns very, very mindfully of those surroundings and where other players are going to be. But we've got a fight taking place on the very edge of the map between Zeldinct and Arano. Arano has found a weakened Zeldinct with not so much to work with. Arano, he's trying to make something happen, goes in for that grapple. Zeldinct with this fist blades into staff swap, an interesting combination. Gonna be trying to find something, doesn't manage to catch him though. And now I believe that Arano may have that presence of mind to think, You know, he might have his ultimate coming
Yeah.
up soon. I still need a little bit more time till I have mine. Might be worth trying to disengage. Oh my
the
goodness.
Tumult ultimate.
Oh, the armor
Frostivus,
swap.
Yeah, Frostivus will be able to find the armor swap from that Trove into the blue, but that storm damage goes directly to his health, and Mike coming up through with the 1, 2, 3 into parry. And that is Frostivus's last life. This is one of those danger points when these players go for that respawn, when they look to find that recovery. A lot of the time, if they want to be able to pick up loot that enables them to go into Realm of Yang, loot that hasn't been found by previous players traipsing on through, they have to go into that storm.
Yeah.
And that means that if someone like, say, Mike is on the Temi and is anticipating and is absolutely hunt pathing his way around that storm, looking for players trying to go for those strategies, and he comes in and locks them down in that storm damage with his Temi ultimate, he's going to have an advantage, and the other player is going to panic and have to get much more aggressive and try and finish out the fight faster, which means much more commitment to those focus hits.
Yeah, no, actually, very, very good point there, Moxie. Being able to incorporate, you know, deliberately going for players' recovery strategies and looking to hunt them as they've respawned in certain areas. So people have tendencies. If you play against them enough, if you play against them within the league enough, you're going to know where they like to respawn, where they like to recover, etc. Frostivus, I was talking about how he's going to have to be mindful of where he respawns, because people are going to be lurking around and the Realm of Yang is going to be in play. You know, he goes to that money spot on the south side of the map to try and get as much as he can and potentially level up his loot before he goes into the Realm of Yang. Unfortunately, Mike is waiting there, mindful of this potential situation, and takes him down. But here we are, jumping into the Realm of Yang. We've got Arano up against Verse. Arano in a little bit of a he's in a good spot. He's got that purple armor under his belt. He's got that slight advantage, and considering the matchup that we're seeing right here, the Valda versus the Syra, he's certainly in an advantage there as well, Moxie.
Yeah, and Arano can just try and force out that Valda V2. He doesn't have to worry about the spears when the ultimate is in play. There's the ultimate. Arano holds onto his V1 though, not opting to utilize it, and will now go for the activation of it to dodge out of that first spear connection. Arano, understanding the 16 seconds duration of that Syra, does make it a little bit easier for the Valda to be able to predict how he's going to play, as he stacks on top of the Valda to get the most amount of benefit from the RMB, the pop of the stun and the heal at the same time into that LMB. Now out of the ultimate, the Valda hasn't had the opportunity to go for that heal, and Arano is in a much better situation for long-term sustain. Both of these players committing the focus rate to be able to clank against each other, but Arano with the higher health is able to chase the Valda out of the pocket into the distance and go for the pistol swap to bring him down.
Beautifully done. Now, but before we jump into anything else, one thing to note actually quickly is that Paste does take down T225 there in the kill feed. I believe that is not in the Realm of Yang. Oh no, wait, is it? It is? It is. It's in the Realm of Yang. But he does go down in that realm, so he's not down for the count just yet. There it is. We see Pace getting that Vermilion Bird's Might. And yes, unfortunately, T225 is going to have to recover. But speaking of recovering, Spider, he's in a bad spot. He's now swapped over to a common armor, a white armor swap, to try and keep himself alive. The Oryx Lord coming out. Wu Fong able to sniff him out, find him. Detective Wu Fong coming on down. He's going to catch him. He's going to find him. He's going to follow his trail. Spider now still trying to disengage, utilizing this terrain, utilizing this wall with all of those rooms inside of it to try and kite away, but it's not easy, not at all. Arano catches him slipping, catches him in the jump. Spider forced to use that combo breaker, now grappling away, just barely making it out. The player's hot on his heels. It's not easy. But you know what's not easy? They're not making it easy for each other. They're being silly, and they're hitting each other while they chase him. And now Spider's got another armor swap. Just decide who's chasing, and then the other person go in front of them. Flank. Pincer maneuver. Stop trying to go in the same spot. If we go, Polaris catching up to him. The parry comes through, and Polaris is going to be able to claim the elimination. He does get that Soul Bloom as well. He's utilized that ultimate, so that's definitely nice for him. But will he make it out alive now that he's used this resource?
Yeah, Polaris now locked into that 1v1v1 up against that Valda drop down. Arana with the RMB pulse on late connection. Matari with the F will be able to reposition up onto that high ground. And now Polaris is under that same pressure that Spider was through. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a combo break, so if he gets held up against one of these walls, it is going to be GG for this round. We'll be able to find the great armor reset. Also, just like Spider, tries to skirmish away off onto different terrain, but I believe he's still being hunted down. FPX's verse with those halberds, putting the pressure onto OPG's Mike, who tap dodges with those fist blades into the Valda's face, forcing out that V2. And Mike just batting her off onto that cliffside so that he can try and look for an armor powder. Will not be able to find it. The 1, the 2, we send the 3 into the bow swap. He looked for the double headshot off of the high terrain drop. And Mike has been able to buy himself the spacing to go for a full armor reset, as well as build into that ultimate. Doesn't find the jump parry, does get caught up into that uppercut extension off of the F activation. That Verse went for the chase down with the halberd uppercut. Now Mike again with the bow swap, forcing Verse into the overhold on that blue. He tried to push that blue a little bit early so that he could force Verse into the Wisp CC. And now we're going to see the Smolch ultimate invested to hold this Valda right into that storm damage, as Mike with the skirmish looking to hold the Valda, knowing that the BTV isn't going to be there. The F2 combo break does come out, but Verse gets clipped by the wind wall just before the Temi ult abates. And Mike, yet again, utilizes the Tumult ultimate and the storm damage in tandem with one and the other to trap these players.
He's absolutely cooking right now. This guy, he has some big confidence on him. Oh my goodness. That horizontal focus coming right at him in his face. He just hold dodge in LMBs. What an absolute Giga Chad. He does not care. He's reading you like a book, and he almost caught the timing as well. He did in fact cancel, and he read that, but he missed the timing ever so slightly. It's a really tight timing. He gets a little bit of chip damage, but he just played around that terrain, around that storm coming through with that ultimate. Beautifully done by Mike. But here we are taking a look at a replay from the previous realm of Yang, Wufong, and Mines going head to head. Wufong doing an excellent job of playing around this chip damage with that dagger, the spacing beautifully done. Now Mines getting that parry is going to be able to take it away from him, forcing out that combo breaker from the Valda. The 1-2-3 comes through. Mines sending those soul breaks left and right, able to catch him in the back, tries to catch him with the overhold on the horizontal, not able to do so, forcing out that ultimate, and Mines just rolling into that water spear is going to get taken down. But here we are, we've got Wufong yet again, Moxie going up against SS1 Paste.
Dual blades versus dual halberds. What's going to be able to come out on top? Wufong with the chase down on the uppercut, finds the parry up against Paste into the grapple bump, into the follow through wake up. Now we're going to see the Hardy investing that ultimate, taking to the sky. Wufong holding onto his V2 is just going to be utilizing those skirmishes off of the pillar, anticipating when the Hardy's going to come out, managing to utilize all of this downtime that S1's Pace is trying to buy to be able to get some of his armor reset back for the Vault to do the exact same thing. When the Hardy ultimate is down, Wufong's still going to have access to that V2 as well as the knockback and CC if he even needs it. Another parry forces the combo break out. Pace does not have it available, and Wufong able to come into the grapple bump, into follow-up uppercut, into double uppercut catch off of that prediction of where that body would land. The F2 locks the Hardy down. He's up against the wall. The spear comes on through. It finds the connection. The combo breaker is that, but he's not going to have it available for the jump horizontal chase down, and he falls. Wufong managing to come out on top against now TE Star on that zipping, trying to live against EWG's Arano, but the pull sword swing just clips the zip before she can try and set up that tech of the Skirmish pillar to buy herself time for the F cycle to come back first.
That was ugly, but here we are coming out of these realms of Yang. We've got those Yang depletions in that soul form. They have 5 minutes to work with. Speaking of the number 5, we've got 5 players in total as well. When there's 12 bloody minutes on the clock.
Yeah,
What
aggressive
on earth?
lobby.
An extremely aggressive lobby indeed. Taking a look at that total leaderboard, we have so many names crossed off for the moment. Verse got taken down. He was in the Yang depletion situation up against Mike. Frostivus gets caught out and goes down to Mike as well in a very rough position at the zone with that Tumulk ultimate just getting caught by the Wisp. Unfortunate indeed. T225, I'm assuming he went down off camera because we saw him go down in the realm of Yang and then wasn't able to clutch up and cleanse his Yang depletion. Zeldinked in a bad spot, gets taken down. He does get one elimination, not too bad, but hey, Spider gets caught out in the middle of quite a few players, Mines and Polaris. It is what it is. You know, Polaris, he was rocking that greatsword. I was clutching the greatsword in my pocket. Get out of there, buddy. No, he dies, unfortunately. He does get taken down on that Matari. Once you had your abilities forced out on that Matari, you become a very vulnerable target, and it's very hard to disengage if you don't have the terrain to work with, and he was being forced down into the open. But here we are. Speaking of being out in the open, OUG's Mike is being chased by EWG's Arano, who's rocking that gold armor, gold pole sword, and white tiger's prowess.
Yeah, but it's not so much out in the open anymore. Mike has kited on over towards Plume so that he can use all of these buildings and just scale rush off of the back of that blue dagger, and how fast those base grey level scale rushes charge up in comparison to something meteor like that pole sword that Arano is looking to try and come on through with that immediate scale rush into full extension off of that vertical catch. And now we're going to be seeing a lot of these players having to play the deception game. Who is going to work out who's got Yang depletion? Unfortunately for a lot of them, the ones with Yang depletion, they're individual heroes.
Yeah.
So them dying in Realm of Yang, I mean, the Zip is the only Zip in this lobby. Everybody knows that Star, the one player in front of Wufong, has Yang depletion.
Yeah, that's rough for him indeed. They are bound to be taking a look at those kill feeds, having a close eye on them and being able to tell exactly who has Yang depletion and when, and being able to have that presence of mind. If they see that character moving around a little bit, you know, skittish, you know that that's the person, you know that's the player, and they are on that unique character, as you said, so it's going to be even easier to tell them apart. And now Star is in a very bad spot. The cavalry bloom coming on out. Arano getting aggressive with that blistering edge. The stone forcing it out. Star trying desperately to scale rush away, but he's not able to do so. The movement error coming in yet again. He uses that F, but the burn damage is going to come through. Arano with the pole sword. The swing shing takes him down, but no, it's Paste who's going to be able to claim the elimination, but he hasn't picked up the soul bloom, and he's still got that Yang depletion.
He did force the Syra V1 though.
True.
He puts himself onto the rooftop. He understands that the Syra with that V1 is going to have to turn the pressure onto other players around him, and we can see that he's trying to turn the pressure onto SS1's Pace now that Pace has dropped down. He's closing up that distance. He's trying to play a little bit behind everybody with the charged R&B on those halberds being that constant pressure. Mike has been forced into throwing out that Tumultuous ultimate, and Pace with the Wisp is a prime target for the blistering edge attached to Arano's pole sword. 1 minute and 18 seconds left. Everybody knows the Hardy has previously invested that ultimate, does not have the mobility nor the combo breaker to try and back on out, and Arano is taking full advantage of this fact, trying to find that kill. Pace looking to buy himself a little bit of reset downtime with that bow. Does buy himself the combo breaker back, but unfortunately he has to invest it almost immediately. Mike has since been taken down by Wufong. Pace looking potentially for that armor reset, or maybe even trying to kite over towards where some of those armors would be. Will be able to pick up a purple armor, and that gives him a little bit of survivability, trying to turn it onto EWG's Arano. However, we have to remember that Wufong with those dual blades has cavalry bloom. If these two position themselves a little bit inaccurately in stack, he's going to be able to pick up both.
Yes, indeed, but oh my goodness, Wufong, that last nail in the coffin, the dual blades slicing through. He does go down, but now, Moxie, we have the 1 versus 1 coming out from Wufong and Arano. Wufong, it is in his best interest to try and close out this kill, close out this fight as quickly as possible, as he has that ultimate advantage, at least for the moment. Now, one thing I wanted to talk about this matchup and about Syra matchup in general, as I believe this is going to end up being stalled out for a little bit longer, since we have that Spirit Well coming on through, and they're going to be looking to contest and go back and forth. One thing that I think is definitely really important to note is that Syra going up against Syra. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, maybe we're not stalling all that much. Wufong with this Storm Stride. That stone form is just no match for it. He's able to get that parry beautifully done by Wufong, but Arano now swapping over to that dagger is doing a lot of work with it. But can he survive this 1 HP situation? No, he cannot, and he's down for the count. We had no time at all. I thought we had time to spare, but no, Wufong is coming out swinging, ready with those dual blades, with that stone form. Frame trap punish, making it extremely hard to escape from that corner. Beautifully done, putting all that work in and taking it home.
8 eliminations.
What a game.
He walks away with 8 eliminations, and I mean, it's so smart what he actually does. He has his ultimate, right? He knows that the Syra had previously invested hers, so he runs towards that Spirit Well because he understands if the Syra gets in position to hold that Spirit Well, she gets a legendary armor reset, she gets her ultimate back.
Yeah.
Both of those things are incredibly scary to Rivaldo because even if the fight does go on long enough for you to move back QP2, Syra doesn't care about the spear CC.
No.
You don't get to utilize that level of CC into storm damage or into an extension of the weapon or into just backing off and giving yourself a little bit of a heal reset. In fact, when we have the Syra and Valdo matchup inside someone like a Realm of Yang, which is very similar to the situation that we find ourselves in on that 1 versus 1 endgame. One of the reasons that Syra is as strong as she is the health. The health bars that she's able to come out from the ultimate duration when we reset out of the ultimate cycle and back into the neutral. If Valder and Hardy are having to just run the entire duration of their ultimate, they don't get the opportunity to heal, as opposed to the Syra who can continue applying that pressure as she moves and heal at the same time. But we're going to be having a look at a very quick question coming on through. I gave you the answer. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, production. I'm so sorry. How many kills did X1 Wufong get in game number 2? Who was paying attention to what the casters were saying? Was it A5?
Did you listen to
Was
Moxie?
it B6? Was it C7? Or was it D8? But no, returning back to that point, he knew if the Valda got his ultimate and the Syra had their ultimate, the Syra's advantages, the fact that she would be able to dictate not just the tempo, but also where the fight got kited to off of just that threat of the RMB, of that stun dazzle, just essentially kiting the Valda exactly where the Syra wanted him to be able to go, then he would find a really tough job of being able to survive both the duration of the V1, but then when we go back into that neutral, both have combo breaks that can be utilized for spacing, but the Valda, the F2, the distance that you jump back from with the Valda F2 is like this in comparison to the Syra, which is like this.
Yeah.
So we're in a drop-down meta. The Syra can utilize that combo breaker of the F1 to set up a drop-down and look for either a drop-down parry or a drop-down focus hit. The Valda can't do that. She can only utilize the F2 to back.
Well, that is true. That is true. She can potentially look to... So here's a tip, actually, with the Valda F2. You can send it sideways, you turn your camera 90 degrees, and then you can potentially catch them, and potentially, if you've got a certain weapon, you're able to go into a combo, but it's not always possible. It is not the same as that Syra. Syra has a lot more freedom to do certain things, and yeah, a lot of mobility. But here we are, looking at that scoreboard. Wufong doing so much work, 12.6, almost doubling the performance off the back of the first game of those MVPs. Arano coming in second with 6, Paste with 5.5, Mike with 4.5, Spider with 2, and then from there, it drops off relatively quickly. You know, not too many points on the board. It was kind of the Wufong show this game now, wasn't it, Moxie?
I mean, it was the Wufong show, but at the start, it was definitely the Mike highlight.
Yeah, Mike was gaming. He was doing a really good job.
The Temi strategy, and that actually influenced the overall amount of players that we had in the endgame, because those players who got caught out when they died early on then ran into Mike and weren't able to transition from that recovery period from surviving early game into the mid and then into the late game. So when we went in terms of things like the Realm of Yang coming on out, a lot of the time the people who walked away with the Realm of Yang had previously won the portal that had since spawned on up. So everyone who was coming in with kills were the ones that continued to come in with kills, as opposed to those who were looking to try and survive and then shore up the amount of points that they would be able to pick up in the endgame, would deny the entire opportunity.
Indeed, and speaking of those of that game, we've got the highlights yet again, sponsored by Thunder Robot Mike, kicking off his game there with that kill underneath the podium, able to then secure those golden dual halberds. Afterwards, Spider doing work here down in the southwest, close to Meta, but finding this elimination on to that player, onto Zeldinkt. Now Wufong, the detectives, scrapping it out. Frostivus, having been apprehended at the scene of the crime, does go down, but then Pace coming in and getting that elimination. Very nice from... Oh, no, not Pace, sorry. I'm getting so confused now. Pace in the realm of Yang.
Oh, the face!
Getting that elimination. Oh,
that's how it did.
That's how it happened. We didn't get to see that in on the first time around. Off screen, he does get eliminated, unfortunately. But Wufong just doing so well here, and he finds Mike when he's so unbelievably scaled up, and Mike unfortunately just has nowhere to go. He tries his best, but it's just...
Oh, the cavalry bloom as well. Like, Mike tried to buy himself a little bit of time.
Stride.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah.
He jumps and then just gets staggered out the air.
Yep. Oh, Storm Stride. This is the moment where the one versus one lovely musket shot, like the accuracy of that musket, so clean. As we talked about in the previous match, Pistol has spread. Right, it has a hitbox around the player that it envelops. Musket, precision engineering, precision accuracy that you have to be able to set it up, as we can have a look and see that Soul Jade is set up. There's the Storm Stride that Dunk was talking about, as well as a Rupture Gale and a Flame Breath. Assassin's Lunge and Never Step that we didn't really get to see attached to the dagger. But it is interesting that Wufong had that one in the back pocket, because one of the most brutal things that you can do as follow-up to a Volder ultimate is, if they're caught inside that spear, you go for the charge L and B, and then you guarantee yourself an Assassin's Lunge.
Yep, you can guarantee the Assassin's Lunge, and then if that person doesn't have a soft combo breaker or a normal combo breaker, you can potentially go for a cheeky uppercut off of that Assassin's Lunge. There's something that not all that many people are fully aware of.
I wonder if he had a dagger in the back pocket and he was saving it for the 1v1, but he saw he was up against the Syra, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to find the spears up against the Syra, so it wasn't worth going for the dagger play.
Yeah, perhaps not. He was certainly doing extremely well with those dual blades. I mean, what we saw there towards the end, where the pulse sword, the stone form was coming in, he was trying to actually like block everything. I will touch back on that point. Let's see if you can figure out yourselves, but I will let you know after the short break, as we are going to that right now. We'll be back very, very soon. Don't go anywhere.
I'm Frostivus and I play for Team Alliance. One of the unforgettable experience is when I win the Asian Challenge, and then the next year I won the Morris Cup, and then they call me the first international champion. In the spring is my first season for NBPL, is when I first transferred. My expectations was to at least get top 5 in the grand finals, but at the end I got 8th place. And so going into the summer season, I was just going to try my best and see how I do. But as it turns out, with the different scoring format, I didn't do quite as well compared to the spring season, and I ended up not qualifying for a lot of the bi-weekly finals. Technically, I could go back to Southeast Asia and compete in the Jacob qualifier there, which is easier, but I felt like if I stay there, I feel like the game will be too easy. It will be quite boring for me. So my goal was to transfer to NBPL because that is the highest level of competition for the game. I always look at their winning perspective. Like in Bilibili, there are videos where the players who won the tournament or like each game are posted on the website, and then I just look at them and try to see what they do differently compared to me, and then try to apply it myself on the next tournaments. During the day of the qualifier, on the last day, I didn't get any sleep. I think it's because I was too nervous and excited, I guess. I was too tired, but I was also happy. I still make it to Jacob. Kicked one of the emperors, they call it in China, which is DRG. I think of myself as always good under pressure. I think I can manage the pressure quite easily. For my own goals, I would try to at least get top 5, and if I can do that, I would try to maybe be at the same level as Spider and maybe Mike also, because that's also my last year's goal. I go into Jacob and go into stage, and when they call my name, a lot of people were cheering for me too.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Oof. It's getting spicy out there in Holoroth on Morris Isle, as we're going to be going over there very, very soon. And now I left you with a little bit of a question. And unfortunately, I cannot see the chat, I cannot see you guys, but I'm sure some of you probably got it. But the answer, or what I was talking about, was where with that Storm Stride, right, you can utilize extremely well with forcing Pulse Sword and Greatsword into stone form. And then if you're dodging when you're in between those attacks that you're doing, so you do an RMB or an LMB into a quick dodge into another one, and then you slightly delay, you do like a millisecond blue hold, and you can wait, and then you can see if that Storm Stride comes in, and it's actually going to stagger the player out of that stone form, and it's a really useful thing if you're trying to break down that defense. I probably shouldn't be telling people this, considering that I'm a Greatsword in
I was gonna say.
I am willing to share with the people, and yeah, it's very interesting. Works with Draco Storm as well, and it's very painful to do.
Yeah. Or, you know, you just got the budget way and you slap them out of stone.
True. Well, yeah, you can slap. You can slap them. Give them a little slap.
Because, like, Storm Stride, it's an expensive Soul Jade to get. That is
getting
legendary.
that Soul Jade is not easy. You don't always find it. I mean, in ranked, it's a little bit easier, but in Immortal War, certainly hard to find.
Yeah. Very, very costly. As opposed to Slap, which you have right away.
For free.
You get for free. Exactly.
No. I mean, Slap does get stone formed if they release the focus in time.
Yes.
However, you know, people aren't always expecting the Slap.
Yeah. What we are going to be expecting, though, is going to be that double Syra pick lockout coming on through from these players in the first round selection, which this time around is going to be Spider and Mines. The question becomes, what does everybody else in this lobby utilize to try to get around it? Raven has been absolutely raving about the ACOS being able to utilize the double jump in that V2 to avoid a lot of the RMBs, since if you can avoid the RMBs, it's much easier to be able to avoid the follow-up of the LMB. We've started to see the Valdas just decide to pop the V2 and face tank all of the damage, and understanding that as long as they just know that they're going to get hit by the stun, they're still going to have the health to be able to tank through the 16-second duration and reset back into that neutral fight, where again both of those players have combo breaks that can be utilized both aggressively and defensively. Hardies have now started cancelling their ultimate so that they can reposition in a way that the Syra is not ready to be able to try and chase down, and we're still seeing things like the Liam as well getting locked in. That's probably going to be a double pick of the Liam from these players in the third round selection coming on through, so that they can utilize the Auric Blade teleport to just bounce out of the space entirely, as Wufeng opts for the Justina. So the opportunity for free Liams is going to be on the table, and you know what? Mike is going to snap that up immediately.
He is indeed. There it is. Mike, along with Zeldingt, are going to be picking up that Liam. So we've got the triple Liam Liu lobby coming in for our third game. Now, 5th and 6th round selection. What are we going to have? Arano picking up that Valda. Will Frostivus be following suit or no?
Tammy.
Going for the Tomolk, it seems. Interesting to note. Paste and T2D5 coming up next. Will we see another Valda? There it is. Pace going to be locking in that Valda, I believe, and T2D5.
Triple Valda.
Triple Valda. Okay, this is going to be ugly. We've got the triple Valda, the triple Liam.
Yep.
We've got the double Syra, double Hardy, and then a lonely Tomolk and Justina.
Yeah.
So this is going to be interesting. The end game is going to be, it depends on whether or not these Valdas are going to make it to that end game. Because the other players are certainly going to want to captivate them. They want to get them out. But the Syras, will the Syras be friendly perhaps a little bit? You know, we don't really care about the Valdas. Let's get rid of the Tomolk. Let's get rid of the other guys. But perhaps easier targets to take down, like the Hardy. You can just chase him around. It's not too bad.
But I mean, the Syra might want the Temi to make it, is the thing, because they ignore the Temi CC. If they're in the V1 and a Wisp comes out, they don't get scooped up by it. They do not ignore the ultimate. They do get swept up into the slow of the wind wall. However, having that Tumult, being able to set up these players into that CC, which they can then build into a stun RMB into that dazzle LMB follow through, without having to worry about the multi-wave fight. Since Syra ignores the Temi CC, but she also ignores the Justina CC as well. And that's V1, so Wufong is going to have maximum amount of dashes as well as the combo breaker on the F2, but he is not going to have the ability of freezing those players through hyper armor of the blue focus hold.
No, he may be able to find those staggers, but we'll have to see what happens here. But we're going to be jumping into Morris Isle very, very soon. Here we have that question, that prediction that we've been putting out for each game. Will the top scoring player be using Syra? Now, considering her performance so far, I would say it's pretty safe to say yes. However, considering that there are 3 Liams and 3 Valdas in the lobby, they might get farmed, they might get put out relatively early. So it's up in the air. It's not decided. It's not one over the other necessarily.
I would hedge my bets, and I would wait a little bit of time to see if the Syras died.
Well, I'm not sure how long you can.
That is true. That is very true.
Wait until the last possible second till you have.
Syra is weak on drops. Syra is weak on drops when she doesn't have the ultimate. To the extent that we're seeing some of these players pick up the early rage build coming on through, and you can actually see Spider went for it. His initial rage building, and he's already on 33%. Of the ultimate, just the way that Mike plays this Syra, and because of this, all of this damage that he's getting onto T2D5 is making it halfway already to that V1. So if TE Star tries to get aggressive and anticipate that Syra being without ultimate, he could get caught unawares into a very fast stun.
He could indeed. Initial rage, very interesting that we're seeing it come out from multiple different players. It is a very big investment, however, I will say, because initial rage, you're sacrificing the potential of getting extra rage for damage dealt and taken after having gotten an elimination on the other side, and you're not getting rage per damage dealt, just on base increase. So it's a big investment, and you have to really, really focus on making sure that your early game is giving you as much value as possible. Otherwise, getting that is not worth it.
Spider kills Star in the LMB.
Taking him down, already has that ult up and running, and he's making use of it, and that is a worthwhile investment indeed. But here we're taking a look at a fight between Zeldink and Verse. Zeldink, no combo breaker, didn't have it up, wasn't able to break out until just now, does finally use it. Verse trying to chase him down, the scale rush comes through, but immediately getting put into the blender that is the dual Halbert's horizontal focus, taking him up into the air. No follow-up, unfortunately, but they're both, I reckon, Zeldink's
the cannon though!
Disengage the cannon shot. The AoE might catch him, the RMB, the vertical, he turns around with a quick LMB, but the parry, the combo break, he's 1 HP in a dream, trying to make it out alive, the gap in the floor, no, he's not able to get there, but he turns around, breaks some ankles. Verse, he's in front of him, does he find him? The cannon shot, he goes for the bell instead, a clank will kill him, and there it is. Verse takes that elimination, eliminates a Liam brother down in that what's this lake called again? I can never remember.
Jade Pond?
Jade Point, that was it. I knew the name. Thank you, Moxie. There we are. We're back up. Seeing Spider and Mines go at it. Mines with purple armor, though.
Yeah, Spider 77% to that next V1, though. So that armor discrepancy going to be ignored if Spider can have access to a 1,500 health shield. Goes for the spacing away from that RMB. Does not manage to step back into it when that focus strike is still going to be active to find the parry. Ooh. Does get hit by the stun dazzle coming out from the opposing Cyrus F1, and the overhold on the RMB from the fist blades is going to force Spider to part with his own combo break. Does have that V1 available. Mine's also having that V1 available. Both of these Cyrus playing the game of chicken to see who is going to go for that ultimate first. Spider bends the knee. Mines is going to have his available for a little bit longer, but you can see all of that shielding does not matter as everyone is just healing themselves right back up into with the RMB. Spider trying to find the connection of that horizontal, forces the other Siren to forcing out that combo break, and Mines now trying to back on off with the fist blades, goes for the overhold, but the backs on off will be able to find the parry into jump LMB, tech chase onto Spider, who goes for the back step into fan 1, 2, 3, overholds into the RMB, finds the connection, goes for the full commitment afterwards, and Mind managing to find one hit of the focus before turning around, extends the combo with the slap, but Spider with the jump parry into that longsword tempo change up, finds the RMB focus and follow through, and there it is again, just like we talked about, extended 1v1s let you condition your opponents into certain timings, as Frostivus finds a parry and forces out both the F and the V2 from the Volder.
Oh my goodness, that fight from Spider, beautifully done, very well played, very patient indeed. But here we are, we're not slowing down just yet. Frostivus, barely, just barely getting clipped by that Valda Spear, having forced it out, gotten 2 back-to-back parries with the pole sword, very nice indeed, but unfortunately he got a little bit forced into a claustrophobic situation next to that hay bale, forced to not really be able to get away from that Valda Spear, and now forced to use his ultimate, but now we're going back to the fight. The combo breaks come out. Frostivus, gets caught on the cross, forced to use that wisp, going up into the sky. Arano waiting down below, gets caught on the dodge, beautifully done. The weapon swap, Frostivus takes him down. Let's go. That was really nice. The pistol shot, baiting him out, spacing it, trying to bait him into use that pistol, immediately turning around with that vertical from that halberd, utilizing the weapon swap to great effect.
I mean, speaking about spacing as well, look at where he was taking the fight, just like Mike. On the edges of that zone, using the Tammy ultimate to threaten cutting out the amount of space that these players have active when terms of dodging out of that zone damage, as we can have a look and see Mind looking for that recovery stage. Yet again, another player trying to recover inside this zone. Zal with the exact same idea, goes for the commitment of the RMB from the Hung Sword, but Mind with the commitment of the Syra ultimate, finds the connection onto this Liam, and Zell is forced into full disengaging with the Auric Blades to just get the spacing away from that LMB reach. Manages to turn it onto the Syra, but the combo breaker of the F1 allows Mines to live a little bit longer. Zell looking for the parry, now just has to get one single hit. Mines with the slap into the spear horizontal connection, just trying to utilize the distance, any form of stagger that he could to keep that Liam at an arm's length. It is not going to be enough, and we're going to have a look at a quick replay to see Mike with the pitter-patter on that staff. Does not manage to find the overhold on the RMB that he's been looking for. The 1, the 2, the overhold now into the commitment, into that purple state focus. Polaris going lower and lower, looking for the RMB. Mike having to dodge away from Polaris with the combo breaker invested. Manages to find one armor fighter before grappling back into this fight, but he gets caught out by that Hung Sword coming on through. Now the ultimate activation comes on out. One Auric Sword already going to be invested. Gets another connection of the RMB, but gets parried. Polaris anticipating the focus commitment, finds the parry and the elimination. Mike has found a turnaround though. He, instead of going into Realm of Yang, he's got his insurance card. He's opening one of those caves, understanding that though it gives his position away to the players, everyone else is preoccupied.
Indeed, they are preoccupied here. They are in the Realm of Yang. Spider, the current kill leader, up against T225. We've seen this matchup plenty of times come through. The Valda versus the Syra. T225 having his combo breaker forced out, now trying to kite away over to those pillars, utilizing this pillar, trying to stay out of sight, threatening that scale rush, trying to buy time until his combo breaker comes back on up as he wants to look for another neutral engagement. Catches him on the dodge after having sent him back with that focus attack. Is he going to be able to get the full carousel? No, he is not. The combo break's going to come through. Spider does have that cooldown reduction coming on in, and now he's going to be pulling out that ultimate. T225 responding with his own. Going to try and catch one heal at the very least if he can, but it is not to be. This is what's wrong with this matchup for the Valda. She can't do anything against this character. Syra is just going to make it impossible for you to get the reset while your ult is active.
Yeah, but the Valda's ult was active a little bit longer than the Syra's. Although Spider with the R&B spam has the full health access, the Valda unfortunately not going to be in that same situation. We'll be able to find the scale rush. Doesn't manage to find the full extension with the hit of that Syra combo breaker. As Spider now utilizing the change up into that nunchucks to try and put himself onto the pillar and skirmish with the Hong Sword.
Indeed, and look what has happened again. T225 has that Phantom Step and it's activated in the second half of this fight. And look at it, it's turning around. Spider is having such a tough time. Exactly what we saw earlier on in that Realm of Yang, but he finds the catch into the 2-1-1. And he takes him down.
Spider just managing to time that Realm of Yang. That would have been really bad news. That would have been rough. If both the Valda and the Syra had the dead of Yang depletion, we would have seen such an aggression continuing on in this lobby. As heading over now towards Celestra, Polaris, it looks like, is the player that is being targeted down by everybody. Is utilizing that bridge and the Hardy's ultimate movement to keep himself ahead of the crowd, trying to find those resets, breaks his way into those buildings, trying to cut the noise and break the ankles of everyone chasing him down, disappearing amongst the many streets and alleys that Celestra provides. As FPX's Verse now going head-to-head against TE Star. Spirit versus Spear. Star with the early commitment, finds the focus connection. Verse going lower and lower though. Has the Ori! He baits the Hardy! He forces the Hardy's position to close up by baiting the health reset. And then he comes around with the 180 Auric Blade, anticipating the Hardy trying to cut him down and stop that heal.
That is rough indeed. He just... he reads him. You gotta expect it there, buddy. One thing that he could have potentially done is look to try and fake him out, pretend as though he's gonna come in and deny the heal, and then bait him into stop healing or to use that Auric Sword, getting that rage out of him there. But here we are with taking a look at this engagement between Spider and T225. We've got that Vermilion Bird's Might on Spider, but T225 doesn't have that thing to work with here. He does have that big shield from the ultimate, but so does Syra. It's not really enough to warrant sticking around in the storm and trying to force this fight. T225 immediately gonna head on out, gonna head over towards Jade Pond, and look at that actually, SS1 paced. He's in soul form. He might look to resurrect here and might try and find a third-party situation.
Frostivus now with Yang depletion, having to go head-to-head against X1's Wufong. The V1 freeze into the prediction of where that tumult is going to be sent from the uppercut into the refreeze. Yeah. The reason that we went for that, we knew it was over.
As soon as I saw it, I knew it was over. He'd used his F already, the wisp flying around him.
No ultimate. No player on the mini-map to try and find that third-party interruption.
Yeah, that might have saved him potentially.
Yeah, that was just a straight-up 100-0, and that is one of the things that Justina can provide. She is one of those heroes who has access to a touch of death, which is one of the reasons why she's probably always going to be sticking around in terms of that solo meta, especially since with everyone now utilizing the F2 instead of the F1, she's got a combo break.
I mean, she's very versatile. Her ultimate with that V1 gives her the ability to disengage, to third-party play, multi multi-way, have that potential reset, do all sorts of different things. There's lots of little different finesses that you can use with that Justina ultimate. The double dash, you know, you get them out the blue focus stagger, immediately dash again to get that freeze, but you're committing to. You know, it's a very high tempo mechanical character that takes a considerable amount of work to truly master, and it's not always easy. However, you know, it does have that TOD potential, but you're committing a lot of those resources, which I think is actually quite good. One thing that NARAKA has sort of headed towards is that they removed certain TODs and infinites.
Yeah,
that
fan
were
infinite, heaven step.
Yeah. No weapon, like no just weapon infinites. Now there are still character infinites, but you have to commit that resource, and I kind of like that. I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing. I like that you have to commit that resource. But here we are. We've got quite a lot of committal coming out between OUG's Mike and LY Polaris here in this rematch. Polaris actually having the advantage in terms of health, but Mike has that ultimate available.
Yeah, is he gonna bait the Hardy close? Has to burn the combo break off that parry coming out from Polaris though. Goes for the pistol swap before going back into that fan, just closing up the distance. The closer he can get to this Hardy, the more value the R&B on that fan has in terms of threatening the spacing. But Polaris outplaying Mike with the nunchuck commitment. Now coming on through. Mike with the 1 and the 2 into that Auric will be able to find the connection onto the Hardy, but does not get the follow-up he was looking for with that focus, rather the combo break. And Polaris is taking his chances against both Mike and the gods of NARAKA themselves. Will Moonbane look favorably on Polaris? No! They do! Polaris baits Mike into the minefield of the Moonbane, and both AoEs hit the Liam. While the Hardy looks free.
Oh, Sunwing and Moonbane. They do not look kindly onto OUG's Mike. He does get eliminated, unfortunate to say the least, but here we are, back in the realm of Yang, ladies and gentlemen. A fight taking place between a WBG Spider and SS1 Pace. Pace in a bad spot. I really want to get round to talking about this interaction because it's something that really, I think, needs to be recognized. And it might give some of these characters, some of these players, a little bit more insight in how to deal with Syra, because it looks as though quite a few are having trouble. Evidently, Pace, unfortunately, going down to Spider, but hey, good for Spider. Look at how many kills he's got, 5 eliminations.
He's got 2 legendary weapons.
He's got quite a lot under his belt. He's feeling pretty good about himself. He was looking locked in going into this game, and he is certainly setting himself up for success going into the last moment.
He's got 3 legendary weapons.
Buddy,
I stand corrected.
Alrighty, he's got quite a bit to work with. I would say he's got all the resources, all the grapples. He is a very happy chap. But you know who's not very happy?
Paced.
SS1 Pace.
Yeah. SS1's Pace is not going to be happy on that Valda. He's going to be kiting over towards Waterball. Drops down, just wanting to check out whether or not a player has been here to break those boxes and then pick up some of the money left behind. But also, he's been able to scout out that Fireflies are still going to be around. It looks like FPX's verse didn't pick them up.
Odd indeed. I'm not sure what he's doing. I think he's just trying to wait out the Yang depletion situation.
I think he's hiding. Like, look at where he is. He's close to Waterfall, so that if he does get pressured and has to use his ultimate, he can kite over and pick the Fireflies up and
go in,
get a couple parts of his rage back. And you can actually see he does not currently have his ultimate, but he's also not revealing himself because he understands, okay, if I play away from the interior of the rest of the map, I'm less likely to get run over by a player who's going to have a buff, having come out from a Realm of Yangwin, which he knows is going to be a Syra, because a Syra just killed a Valda, and B, he's going to be able to be out of the path of these players with Yang depletion who's going to have to take a fight. Players like SS1's Pace, who is probably going to be running into YZG's T25, but they're both on Valda, which is a problem. They do not want to try and take fights against each other right now because the Valdas need other Valdas to make it to that endgame situation so that when everyone else in the lobby looks at that hero and understands that she has that advantage in terms of the heal-up situation, you have another Valda to take the heat away from you, and you can try and survive a little bit longer. Unfortunately for SS1's pace, there's 3 Valdas in this lobby.
Yeah, there's
and
quite a few of
all of them are currently alive. So the options that he has for target prioritization on the 8 players left have now been cut down because there's 3 Valdas, 3 things that you do not want to try and target through. That then cuts your options to 5.
Indeed, Paced. He needs this Soul Bloom sooner rather than later. That 5-minute timer is now ticked down halfway, leaving him with 2 minutes and 30 seconds and counting left to get his hands on this flower. It's not going to be easy at all. As we can see, Zeldingt is doing an excellent job of kiting around this terrain, utilizing this wall, this building, these corridors to stay on his toes. Happy Feet, he's out of there with the fan, with the dagger. The scale rush is coming on in and keeping him on the move.
Spider's got Dreadful Will.
Oh.
On a legendary dagger. I just saw the shadow effects coming on through when he was moving around those rooftops. Zell, unfortunately, does not have Dreadful Will. He does have that fan, so he's going to be able to try and scourge his way, but he's coming under so much focus. He knows that one of these players has Yang depletion and is going to try and force that issue. His best opportunity is trying to survive as long as possible so that Yang depletion takes that player out, forces out the Valda F2, has been able to reposition with the teleport from his ultimate onto that rooftop, back onto the low ground to try and skirmish back on through, and he does the exact same thing again. He's trying to utilize his ultimate teleport, not to turn attention onto a player, but just to reposition so that he can skirmish out of the reach of all of these players, because again, he understands he's being targeted because of Yang depletion. He doesn't need to find an elimination, he just needs to outlive.
He does indeed. He is schmoving though. He's still going. This man, that crazy APM, he is still on the move, but he may have run in to that flank, to that pincer maneuver, and T225 is actually going to be able to take him down here, and they're very willing, it seems, to allow for this Soul Bloom pickup. They're not really all that bothered. They know that there's a Valda with Yang depletion, and they'd much rather not be left in a situation where they're fewer numbers and they get focused out, because we've talked about it before, we talk about it all the time. If you are a unique character, if you are a character that does extremely well in endgame, you have that win condition, you can just press a button and get first place, you're going to get focused down. If you're a Hardy and there's no other characters that, like I just mentioned, you're gonna get focused because you have that fire tick, you can get the kills, you can get those eliminations. If you're Syra, it's the same thing. It all comes down to these little interactions, and you have to be very mindful.
Oh, they're contesting the Syra on this one.
Yeah.
For the first time, it feels like we're actually seeing a full-on contestment of the Spirit World. There are indeed 3 Valdas. So one Valda can go for that V2 activation and force the Syra into throwing out that V1, while some others get to hold on to their ultimate, because this Spirit World, you need to tick it up. T225 goes for the first connection of that Valda ultimate. Spider steps up to the plate to try and contest. There's the Syra V1, stun dazzle onto T225. He's trying to have everybody else in this lobby see that the Valda getting stunned is going to be vulnerable even with that additional health, and hope that when T225 drops out of the ultimate, he's going to be so low that he has to fall on back. But here's the problem for Spider. Other Valdas still have their V2 as well. The F2 comes on through directly over the Spirit World so that Spider can't hold his own, and he knows he's not going to be able to grab the Spirit Well. What he can do is kill T225, but no, he doesn't get the elimination. Polaris gets both the kill and the bloom, and Spider is denied the opportunity of rebuilding his V1 before Spirit Well can be recontested, and that secures it for Arano.
That is crazy. Spider actually created a situation. He manufactured this whole sequence of events so that one of the Valdas actually ends up going down. He knows he can contest, he can stand strong and stay there and potentially not get taken down, because he can heal while the Valda cannot. And then he immediately, once focusing down that Valda, once forcing him into a really bad spot as he comes out of ultimate, goes, hides, leaves him to the wolves in the rest of that area, in that that space, and everyone fully fiends this player down, eliminating a Valda whilst there are still 2 more. Getting, you know, a little bit of participation. He's already got 5 kills, but it was in his interest to eliminate one of these win condition players, one of these win condition characters going into the end game so that he is going to have a better chance himself. But Polaris, he's in a really bad spot right now. The combo is coming through. No ultimate to speak of. He does have that combo breaker, but he's got very little health to work with. Getting that armor swap, he is going to be able to live for a little bit longer. But the assault smolder, oh my goodness, that is heartbreaking for Polaris. He does go down. Oh, Arano. Watch out, buddy. That's a little close for comfort there.
Yeah, but Spider, there's another reason why Spider is more than happy to let these other players take the eliminations. He's on 5 kills.
Yeah, he's chilling.
He knows that he has the most amount of kills currently. If it goes down to who gets MVP, and it's off of ranking points or even a kill score multiplier, Spider is content that he is in the best possible position. Oh, Arana almost went down to zone damage. Whew, that would have been awkward. Spider is in the best possible position to walk away with the MVP because of the 5 eliminations he's already picked up. And he actually waited for the Valda to move away from that corruption damage before he reveals himself, rolling out of that invisibility bush and coming on through to hide behind this building, activating Tuna at the same time. As we can actually see that X1's Wufong on that Justina does not want to reveal himself as well, and both of them are more than content to let the Valdas just try and hunt to minimize some of the room that is going to be available when this next fight continues.
Yes, indeed, and I'm sure they are very well aware that the other players are mindful in that Spider doesn't have ultimate. They know this. They've probably calculated, okay, he had ult that long ago, he used it, he probably is getting closer and closer, but he might still be vulnerable. So as soon as he shows his face, he's going to get focused down, and there it is. We can see it happening before our eyes. The 2 Valdas are taking it upon themselves to focus down Spider, but Spider, he's managed to regenerate that ultimate just in time. Now, turning onto Arano is going to force this engagement. He's going to come out of it full HP, whereas Arano is not. This is actually a really good situation for him because he's going to get Arano lobbied, but it's going to cost him his ultimate, and he might be in a little bit of danger. Oh, it times out. The immunity comes through. The cannon shots coming in. Arano now stuck up against the wall. Scale rushing up, away. Does have that combo breaker still ready to go, but he's 1 HP. Are they not going to turn on him? What's going on? He's 1 HP in a dream, and he's going to get a full reset.
I mean, the threat of the F1. He's got the combo break as well as the ability to break above the brick wall, as opposed to if you get stunned out, you're going to be stuck in zone damage. And the second that you have to try and get out, you're going to have to skill rush off of that wall, which means that you're going to be
no, I mean the Valda. How are they
that
letting
is true, yeah.
I mean, the Valda got to go get a full reset. No,
so did the Syra, though. The Syra, like,
Syra,
behind the wall.
That was what you said. Like,
to get a full reset.
Put yourself in a dangerous position. It's going to be hard to actually deny it.
Wufong still has this Justina ultimate. Is trying to do exactly what Spider did, just put token resistance up against these Valdas to force that V2. They don't want the elimination, they just want the ultimate off of the table. The problem is that there are multiple Valdas still in play, and enough time has passed that there's been a costume change. No one knows which Valda burned the V2 and which still has it available. We know that it's SS1's pace, and he's the one who's throwing out these continuous wild wind spikes, more than happy to let Arano take that front line position and get lobbied down, as Spider does get lobbied down. The LMB connection off of that spear, but it's not the spear that picks up the kill. It's EWG's Arano with that pistol managing to snipe it out. From the back, we can see Pace still committing these wild wind spikes far enough away that he's not going to get parried, sending them onto both of these players, pushing them into that storm damage as Wufong is forced into going for that ultimate. The V1 from the Justina manages to find the freeze onto Arana, but he's inside that Valda V2. Wufong now utilizing another of those dashes to try and put more distance between himself and everybody else, but he's not going to be able to lose the attention of the lobby. He tried to offer up the freeze onto the Valda and then reposition, but it was not a sacrifice Verse was willing to take.
That is sad to see indeed. He does go down, and now Verse, He's in hot water, so to speak, between two Valdas, one with Wild Windspout continuously holding and sending these out, these little tornadoes, making it very hard to space and effectively and stay out of danger. But oh, the betrayal, Paste, sending it the other way. Arano pushed into zone, losing a little bit of that HP, but both of these players are on Valda. Arano doesn't have that ultimate, however, Paste does indeed have it available to him. He is going to be popping it now, armoring through that Oryx sword, the RMB in the air, gonna slam down, but he's knocked into the zone. He does not care, sending out these fist blade hits. Arano trying to get something to happen, but it's not gonna be the case. Paste is gonna come out on top, and what did we say, Moxie? Valda, you got that ult, you press that button, you're coming out on top in that first place placement. Not always guarantees the MVP, but this time around it certainly has. Paste securing that MVP in game number 3. Morris Isle pre-final solos. He's bound to be happy, but he's not showing it. He's locked in, he's ready for the next one, as are all of us at home. Moxie, it's getting a bit oogly. There's a lot of this and that strategy.
Yeah.
Now from Spider, we love to see it. It's good and entertaining to watch. I still want to go through this point at some point, perhaps not today, perhaps another day, but it's interesting to see how the dynamic is shifting, how these players, how these characters are interacting with each other around the Spirit Well as well.
That Spirit Well contest, oh, it was juicy. A lot of really fun players getting to come on through. I adore the Spirit Well change, because like the macro that it brings to solos and how you can effectively utilize it to bait players' positions, or you can camp it, or you can just go for it and just manage to pick it up when everyone else is looking at a different objective. Like, whenever someone murder goggles onto somebody else in a lobby, you always see one player just dip away from the fight and be like, yeah, you guys stick over there. I'm gonna go grab this buff, and I'm gonna get the overall win, because it isn't about winning the battle, it's about winning the war.
Exactly.
And we had 3 Valdas winning the second that phase selection went through. We were looking at the 3 Liams, we were looking at the 3 Valdas, and we were like, if all of those Valdas make it to the heal-off situation, they're in the driver's seat. They've got the V2. No one else is going to want to actually try and target them down, because it's that mutual assured destruction. You're going to try and target the Valda, but the thing is, you're not going to be able to kill her, because it's a 2-step process.
Yep.
When you fight a Valda, you have to pull your punches. You have to hold something back, because the first time that you fight the Valda, you're forcing the V2. You're not doing it to kill her.
Yeah, no, it was very interesting play coming out from Spider there. He was literally the only person who could have possibly done anything, and he pulls the trigger, he's able to contest it, and he's actually able to force T225 out of that Spirit Well, putting him in a very bad spot, making him low enough that everybody turned on him. No, it didn't matter if you were friendly before. The betrayal comes in from the Valdas, Polaris taking advantage of it, and I believe he did pick up that kill in the end.
Yeah.
Able to catch that elimination. Very nice for him indeed. But yeah, Spider then fades into the background, hides his way back into the game, getting that rage charge back up, and able to come on back into that end zone where, I talked about it, he immediately got focused. That's why it happened. He needed to get rid of one of the Valdas to hope to even have a chance, because going into that end game, he was going to get lobbied. That's exactly what happened. With only 2 Valdas in the lobby, it still happened.
True, but he still had a very good Siren game,
absolutely.
which is what you need to do. When you're in phase 1, you need to have a pop-off Siren game. Your points need to be exceeding something like the 7 marker for you to be able to find yourself having a win. And you can see that Spider, he covered his back. He went with that initial rage. We saw the impact of it at the beginning. He was able to come through some really fast surprise kills off of the ultimate those players were not prepared for, but that then had a domino effect into the end game, because like you said, when you go for that initial rage build, sacrifices have to be made. The impact that you get from that is small. It is only at the beginning of these rounds, as opposed to the rest of the soul glyphs that you could have had access to, which are felt throughout the entire lobby.
Yeah, no, it's everything changes everything a little bit. So NARAKA has developed so much, you know. those of you at home who have been around since the very, very beginning, I've been around since the one of the betas just before it fully released. You know, I'm not sure when did you...
Yoto and Justina's solos, man. That was my NARAKA starting point.
It's changed so much that it's deepened in so many different ways, like the macro being like big picture stuff, like all of that, all of the items that you can now buy in the Darktide Rift dealer. It adds to the scaling potential. It does so much. There's so much going on in NARAKA, so many different variables. It is so fun to talk about, so fun to actually like figure out, discuss, and spectate, and just be spectators too. I absolutely love it, and hey, I bet Paste is absolutely loving the fact that he was able to get that MVP in that game, as there he is, 7.8 game score. Spider coming in second, as he said. He had a really good Syra game. It wasn't the best, could have been a little bit better, but six points is not too shabby whatsoever.
Yeah, you can tell like these players taking full advantage of the rule change, where it means that the last player is the only one who gets that kill score multiplier, as opposed to what it has been in the past, so that if you find those kills at any point in that game, even if you don't make it all the way to end, you're still going to be able to find all of the impact, as well as pushing your points up.
Indeed. Here we are with the total leaderboard. Mines, unfortunately, not able to find his footing in that 12th place position. Polaris Star, Zeldin Frost, T225. And it's pretty close between 10th and 7th. There's 2.5 points difference. That can change very, very quickly. Now in that top 6, we have Spider in 6th with 11, Mike 11.5, Verse 12.1, Arano 12.5, Paste 14.3, and Wufong sitting atop of it all off the back of his Game 2 massacre of a game. Absolutely insane for him.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, though, that some of those players towards the tail end of that leaderboard, they haven't had that Syra game. That's the way that you can sort of track how the phases have been going on. As we can have a look at these replays. Brought to you by Thunder Robot, that Spider getting to track down all of the follow-up damage from that parry into the RMB release of the focus hit of that longsword. And now we can have a look at him taking this fight against a Valda inside that Realm of Yang, the uppercut extension leading into the focus commitment. There's T225 with the horizontal commitment of the longsword into the change-up of the R&B commitment, managing to just continue mixing up how the other Valda wants to anticipate this next fight going.
Very nice indeed. And here, Spider up against Pace in the Realm of Yang, just able to dictate the pace of the fight. It's just beautifully done. He recognizes that Pace has that little bit too much HP for him to be able to eliminate him with that single hit focus attack, and he has that combo breaker. Hits him with a couple little pistol shots, takes him down low enough, makes sure that he has no chance of combo breaking out, and fully eliminates him, taking it that Realm of Yang for himself. And then Pace coming in with that boom, the spear going in, eliminating both of those players at the end of it all. Neither, well, we saw the Liam ult, but no Valda ultimate for the other Valda. Was not able to get it in time, and Pace with that MVP. Look at that. He's got 19,000 damage, 8,000 healing, 4 eliminations. You know, the majority done with that fan, as he did have that wild wind spout to be expected with the Phantom Step, the Tuna. Very nice indeed for him.
Yeah, I mean, we are continuing to get to see the impact of that Tuna, both in solos and in trios, and it's exceptionally important for these heroes that rely on that ultimate being the absolute last option, right? For a Valda, for a Syra, when you pop your ultimate, players back off because they understand two-step process. First step has been achieved. Now you just have to wait the ultimate out before coming back on in. So having that Tuna, as well as the fact that Valda is one of those heroes that inside the ultimate, even though she gets a different health bar for that V2 activation, she can still heal back her original health bar with both Vitalia, but also with something like Tuna.
Indeed, Tuna is extremely good indeed. One thing that's really, really handy as well is that if you got that Valda ultimate or the Syra ultimate and you got White Tiger's prowess, you're going to be able to do exactly the same thing. But here we are, take it away, Moxie. We've got the answer for treasures.
Yes, our question. Game number 3 is going to be which hero did OUG's Mike use in game number 3? Was it A, Hardy? Was it B, Liam? Was it C, Tumult? Or was it D, Takeda? That would be a very rare instance, an occurrence indeed in 2024. But the reason why we're asking about OUG's Mike is because we're going to be joined by OUG's Mike on the desk. Hello and welcome to the English broadcast.
Hi everyone, this is Igor, and let's Mike do a soft introduction. 那先给大家做个自我介绍吧。
Hello everyone, I'm Mike.
欢迎 Mike 来到赛后采访。Okay, Moxie, hello, and Mike here.
So first of all, one thing that we have to ask, because Syra is as strong as she is in solos, we're seeing a lot of people trying to figure out the best way of dealing with her. One thing that you showcased was the ACOS. Do you think that ACOS is the strongest way of being able to fight a Syra one-on-one?
就是在面对希拉上面，其实大家现在都在想一个怎么去解决希拉这个大难题的一个方法。但是目前看起来，好像麦克自己去针对希拉有一定的说法，也有一个自己的想法，能不能跟我们分享一下？能不能用英文？尽量试试看，试试看好不好？
因为我的翻滚都不会说，打希拉就翻滚啊。我觉得打希拉其实你就用那个凌波去躲他的光球，你躲着柱子用掩体去别被他那个左键给知道就好了。其实他那个左键伤害很高，但你只要不被他一直知道的话，你也不会吃多少伤害，就一直翻滚。你说这么专业的词我怎么会？
我觉得相信你的好吧 ，Mike， 你可以试试看。OK， 那还是我来翻译吧。OK，so for Mike, he think it's the best way he think to deal with the Sarah is to use the shift, and also he think the left click is really have high damage when using like nearby the house or using the wall. So it's the best way he think now can like do to Sarah.
Ah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so looking at the fact that you last year for 2023 won J-Cup and then came into MVPL and won the spring season, but you lost 2024's summer to Spider, did that change up any way that you approached coming in ahead of this year's tournament?
好的，我们也看到，其实之前啊，麦克在NBPL 当中算是一个大满贯的状态。你拿下了像去年的我们的整个大满贯，包括我们的这个捷杯，但今年呢，看起来在夏季赛当中也是非常遗憾，让 Spider 把这个冠军给捧走了。哎，对你来说，这个上面会对你有什么改变吗？
感觉就是你，怎么说？这个是属于就是在试东西吧。就是夏季赛，我觉得其实输一下也没啥问题嘛。然后你总不能一直赢嘛。一直赢感觉会有那种心理压力，你输一下其实感觉会好很多。其实。
Okay, so to be honest, I think if I always won, and I think maybe I have too much pressure on me in the matches. And for me, I think sometimes lose a little bit, it can make me relax, and it doesn't mean anything can change. Just like relax myself and adjust my psychology.
We're starting to see you go head-to-head with SS1's Paced a lot. In fact, the other day, I believe you fought him 5 times inside a Realm of Yang. Do you think that the new blood is starting to become the old guard's rivals, or do you still consider Spider to be your top competition?
而且我们也可以看到，在今天包括之前的比赛当中，最近啊 SS1 的 Pace 老是跟你有一个正面的交锋，特别是在回阳镜当中。你觉得现在你最大的劲敌还是 Spider， 还是说有所改变呢？
我觉得回阳镜本来就是我的弱项嘛，然后在回阳镜我可能不是那么强嘛，然后我觉得回阳镜其实我打过人挺多的，然后我觉得就是但比赛也不是只有回阳镜，我觉得就是这些东西还是比较看全面来说的话，拥有这些就是给我很大压力的就 Spider。
Okay, so to be honest, like the Realm of Beyond is my weakness part in the game, but for me, I think solo game not only have the weakness, only have the Realm of Beyond, we have another fight and another details, so I think it's not means anything. And at last, I think it's time, and maybe Mike can cheer up for yourself in English, okay? 用英文给自己说个祝福，好不好？在 J-Cup 当中，向我们的外国观众朋友们也给大家吃一个定心丸 ，OK？ 对，祝福你自己。英文啊。
day day happy， 然后day day happy， 然后不知道了。
Just day happy， 天天开心。Okay, thank you for today's interview. Thank you, Mike, to come to the post-game interview, and thank you, Moxie and Mike, and we will see you later.
situation comes out towards this. Balda still doesn't have ultimate proc. We go for that swap from the dual blades from the katana neutral. The RMBs comes out. Polaris isn't even having hands on pulling out for proc of the ultimate.
A little bit too much in terms of that focus striker connection, as both of these players going to be going for some of those slaps. Frostivus will be able to find the kill with the nunchucks onto WBG Spider, but he is going to be incredible. He does have the combo breaker on that ult. Goes for the full meter jump though, and Jack falls for it! Frostivus baited!
Focused down by a lot of these players. Polaris recognizes that this is the Hardy. This may indeed be that Hardy who he took down in the Realm of Yang, and he may have that Yang depletion still active. Oh my goodness. Oh, the erudition, and Polaris gets the kill. Oh my god, no, what's going on?
Ronald's still getting pelted in the corner. He's looking for the RMBs. The combo breaker is used while Ronald repositions to go back in. It's an even fight from this point on, which is not necessarily coming back in for a heal. Spider will still take the aggression, must be shot, take the purple hit from the spear, and there is going to be that kill.
5 does not manage to find the punishment, but will be able to force the combo breaker out early. He goes into the flop state though, and the RMB from that staff is going to absolutely mince his health bar down. Comes on through with the F into the LMB from the first place before building up into that ultimate. Now the Zip just being able to build all of this health back. First has to try and kill her, but 2-5 still has the proc of that sedated soul to come on through, and it does seem like he's just decided to try and go full disengagement mode off of those pillars until some of his health has been able to recover. Throws out the RMB, the 1-2, we get the third to come on through. Verse almost held up against that pillar, goes for the overhold on the blue to be able to armor focus through. As 2-5 now out of the ultimate, does not have the mortal defiance to be able to kick him through, but is just going to kill Verse.
It's going to be Wufong. Oh yeah, what the?
Double triple parry!
God, Polaris is going to take him down, picking up another elimination.
伴随着全新的赛制，2024永劫无间世界冠军赛即将在11月26号正式打响。以下是赛制的详细说明。2024永劫无间世界冠军赛分为小组赛和全球总决赛。小组赛阶段，18支战队将随机抽签，分为 A、B、C 3组，进行单3排模式，各3天，每天6局的组间积分赛。最终，各模式积分成绩前12的战队将晋级至2024永劫无间世界冠军赛全球总决赛。晋级全球总决赛的12支战队将先进行单3排模式各1天，每天6局的前序积分赛，所得分数按20%继承至总决赛。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Shanghai pre-finals. Solos is upon us. I am Raven PLZ, and I am joined by the great Surveyo. What an exciting day so far. And looks like Syra looking a little bit mortal, and Valda has really stepped up the plate.
Yeah, taking Valda into these past 2 rounds and then catching MVPs, and also seeing Verse picking it through for the first round in Padoria, making her seem more of a chance to be picked up. I mean, having that endgame circle, having the grouping of making sure that when the survivability aspect comes out, she comes out on top.
Yeah. Traditionally, we've usually seen Hadi be that second pick and Liam following it up, but after so much success coming out from Valda, coming out from Temi, I'm wondering as we get closer to Jacob Finals, do the pros switch us up? We've seen a crazy mix-up coming out from Spider picking Wu Chen up.
That's right, yeah, and Wu Chen being used here, just like how you should teleport your way towards your camera app and go take a scan on that QR code over to the corner. That's going to get you guys going straight towards the Discord for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT community events, chatting, artwork, anything that you have in likings with the NARAKA BLADEPOINT and with folks around there, you'll be able to do so, as well as sharing your favorite J-Cup moments with the honest comment. Now, we've read comments here. I saw the Zingers mentioned earlier, and I saw that man in chat, and guess what? He won so many prizes, I can't keep count, and he is able to showcase his love for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT community. So can you guys, and making sure that you guys have a special chance of winning that reward due to the RNG of going through, because Twitch drops is also another thing, Raven, that people can earn.
Yeah, and finally, it's upon us. If you're watching right now, 2 hours in, you are going to get the exclusive Brighton, and tune in for finals as well, 2 hours in the future. But just sticking around, guys, that Peerless Treasure Choice will be dropping, but make sure to tune in to the grand finals for the chance at the Blue Lanterns light. Now back to NARAKA, sir. I gotta say, the pick from Spider is exciting. Wu Chen coming out of nowhere. We saw a little bit of copycat. Frostivus tried it. 225 tried it. No one else tried it today. I think everyone's like, wait a second. I think that might be a Spider thing only. And one of the things I noticed all throughout this year leading up to this is there's just another level coming out from Spider. Same as 225, but I would say out of all the players for this Jacob, Spider looks like he is on a different level above everyone else. Now we see the GOAT Mike with his heating pads, his interview revealing that actually the mortality, him losing, is actually a good thing for him. It took a ton of pressure off of him, but look at how lasered in Spider is. This is one of my favorite parts of the Pro League, of this Jacob, is seeing the physical reactions from these players, and Spider has just looked like he's a different beast this year.
Yeah, you know, one thing from Spider is seeing his adaptability in the field of play from what we've seen today, even round 3. Having Spider going up against a fellow Syra, but the other Syra having Fist Blades and him not investing any combo breaker whatsoever, meaning he is fully confident in where he stands and not using so. Even to the point where he was below the threshold of the kill potential from a single blue focus, he still seems under cool, no issues whatsoever. But Polaris, having been played today, having survivability into the second round and even to the third round, especially when he was going through against Mike over by the Ballista Tower southwest of Celestia, when Mike backed off and got double moonbaned just like that.
Something interesting from the phasing that I noticed, man, if you give up a different pick from your surrounding phases, the triple pick coming out ends up being devastating in the end games. We saw what happens when Frostivus did go Temi. 3 NBPL players were able to pick up that Valda pick and absolutely crush that end game. And then for the early game, the 3 Liams were terrorizing the off spawn, terrorizing the mid game, and even some of that early Yang. Now, Liam only really strong for that first Yang, because once Syra gets online and once a caliber player like the tier 1 players like Spider, Mike, 225 has Syra for that second Yang, it ends up being a death trap going into that second Yang. But the triple pick for these phases is definitely something to look out to, and it changes the personality of the lobby.
Exactly, yeah, because we're seeing single picks be utilized, not knowing whether or not it will be picked up later on, or even just to be using it at the last possible second in phase 5 through 6. But double Syra pick coming from Star Polaris, and a double Hottie pick including with Mines. We're going to see Liam picked up from YCG's T225. Paste has the option of choosing Liam as well. Now, he can throw it off to the field where anyone else could choose Liam, but this is where he's going to go ahead and pick Valda as a result. Saw success with her early on going through last round. Maybe having the chance of bringing her out again could come to the benefit. We see a Liam from Murano, and we see a Valda from Frostivus, now locking in those 2 characters for the next phases.
Yeah. Interesting mix match pick right here, not traditionally seen, but I think this is a shift I was just talking about, sir. The Pro League players are debating which is actually stronger, Liam on the outside or Valda for Yang in mid game. We'll have to see how this develops, but Mike is going to be on that Akos pick, the king of tigers. Zelsich's going to go with Matari. He saw a lot of success even without a fellow Matari in the lobby, but first is going to go Matari as his 6th pick, as well as Wu Fang following up on the Temi. All 3 of these 2 characters, Matari and Temi, the stats don't lie. These characters have been performing very well as well.
We saw Frostivus in the first game pick up massive eliminations as Matari. Players might have taken a chance of seeing that going through, and now we're going to have 2 Mataris in the field in a Midoriya map selection for round 4. Taking into the chance of seeing the skill sets that can also determine what the players are initially deciding on using. We don't see variations besides the usual, suspects such as Liam, as well as seeing towards, combo starters, but no one really wants to lose their combo breaker from their skill set. That alone is a risk that can come back and bite them before they even know it.
Yeah, we saw Frostivus get TOD'd by Wu Fang's Justina, a little bit of a Brandoro falling off the building, following up, getting Raw Dragon with the Justina, just uppercut into the reset freeze over and over and over. I knew after that happened, Frostivus, even though he's had an early day, one of his pet peeves is dying to silly things, and definitely a silly death. If you give an opportunity to anyone in the league, a Liam or a Justina, they will punish you harshly. And unfortunately for Frost, he does run into Wufang. And Wufang all day today has been performing very, very well.
This is going to be a double pick for what T225 is Liam and Pace's Valda, as mentioned earlier, since he was able to procure it in the last round. For the skills, Mike opting in for that F1 Octo, something he's very notable in using. We've seen F2 Octos had a resurgence in the past, but F1 Octos is a staple for Mike coming through to disengage or even pressure away. Our spawn's going to have some accumulated spots, Imperium, all the way north towards the Spring Enclave, but just like there's a question on the site to make sure you guys get points, here's the prediction. Which of the following players will score the highest this match, or if they score the same, will rank higher overall? It's going to be A, YCG's T225, or B, FBX's Verse. Make sure you guys understand it's going to be through the portal, through the NARAKA portal, and you go to the website and in order to set up your predictions. But these spawns, Raven, looking a little spicy for a little bit.
Yeah, actually, a bit of a mix-up here. Mike, really known for landing in the south there, but making a different move. And Frostavis also landing in the north as well. Usually Spider lands in the top right, but this time he's going to be going Imperium. It doesn't look like the full south was available. Mike going to the top right. It's going to be exciting off spawn. One of the biggest mix-ups today, though, is Arano isn't landing in the center. That he always lands in the center, doesn't really go for the red jade, but the last Perdoria, he actually contested the red jade.
Yeah, now Mike is going to find his weapon off drop. He's going to be looking and disengaging from Minds' position. Seeing that Pace is also here, he's going to spot the Valda, and this is this is one spot on the map, Tranquil Square. Top right of the map is very interesting because there's certain walls that just end up being grief if you try to scare rush off of them. Meanwhile, though, Spring Enclave. This is going to be where Verse as well as T225 put themselves in the spot. A gold troll picked up for Verse and blue weapons accrued, but having Matari, having the chance of picking up his blades, T225 will go ahead onto the points of 1-2-3s with the uppercut. Can't get it, and now it's going to be Verse utilizing the F2 to try to force some pressure off of his back.
Verse being able to scale rush off, gets the armor reset, and now 1-2-3, the old school mix that fades away, brings it back in, but 225 is not phased, but just putting on the pressure, throwing the 1-2-3 himself, looking for the overhold, gets the deep fire out to Verse, and now Verse against the corner, against the fist, hold 3 is going to come out, nice tap dodge for Verse, going to get the dodge through, but 225 gets an armor reset as well. Now, second phase, 225 trying to find the closeout here. Both of them mirror each other over and over. Scale rush followed up by scale rush, but Verse this time a little tricky. Goes for the crouch cancel, looks for the fishing, the parry, not able to get it, but Verse gonna fly through 225. Gonna put him in the corner again. Tough break. Verse uses his F to get out of there.
The disengagement is on sublime levels of work, and now for Verse, he gets himself out towards the area inside of Arcadia. T225 trying to find the chase down, 2 grapples to his name. Meanwhile, we have fights over towards the Mercury River as SS1's Pace is going up against Mike. This is going to be a blue focus stanchion. Gets avoided. He realized with Minds' spot that he's going to go ahead and try to snag a kill. 1-2's come out. Mike pressures off as he sees the burnout coming from the F and sees a chance for the bow shot. He lines it up while Pace is going to get murdered out of the blues into the neutrals. Minds gets that solo. He's going to build up his rage because his ultimate comes out. Missed opportunity for that 2-1-1. Mike invests his F skill and looks to back off for the peel for the Forbidden Seal.
Nice job from Mike, resetting to the no ult zone, but Minds has another idea for him. Nice block with the LB overhold. Minds fading away, but Mike can't do anything. Minds gonna stay on top of him, and Mike is gonna fall. Minds with an off-spawn performance, and finally on the board, getting his game going. We're past that halfway point serve. Can Minds heat up? He started really slow, but the first couple of games were a warm-up. Now he's on fire.
Now the jitters are done. He's going to lock through in, and as well as Spider opting in to use his ultimate against Zeldinch, who is in the Matari ultimate, finds a teleport to a blue focus. We know Spider's going to have the kiting potential here. Looking towards the inside of a building, knowing that Zeldinch needs a field of view or a line of sight in order to teleport, but he goes in full frontal. F2 skill is not going to come out here. He still looks to charge up blue while Spider gets heals off. Ultimate's going to be coming off from Spider. He's going to get 1 heal for armor and keeps the space going. Oh my goodness, the 1-2s goes for the crouch LMBs and make sure whether or not he get the horizontal off. Can't do it, but the F skill's coming out for Zeldinch to back off and disengage towards Imperium.
Nice job from Zeldinch trying to fake where he was going to blink to, but Spider will not be fooled. It's going to be coming in, and Zeldinch with the cancel doesn't release this blue scale rush. Spider still not phased right now. Good chase down coming out from Spider, keeping Zeldinch in his crosshairs, but multiple players are going to be showing up. Polaris showing up to the party. Wait a minute. Arano showing up. Verse showing up. Now it's just not a third party. It's a fourth party. It's a festival over in the center.
Lafayette's not coming out here with Spider getting a heal off. having a lot of supplies on hand as well, right? Even though with the common armor, he's still going to be able to get a full armor kill with 1 powder alone. Zeldin's finding a parry against Verse there, going to go ahead and fully commit towards the riposte. Hoping to see to use the F2 to disengage here. Uh-oh, Brandoro. Can't believe it. Zelda's going to be going ahead and spacing away for with the dagger. And maybe, hopefully, backing off. But there's so many opponents around here that keep an eye on the Matari as that Blistering Edge comes out. Arano with the yoink with that pistol shot, getting the elimination, stealing it from Polaris.
Yeah, all day today, the pistol has been key to stealing his skills. The nice spread, the hit scan, allowing you to get that little bit of chip damage to secure kills. Arano now in the center. He stole that kill earlier. Frostov is jumping into the fray right now, but Arano going to be scale rushing up, avoiding being monkey in the middle. Doesn't want to get surrounded. Doesn't want to get flanked right now. White armor reset though. Everyone's over here in Imperium just looking to find a last hit, looking to see where the focus fire is. The scoreboard, everyone is so evenly matched in the top 6. Even at the bottom, the spread isn't that big. Frostman's going to come out with the R&B, misses 225, swerve it, weave it. Nice dodge coming out from 225. He's keeping up the pressure right now. Has gold F with the Liam, 225's Liam, one of the most aggressive in the league, and Frostvis wants no part of it.
Now, Frostvis has enough time to kind of go for the sustain right now. I know Frostvis having himself to go straight towards the Sword Tomb, looking towards the east side. For Frostvis, though, with Purple Nunnies, that's also a great 2-on-1 weapon swap to come through, especially playing Valda and then looking for a bubble into that horizontal exchange. Now, for Mike, over by the Skygaze Cove, looking for the reset as he did lose that first fight against Mines, moving all the way from the west towards the east. This is spacing away from all opponents, at least to the moment, while the fights are still occurring towards the Imperium region. For Arano, Purple Nunnies are picked up, and he's looking towards Zeldin as the Matari. It was, you know, a target he's been looking around for. 2 eliminations for Arano this whole entire time for this round. We have the Romy Yangs to be coming through for the map selection. The player's going to be making their way towards this, but looking towards the northwest, that's where we might end up towards the Azov Peak, potentially for the location.
Arano known for his V2 Liam. He has so many tricky spots where he can trap you as you're coming out of Yang, as you're going for Yang. Speaking of waiting for Yang, we're going to have Pace and Wu Fei going at it. There's no free Yangs anymore. 3 players going to be contesting with it, but Pace has to take it, has to stall out for 45 seconds right now. Both Wu Fang and trying to get the stagger onto Pace. Nice job from Space, isolating his opponents, putting them against each other, but Wu Fang is going to look for the arm, but he is going to land it onto Pace, and now Pace has to debate. Do we force the ultimate out here? Do we try to land a parry? He looks like he's going to scale it. He looks like he's going to keep stalling. Nice Clang, denying it. He is going to release though into it. Pace, no combo break left. Has to be careful right now. Both of these players can find the flank of them. Has to keep track of him. Nice job from Pace. Taking the sky, trying to get him on the side. His ult gets forced out though.
This is going to be an early ult because he's going to have it for at least 18 seconds, right on the dollar of the time for that Romy Yang portal pass to be used. For Pace right now, Star's going to keep the pressure on. Fistblades on action, looking for the clink, looking at 6 seconds left on the timer. Throws the first spear, gets caught into a jump homie missile hit coming from the Fistblades. Pace looking to get right in there, and he is locked against Polaris. Syra versus Valda. Purple pistol on standby for Pace. No specialty J's, but has that dagger in the fan in his slots. For Polaris, though, remember, Blistering Edge as well as having that pole sword. So having Syra on that pick to go for the out sustain of damage, this is going to be where the fight comes to the start of it all in the first round.
Yeah, Polaris coming from trios right now is going to opt to use this pulse right now. Both shots going to be coming out, peppering each other with some ranges, but Pace is going to initiate, throwing out the focus attack. He is going to get R&B though, forcing out the ultimate, and now Polaris going to respond with his ultimate. The beams are coming out. Pace using the line of sight, using the pillar, scale rushing out, denying some of this damage. It looks like Polaris is going to opt to start healing right now, lift up his health a little bit, but Pace using the ultimate to trade this out. Both are going to take this reset, and we're going to go on to the second phase of the fight with Pace with the opener.
Shark fight, hoo-ha-ha, there's a bow shot, there's a parry, there's a clink coming out here as Pace looks towards a double blue focus release. That's the Classico coming in here as Pace gets the slap motion coming out. Another bow shot makes it happen, tries to force the wall, it's forcing the pillar, a little damage here and there, it goes a long way. Pace gets caught, 1 R&B, anticipating that from Polaris. But Polaris is still looking for those range shots, and we have 50 seconds left on the clock. 1 horizontal might come out. Polaris looks for that blue focus for the Blistering Edge, tap dodges twice in a row. Pace is just looking to go ahead, sticker it on up because he is just going to go ahead just breaking the toes off of Polaris in this fight.
Pace, last hit situation, is going to throw the blue right now, but Polaris has his combo break, going to come from the top of his, he's going to land the flank. No, he's not. Pace ends up going in, but the scale rush comes out of nowhere, and Pace is super surprised.
Yeah, he's like, whoa, I got that. Now it comes down to the victory. Him and Spider have been able to pick it through as well as Mike, but a Heaven's Watch fight is occurring. X1's Wufang getting pressured out by both Star as well as FPX's Verse, and Wufang having F invested, hasn't thrown that wisp yet. He hasn't started that cooldown cycle, Raven.
Yeah, Wufang, the lone Temmie against Star and Verse. Keeping up the pressure, the fists are out. He does have multiple armors to work with, has the fan on deck, making his way around here. This building really, really good for kiting, but Wufang still in the crosshairs of Verse, and now Matari Dash is going to be coming through, not be able to land it, but Star leading up the flank, doesn't want to lose sight of that. Wufang doing his best to survive in the situation, but his moves are keeping him alive.
Might be a chance for Wufang to find an armor, but it's not going to be happening. There's a lot of blue troves left unopened. The chances of that happening to get opened up would be great, but then again, you had to wait time for the drops of the looted items, and now Star is hearing sounds. He's like, wait a second, I see something. And it looks like it's Wufang going to be caught out here. One R&B, all he needed for a stagger, but there's a blue focus coming in from Wufang, having to really kite this one out again. The armor there is most likely broken as he's going ahead and keeping the motion. Otherwise, we see Mike chasing down mines. Nice parry coming from Mike, burning the F skill coming from the Hottie, and he is locked in. He still has a chance for that 1, 2, 3 comes out, Raven.
1, 2, 3, Sion getting some value here. Super, super hard to react. Mike gonna pop the F, force him in the corner, gets the parry out. Do we take him for a ride? Explosive Armor's gonna come out, saving mines from the jumping LMB rotation down the cliff, but Mike's gonna keep the pressure up, goes for the double charge, tap dodge through, is gonna get the trap, Mine's gonna be forced to ultimate, and Polaris is gonna join the fray.
Now the bow shot of Destiny comes out from either order of these, and Polaris has gold fist blades. He finds the shot straight down the corridor. Put this man on a team for the FPS gamer because he's on it. He's got 1 elimination added on, tacked on. He's at 3 right now as a Cyrus, still having that Vermilion Birds, my buff, and Wufang somehow still alive. He's like, what happened here?
Wufang is playing hide and go seek with both Star and Verse, the goat of running away right now. Polaris now stuck in a tough situation. Mike has turned his crosshairs to him. Gold F though. And the gold fist doing a ton of damage to Mike. Press against the corner. Follow-up's gonna come in through. Mike's gonna cross up. Polaris gonna cross up. We're dancing. We're weaving left and right. Jumping LMB's gonna come out. Mike's taking a ton of chip damage with the 1-2. Doesn't get the wake of Clank. F is gonna come out. Mike's gonna keep up the pressure. Doesn't want to back off right now. He's looking for the stagger, but Polaris is gonna go with the jumping LMB. Wants to Clank though. He is gonna follow through. And Polaris got Mike's number today.
Yeah, call me if you get lost coming out here from Polaris, and there's going to be 4 eliminations. Mike still having that Vermilion Birds might, still in the game, kind of hoping to see you. He's going to be waiting out for that Romy Yang for number 2, but Pace is going to take his fight out towards into the Imperium, near towards Sword to Murano, and he's headlocking this in here. He gets caught by Blue Focus Vertical, but TTG5 is going to try to go for those range shots. Pace opting in for the ultimate, having to invest it up against 2 targets is not going to be an easy task, especially when one is trying to yoink.
Nice job by Murano to zone him out. Now 225 is going to tag in. Only a minute and 20 seconds for Pace. The time is ticking. He has his ultimate up. He's throwing out the RMBs though. Arano baiting out. Doesn't want a hard commit right now. Just gonna bleed out Pace. But Pace, we have a nice armor swap onto the store. And now 225 stuck in the crosser with them. But they're gonna surround Pace on both sides. Double charge is gonna come out. Grapple cancel gonna come. Pace is not gonna get the parry. Chip damage is coming through. Pace doing his best to fend off these Liams surrounding him, looking for him to make one mistake, but Pace has been choosing the right answer over and over. Gets the parry, but the gold combo break's gonna come out. 225 is gonna fade out, and now Arano's gonna look to secure the kill.
Now Arano looking for the horizontal. He connects it, he finds it, and there's a kill coming in here from Star as the clink is met, and Star looks towards the solo and couldn't get it. Arano was able to be quick to clean up, and now the chase down from TT25 might force Star to go ahead and just disengage completely, but TT25 gets counter grappled by Arano, and the distance is now preoccupied. The Romy Yang still available. The pass is yet to be procured. Star is going to be holding on to that one for the next 20 seconds before he enters into Romy Yang. No specialty Jades whatsoever, but he does have the supplies necessary to end out for that fight.
Hottie showing up to Star, but with 10 seconds left, Star is able to cherry pick his Yang. Now, this is something that's overlooked a lot of times. When you have the ticket, one of the advantages of actually taking it is you get to choose which realm of Yang you're going in. And if a certain player has a certain tendency, you can choose to avoid them, but it requires you to get there. It requires you to have a character with a good ultimate. Now, tuning into Spider on Hottie. Now, normally we've seen Hottie do really, really well inside the realm of Yang, but for that second one, the Cyrus are just too powerful, so Spider's going to take this to Arano. Now, Arano down to a last hit situation. Spider, though, one of the most deadly chase downs. Here's Arano under his feet. Can he secure the kill right now? Arano's going to scale rush out, but The red jade's gonna come out. It's gonna save Arano's life. That 1000 HP heal is gonna come out, and now Spider has to disengage.
This is tough for Spider. Now he is not going to be the one to aggress upon, but T25 instead taking it to his stead of finding a Hottie, I should say, in the lone midst, and this is going to be where the cornering off begins, going straight towards the Hall of Eternity and just trying to stay put there. Star, though, up against Polaris. Polaris being the first person entering the Romy Yang, being able to win it out, and now in this Romy Yang, his fight begins. He's got gold fist plates on standby. He opts in to use the bow into nunchucks as well as his primary weapon. Fist plates 1.0 comes out from Star. There's a click. There's going to be the F investment. Polaris looking for that mid drop down for Blue. He's eating up a lot of damage here and forced to proc gold.
Polaris with the ultimate has Star juggled, but Star still has the ult online. Is going to try to fade out, try to hold on for as long as possible. Now he is going to go and just respawn halfway. Now Polaris going to fade out, use the balls to heal up. Line of sight right now, but Star hot on his heels, going to look for the stagger now. Polaris going to be coming out. He did get a ton of heals. The stun not going out for Star. Polaris able to kite this out, get to the top of the pillar. Bobbin, weaving. Oh no, he does get staggered coming out of it, but the gold combo break gonna buy him some time. Finds the scale rush. 1, 2, 3. Sion's gonna come out. Star can't respond to it. Now looking for the half charge. He does get it. Polaris put in the corner. 1, 2, 3. Enjoying as well. Star does get the follow-up, and now Polaris, can he survive here? No, he cannot. Star does not drop those, and Star is gonna secure that second Yang.
Blue fist plates to be dropped and a new weapon to be picked up. Gold armor, picking up a Hepta detached gold Hong sword, purple halberds, as well as Rupture Gale Orb. If this isn't one of the most stacked drops in Romy Yang I've ever seen. I know T25 is like, I feel the disturbance in the forest, because he's a Canvas avid enjoyer. If he finds himself picking up that Rupture Gale, if Star falls down somewhere in the midst, he might have a chance of just going ahead and utilizing that. Star still having to find a cannon, but having the option to find a longsword is even better, especially with Hepta detached the animation, just to surprise your folks.
Now this is going to be something that to pay attention to when Cyrus have to go against each other in rank. You see that second Yang left open because no one wants to go in there. Now in a weird situation. One of the Cyrus needs that Yang depletion. She's going to have to go and commit there. Do you go and try to finish her off, or do you try to get the kill, yoink it away, let the Cyrus live, and be with you? It's just being the lone Cyro gets you focused out. We've seen Valdez before this J-Cup meta always get focused out in endgame just because that ultimate that it supplies you for that health. Everyone knows if you do survive as Cyro, you're for sure going to win the game. So the lobby has to make a decision here. Do you keep the Cyrus alive, or do you potentially go down trying to kill one of them?
And another thing too is seeing if any off-choice picks to come through, especially seeing Akko still in the game. A player that has the opportunity of outshining most players in the field with Mike helming the reins of said character. This is going to be if whether or not they just feel like it's a threat to have an Akko in the end game, just because if they don't have ult, he can pounce them down, he can knock them away, and that's just sustained right back to him.
Yeah, normally we looked at Hotties as being the biggest threat, especially with this terrain. You're seeing Spider, no sweat for him, just dodging, weaving, being able to kite. Polaris does have his work cut out for him. One of the few weaknesses of that Cyber ultimate is when there is some horizontal and vertical scale rush capability, meaning if your opponent gets around a corner and they just are able to dodge out of there, it's very, very hard to follow. You only have a certain amount of dodges to follow. It does consume your stand bar, so Polaris has to find someone first with all this. You hear all this sound and get them low and hold his ultimate. He can't just pin them down out in the open. Star, though, is going to find 225, taking advantage of his White Tiger, plus 50 seconds left on him, but 225 wants no part of it, wants to back off right now, but Polaris is going to find it. Now the Liam ult's going to be forced out. 225 not going to let his health back. He is going to go and teleport himself out of it before he can get surrounded. Polaris, though, 2 minutes and 50 seconds. The time is ticking, serve. He has to find somebody.
He's got to be careful about not investing his ult too early or get caught out, and his combo breaker is only going to be the first sign of trouble for the opponents to make sure they can lock in. He goes ahead for the jump horizontals if he can, and he still chases down. He sees that Arano is going to be the one who's trying to escape. He doesn't know whether or not the other players are going to be wanting to try to target him as well, but with the moment that that head goes forth, every single one of these players are now going to take the chances of ambushing throughout the Hall of Military, taking it into the skies. You can see Arano's just trying to kite quickly with the short-handled weapon with the fan, but it's also towards T25, losing a lot of health somewhere in the midst of this all, and he's at below half for his white health. We know Spider is going to be looking to try to confirm this kill because he's on the hunt.
Yeah, 225 just running away as a wolf chased him. Spider slowly stalking him, just keeping him in his crosshairs, but 225 is going to actually weather the storm. Spider not able to close it out, but on the outside, it looks like Polaris is going to find 225. I spoke too soon. The gold fist plates just doing too much poke damage, and now 225, he thought he was safe. He thought he got the reset, but now the lobby has found him. Can he get away? He's looking for the armor reset. He does get the blue armor. Now cutting back into the zone, using the zone to hide away, but so many people have him in this crosshair. Can 225 make it out of it?
Yeah, there's someone in the distance with an armor pierce, and you saw how Polaris had to emergency heal up. He's got an advanced heal into this fight, so a minute and a half under towards the Realm of Yang depletion. Having T225 be the spotted Liam with blue armor, this is going to be the lobby's position of just making sure locking down. Polaris getting disengaged with the bow shot. Prox Bell has vision on the field, having to see a knockback and being so close to the Moonbane. If it forces T225 to try to kite this in, it's going to force everybody in the spot, where if that Moonbane causes so much trouble, it could be easy pickings for Polaris, or he himself could be forced out.
Yeah, Polaris is desperately trying to find the Liams, just because Liams, out of all the characters, doesn't really transform, doesn't have that second health bow. When you're chasing a Hottie, when they ult, they get to fly away, they have that second health bow. When you chase a Valda, they can ult, have that second health bow. But the Liams, even though they have a good gold combo break, they don't have a second health bow. They are a really, really good target to go on. The Cyrus are desperately trying to find this Liam, but the problem is 225, he just knows how to run. He got the track shoot on, he's dodging, weaving. The Moonbane has something to say though, taking all of his armor out, but Polaris does have a different Liam in sight. Arano is going to pop the V2, throw him in, and Star is going to betray. He is going to take down Polaris instead. Polaris with a last hit situation, forced to pop his ultimate, looking to heal up right now, but he only has 20 seconds. Who is going to get the kill onto Polaris?
It can maybe position Stars looking to hide out here, repairing, getting ready to flank out, while Arano opting in to use the V2 against a Hottie who was just anticipating it. Spider looking for the parry, and Hottie ultimate doesn't get it. Arano not dashing forward as Spider was anticipating. Again, he's just outmaneuvering him right now, but that level 3 swing comes so strong, so quickly, that Spider finds his third kill and the Soul Bloom as it instead goes in his direction. And meanwhile, T225 getting chased out here, and there's going to be Star forcing out the pressure. And now T225 from blue down to common.
Now 225 was able to pick the kill onto Polaris, but now 225, white armor, Star, gold armor. It's not looking like a fair fight right now. 225 has to work it out of him. He sees the armor, but he's not able to get that. Wufang comes out of nowhere, finds the cannon kill skill, and we got a Temmie who yoinked the spirit, well, has the blue buff. He's looking, he's poking, he's checking the vibes. Who is low health right now? He looks like he's gonna go onto the Syra. Mike's down for this. Everyone wants the Syra out of here. Star realizing the lobby is descending bottom. He's getting poked out right now. Wufang has chosen, you gotta go, Syra. We can't have you live until this endgame.
He's going to stagger him. He's going to stop him in the zone, taking tick damage here and there. And the weakness escalation is immediate upon entry into the Shadow 4, which is now closing down. And now for Wufang, he immediately goes inside, having Mystic Might, still having vision, having enough supplies, having 20 grapples, having 3 vitalities and 6 armor powders in hand. Now he looks to try to aggress upon any opponents as it comes through. And taking the out-sustained format right now, and also being a Temmie, having a quick, one of the lowest cooldown combo breakers in the game, just being able to throw the Wisp out and then reset it as soon as possible is just his play. Now, slow shot for Mike and in the armor pierce, Rampage, Juggernaut, Alchemy. That's his specialty, Jay, is what he's got, and he's been doing good stuff. We saw the shots coming out from earlier from an armor pierce. Now, if Mike can land those shots when someone is left alone, especially if a Temmie gets a Wisp, oh my goodness, that would be nasty work.
Yeah, interesting pick for Mike. Normally, he plays Akos on Morris, but he did pick it for Bedora, and we're gonna get a 4 different character ending. We got a Temmie, Wufang on Temmie, Spider on Hottie, and Star still can't get away. Wufang has been staying on top of him. The blue buff doesn't allow you to reset right now. It's gonna be coming out, but Mike with the slow shot out of nowhere. Star just explodes.
He ate straight through his armor and got that kill. That's crazy. 2 eliminations for Mike, but he's getting pelted. Spider throwing out those blue focuses like no tomorrow, and hoping to see about a blue focus coming from the staff, but a jump horizontal from Spider, pushing out the threshold. A quick 1.0 vertical doesn't come out from Mike, and he is forced to proc ultimate, and he gets clapped. No. Unfortunate. Really feels bad. Sorrow, grief.
Dying to the side. Now we're going to get a 1v1 Spider versus Wufang. Wufang not letting Spider disengage, but Spider with the overhold gonna even the playing field right now. A little bit of chip damage going both the way. It's trading blows non-stop. Wufang's turn, Spider's turn, both releasing into each other, both chasing each other's dodge. Wufang and stuck in the mirror or stuck in the window, chasing down Spider. We don't want to reset right now. Spider is going to get the reset with the armor. Wufang recognizes, goes for the fake heal. He is going to get out the combo break, but Spider again just releasing that R&B. Both of these guys tied with 3 kills. Last hit situation. Who's going to take it?
Going to be an armor swap, maybe potentially for a heal, and that's going to be denied. Spider wants to make sure that this heal does not come from the Temi, and ultimate to mitigate the blue focus comes out. The Whistler comes into play from Wufang. He's got ults, he's got resets for those whists, and Spider wants to get out of the semicircle as fast as possible. Disengages the ultimate. Look at the rage retention right now, 43%. Not having so much of an issue right now as Wufang is in that placement right now. Having all the reset necessary from that advanced heal is proccing in the background, but Spider is still on that purple rarity except for that weapon being that gold.
The current rank 1 Wufang versus the current rank 2 Spider. Full reset. Half charge going to be coming in. Fading out. Both don't want to give him some ground, but Spider gets the best of it. And again, nice trap, a little bit of poke damage, gets to half charge, and now Wufang with the combo break. Spider with the jumping LB, but a little bit of Bandora is not going to get the follow-up. He does get the follow-up. Don't we get more? 1, 2, 3. Little bit of a light attack, and Wufang is going to fall to Spider. He makes it look so easy.
Having all of this terrain in his advantage and been able to force out Wufang to want to take that fight, especially having gold armor. Didn't work out in the end. The damage overseeded all. And now with the 4 points picked up, Spider taking in 7.8 points from that round, having to be MVP, and ending out round 4 as a hottie to make it through.
It's been a while now that fist plates have been out. We've seen it being tuned down, tuned up, messed around with, and overall, after talking to Frost, a lot of the pros say that fist plates isn't as strong as, definitely not as strong as it used to be, because there's so many good answers with weapon swapping, with the combo breaks, and because a lot of the focuses are so slow, we're seeing the finesse that's possible. But I would say in terrain situations, it reminds me of the old school staff meta, that if you're able to position your opponent to go downhill, you're able to get that follow-up, those jumping aerials, those jumping LMBs over and over, getting a ton of damage. And the wake-up coverage, once he gets you to the ground, Spider just suffocates you. He doesn't let you up for free. You don't want to get knocked to the ground by this 9-man, because if you get hit down, he's going to catch you one more time, and you're going for a ride that you might not survive.
It reminded me of what we saw last round, especially when we saw Wufang go up against Frostvus, and having just a little slope, a little indent, and having to use the katana with the jump horizontals to come through and just extending past. But we got a question for you guys, extending past into the Twitch chat. Listen, fearless treasure choice gift for whoever enters this right when the timer goes down in chat. Who won the game for today? Is it A, Alliance's Frostvus, B, WBG Spider, C, OUG Mike, and D, X1 Wufang? Options are on the table for y'all. Make sure you have your NARAKA ID handy. Make sure you have your whispers open, so that way you can message NARAKA BLADEPOINT on Twitch channel. I know you guys are new to YouTube chat. You guys have the availability to be able to go back and forth within the VOD, but of course, for you Twitch gamers out there, y'all have the best rewards out by far. But going back into the conversation of having the chance to see fist plates in action, having a great understanding about what it means to be able to use it and fight against it, Spider being able to use it and fight against it, going against it multiple times on location. I mean, we saw it in the last round, we saw it in this round, but this time having the gold rarity picked up from Polaris' body really just came into moments where he needed to get that damage spike, and it came through. And we saw how heavy Imperium came out, where all the players were there. It felt like we were in Imperium residentially and having to earn ourselves an apartment, a duplex, something to try to see how many fights have been going off.
Yeah, Spider just has been the premier hottie of the league for a while now. Now with 4 kills at 7.8 and that win, he's gonna get a big juicy 7.8 win. But Polaris finally waking up. Where that second half, still a lot of NARAKA to be played. Started out very slow, but 4 kills is gonna launch up Polaris up the leaderboard. Wufang with 3 kills. Temi has to be revisited. We just keep seeing this character every single year, every single round. All stages of group play just doing really, really well. Star with 3 kills at 4.5, Arano with 3 kills at 3.5, Mike with 2 kills at 3.5, 225 at 2, at 3, Mines with 2 kills at 2. And this is one of the things I really like about this new point systems. It's just a lot more flat across the board. You don't see people really, really pull away unless they're having a blowout game. Now look at the over leaderboard. Lions at 3.5. Still 2 more games to go. Hopefully we can grab some more. Zelstich at 7.5. Frostvus at 6 or 8.5. Polaris at 9.5, but at the top 6. Burst at 12.1. Paste at 4.8. Mike at 15. Arano at 16. Spider at 18.8. And Wufang. He had a bad NBPL finals, but now setting up for this J Cup finals when it means the most. He's showing up big, 20% of the points today, ladies and gentlemen, will be going to the finals. We are playing for a lot here. Nice little reset. The ideal amount of points you want going into finals, around 5 to 8. A little bit of a changes here with 20% though.
Yeah, but we're gonna have some clips and highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot at CT5. Gets the range shot of Destiny. And then Mines go up against Mike, and this being his second kill in the beginning moments of the match, knocking him out, forcing out the reset. Now, Mike having to go up against Frostivus inside the Romy Yang. This is gonna be a fight that comes out towards the Octopus. Valda mitigating through that water spear, having the pounces ready to go off, tap dodging, knowing when those spears are coming through, and he connects that uppercut after the grapple bump. And now might be a chance right then and there to see the pounces and activating with the Tiger format how Mike works his Octos.
Wow, Mike on the Akos just showing why he is the king of Tigers. Spider, last hit situation, is going to be able to take down Frostivus with Star inside around the Yang versus Polaris. Pressed against the wall, looks for the wake up, does catch Polaris. Polaris just back-to-back uppercut combos from Star, just deleting his HP. Spider with the clean hottie, one of the best players in the league that's been able to secure the kills. And Mike with the sign, you hate to see it, but if you're Wu Feng, you love to see it.
Especially coming after that moment, but Wu Feng did not like this fight considering how much it came out. Jump horizontal connects after the F. Temi comes in the play, and Spider finds this connection so quickly, anticipates that rollout, anticipates the movement, and gets that elimination, earning MVP as Hottie into round 4.
Yeah, Wu Feng just put in a very, very tough decision there. He's down to his last sliver of health, the zone's on his back, so it's very obvious that his next play is probably going to be a roll-in. Spider's there, he waits for it, easily times the LMB, and 6 MVPs. My man is cashing in with those MVPs today. 16,000 damage, and normally we see Spider do a ton of damage, but this current meta is more about last hitting. You don't have to do all the heavy lifting. A lot of the times, the Yang depletion is going to put people in weird scenarios, so your ability to recognize scenarios, find the scenarios on the map, and secure those soul blooms, getting that loot, getting those skills, no one's doing it better than WBG Spider.
And we see scenarios about people who do lose Romy Yang and how they try to impress out the lobby with it without even revealing it. We even saw into last round, into round 3, how the chase down against Zeldich went down, how we saw Paste was earnestly trying to get rid of his Romy Yang depletion, chasing down alone Liam, and then working the lobby with him in order to go against the one character that is running away, trying to throw out the psychology for the players, thinking, oh, that guy is probably down on the count, maybe no ult, maybe no skill, maybe nothing to his name except the fan or dagger in his hand and the walls that he's trying to reach through. Some players take Romy Yangs into a dire straits circumstance. They'll find one target and they'll try to all in, but all of a sudden, third party comes back into play. They can go for the snipe, they can go for the yoink, and that's where we see Mataris come fully out, where they can use their F skill to go from a certain distance and strike back without any sort of impact other than their own, and picking up the soul bloom to deny the other player.
Yeah, something that changed this year that we didn't see in previous years. Everyone's fighting capabilities just got so much better. Now target selection just means so much more. In hindsight, not many players ever use target lock, and you see almost every single pro, in order to check people's hit points, they do use target lock to make sure they're choosing the right target. Now, in these end games, because of Syra, because of Valda coming back, before we only had Hottie winning those heal off situations. We really didn't have to think about who won it where, but now Syra, Valda, Hottie, all three of these characters do super well at that last stage of the game, so you have to be very, very methodical of who you want to take out and when you take them out throughout the game.
Yeah, and not to confuse because the players with target lock, that's a Jade. No, there's a mechanic in the game, there's a control that you can allow for yourself to see the opponent that's in vicinity of you in order to see the HP. That is a crucial element. Some of the pro league players at the highest level utilizing that to the utmost importance just to see where the HP goes down. Now, in terms of Jades, seeing Armor Pierce take a slow shot, might be able to pick up the body, but then getting immediately kill off of there, it also brings out the debate about, what happens towards players that realize something is in the field of play. Noticing how spacing works out for them towards Imperium having the Hall of Eternity be one of the more crucial spots to disengage, having the double floors, the rooftop. They even take their way towards the north side, towards the Black Tortoise Gate, which is right north of the Hall of Eternity. And you see how much Arano took advantage of that. He saw any opportunity for him to disengage, gets to find the wall, find a windowsill, and just hide throughout their T225 as well, taking any opportunity to do it. Now, obviously, when it comes down to going up against aerial targets like Hadi, he surprises all by just going ahead and striking throughout any terrain without any issue whatsoever, due to the omnidirectional flight, but more importantly, just because that's how strong he's been ever since last year.
Yeah, the structures in the center just giving these pros such ability to kite. We've seen such an evolution in the running away of NARAKA. The disengage is absolutely insane now. Now, normally in solos, I would say you were able to survive for the longest time in NARAKA. For the last 3 years, I would say being able to run away was almost more important than being able to fight. But we're seeing a flip of this, where most people at the highest level cannot run away anymore. Everyone is so good at fighting. Everyone understands how to catch dodges so well that chasing people is actually more consistent than running away, especially when you see multiple players getting involved. We call it getting lobbied, that everyone starts staring at you because they're looking like you're a free kill. They don't have to do much work. We saw Frostivus game 1 finding just that easy pistol shot, and all these players are so good at flanking now. I would say the last hit game of the Pro League has really stepped up this year. A lot of the pros, because of that Liam meta, because focus attack was so free to throw, they've explored when they can get away with these focus attacks, how to get them through, how to not get parried, and it's really elevated the gameplay of NARAKA.
Yeah, with the mechanics being brought into the game, such as seeing the incorporation of 2-on-1 being evolved, as mentioned, we've seen how fast it is to create burst damage and catching somebody off of dodges, allowing for one neutral leading up to just a 3-second motion that comes out towards fights. But having to, force out any sort of fight for too long, that's when things get more dangerous, because then again, that's by the point that your F skill's down, and that's by the point that your ult might be going through. Unless you're a rage retention, you can conserve your rage. That's not going to be the case. But phases selections coming through here. Wufong and Verse taking first round selection, meaning we might see the double Cyber pick potentially. OWN's Zeldinj and OUG's Mike in second phase, Frostivus and Arano in third phase, SS1's Pace and YZG's T225 in the fourth phase, while Mines and Spider take fifth phase. Star and TWSS's Polaris take last phase into Holoroth Dusk. This is going to be Firefly maps from this point on for round 5 and 6. This is now where players can then use tactile efforts of using the Nov drop spawn to their advantage by picking up the ultimates as fast as possible, or just try to go in their own hands of conserving it for a later down fight.
Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is for the pre-final points. 20% of the points today will be going to finals. We're on game 5, championship round, I always say. This is the round that you got to clutch up to set up for your 6th round. You want to grab these MVPs. No one's going to take their foot off the gas in Verse and Wufong. No surprises, they're going to go with that Cyro. What are we going to get for that 3rd and 4th pick? I still think there's a lot of debate on what is the best pick in this situation. Hadi and Cyro, always that first phase, that second phase. But 3rd and 4th, this is where all the meat and potato is. This is where all the meta shit's happening. It looks like Frostivus is going to throw things into the fray. He is going to go on that Matari. The double pick, he did pick it up Perdoria, and now Arano gonna go with the Temi as well. Pace going with comfort pick on the Sistina. Same thing. Whoa, wait a second. 225 busting out the Wu Chen. What do we got for rounds 5 and 6 now? Everything is in the open now.
The no mix-up coming out here. Crazy. I know that Spider had picked Wu Chen early on. Whether or not he wants to try to opt in to use it here would be a significant change-up. There's going to be the Buildup making it happen here for round 5. Round 6 selection might be making Star and Polaris a little bit uneasy. Like, should we go Temi? Should we go ahead and play a Justina? A zipping from Star. Cena coming out from his hands, and a Liam to be available for Polaris here, being the only Liam into this game as the 6th round phase selection. And there's a lot of single-point heroes to be making it out here. I mean, seeing that Wu Chen, Lobby is going to try to dictate who it might be, and making sure the skill selection is exactly what we've seen before, which is F1v2. But then again, seeing how there's zipping on the field, things are out in the mix, and seeing who it could be.
Yeah, I think because of the strange picks around 3 and 4 phase, I think you see it on Spider's face. He's a little bit surprised to be able to get that Balda. And like I was saying before, I feel like Balda, the stats don't lie, have been overperforming very well. Polaris definitely surprised to get that Liam pick. But it looks like, at least for the Liam pick, overall, the Pro League players like having that multi-way kill potential on Perdoria, but they don't really consider it for Holoroth. Now we see the traditional Cyrus at the top. and Hottie. But now, just like a strange mix-up with the rest of the lobby, 225 is going to be running that Wu-Chen again. He is going to take it to Verse and Wufang. He must feel like he has an engine. He probably went in the lab, has it ready to go. Now, Star, this is one of his comfort picks, one of his character picks that he is known for. He loves playing the zipping on Hollis. Even if he's the lone zipping, he does not care. It's a good average points, being at 3.5. A little bit of a salvage game for him, but still, if you're able to get a lot for your worst character, that's going to overall lift your average and really propel you to be in striking distance, especially as we move on to the finals, where getting first place is actually really, really important.
I got a question for you guys for the predictions. Will the top points scored in a single match reach 9 or more? It's a simple yes or no question. Easy prediction for you guys to find through the portal, but it also depends on Zippy Ying surviving the early fights. She is right between Mike, Zeldinch, and they're all towards the Falcon's Perch for those two Fireflies, even towards Salvation Podium. So taking that into consideration for Star, considering we've seen him hit Salvation Podium once before, if he tries to ambush towards YZG's T225, that would be a long race unless last second drop occurs. Alliance for Frostbist, though, FPX's Verse are going to be dropping through with Mind and Spider. That's a nasty spot for the Jin Arm respawn, and considering that that area has a lot of value to it, the players in Game 5 will see whether or not it's going to be Pain or Gold.
Yeah, Spider, a hot drop with Polaris, Frostbist, Verse, and Wufang. Spider, luck of the draw, is going to find that spear and white armor, but so many people left here. Spider is going to slow it down by 225. I thought he was going to get this uncontested. I thought he was going to get Puzzle uncontested. No, he is not. He does get the Firefly, does get the ultimate. Star is going to get blown up. What can he do? The daggers are coming down. 225 quick with it, able to scoop up those Fireflies.
Now Zeldinch finding himself a purple rarity dagger, and Mike as well. No, purple fist plays on Zeldinch. Goes for the jump horizontal. Looking for the 1-2s here from Mike. Look for the whole blue focus. Watching out for the wild sweep from the fist blades. That's the shadow step that comes out from the motion, and Zeldinch gets a reset. So does Mike. Common armor on the ready in case he two common armors on the ready. That means this man can go into fight and come back, and then Zeldinch takes the opportunity to ambush him in his own building.
Yeah, Zeldinch with the purple fist plate, putting up the pain onto Mike. Chip damage is going to come out. Mike's stuck in the corner, but is going to half charge, find his way out of here again. Clogging the lane, hit him with the light attack. Stop following me, Zeldinch. Light attacks are going to be coming out, forcing out the ultimate. Mike, still 10% from his ultimate, is going to be cutting this down. Zeldinch needs to get some value out of this because Mike has the ult advantage. He's going to be able to secure the skill. Nice coming out from Mike, going to be going through the ceiling. Oh, but Zeldinch, he clogs it. He doesn't let him out, and now Maui is going to roll. He is going to get his ult force out. The burn damage is coming out. Zeldinch is going to look for the D-Mech. He's not going to be able to get it. Mike dodging, weaving. He is going to find the heal, though, and now Zeldinch's going to have to play defense.
Got 10 seconds left on the clock for that ultimate from Mike, and there's going to be the F2 invest to try to anticipate the level 3 charge. He gets his struck once. Almost went for that one hit. Oh, there is a double strike right there. Mike gets it 1-2 piece, and there is going to be his combo. Add the drink because it's going to be a good day so far. From Verse and Wufang, they have a fight going off towards Medtop in terms of Jin Army, but it's Hemicircle in the distance. Kind of curious to seeing if Polaris was the case in terms of backing off from a fight that he recently had, considering that with Wufang in the mix of things, he sees Arano, and he might go for the chase down, even with Arano having better armor in the end.
Yeah, Arano, blue armor, and this mosh pit, this hot drop off spawn still going on. And Verse looking for the drop down. It's not going to be able to get it. Everyone's moving a little bit too fast, but Verse stalking, trying to find Arano slipping right here. But Arano wisely sensing the danger, sensing the surround, is going to be backing off. Now going back to the puzzle, back to the center. This is 225's landing spot. He's known for this area. He fights everyone off. If you come here, this is his lair. He is going to be chasing down with the grapple. Star just going in the circle, using the scale rush, sealing over and over. He doesn't want a hard commit right now, doesn't want any of this smoke. 98% on 225's ultimate. If he's able to connect to Star, Star's going to be in a world of hurt.
Yeah, and also taking the time to loot up there, knowing that the chase might not actually come to his benefit yet, he will still look towards chasing down the Zipping Ying. For Mines, taking a blue focus to the face, Wufang in the background with a crossbow bolt. Arano, remember, Temi has that twist available, goes for a parry off against Mines, and those crossbow bolts going to do a little bit of shade damage. There's a kill steal coming from Wufang, and he throws the blue focus, but it's tap dodge. Arano's been anticipating that one, and gets himself in the kiting for the scare rush. Doesn't get it, goes for the uppercut, F skills invested. Now it's up between the two of these of whether or not Arano can confirm a chase down potential.
That white armor on Wufang's gonna get stripped from him. He is gonna ult up. Arano trying to desperately get out of line of sight. He still has a Temi ult up. Syra staying on top of him though with the scare wall. He's gonna be able to line of sight. Has that verticality. Is gonna get out of there. Wufang desperately tries to get the stagger. He's able to get it, but he runs out of stamina. He can't reach. Oh, he can't reach. Wufang desperately trying to find the secure the kill. He's unfortunately not able to land it, and now he has to worry. Now he's in ulta disadvantage. That Temi ult's gonna come back, and it's gonna come back with a vengeance.
I know Wufang's like, "Ma, can I get the cookie jar?" You know, and realizing looking up, he can't reach it. So that's an unfortunate circumstance for him. Yo, no leche. And now Spider, he's over by the end of the dunes. 18 grapples. There's another person that was on there. They didn't want to go ahead. That he saw that he didn't want to try to take the anticipation. He just had common armor and a blue weapon. But Mike, over by the Camel's Hump, chasing down Frostmas in the corner. F skill investment from Frostmas. Scare Rush confirms against Zeldinch, who is also trying to take the approach against Matari. Now for Mike, Purple Faceblade, it's going to be a bit more damage for Frostmas here as his armor is around at 450. Now losing all of it. 1, 2, 3 is confirmed. Waiting for the rollout. Frostmas might get pistoled out between both these targets.
Mike is going to find the kill onto Frost as the pistol shots raining down on him, and now Zelstich is going to be fading out. Doesn't want any smoke, is going to just be running away. Doesn't want to engage with Mike, wants to look for that first round. Yeah, and like I was saying before, the Temi ult's going to come back with a vengeance. Wufang fading it out though, being able to deal with Arano's pressure, but Arano is so evenly matched with him. Light attacks will be coming out. Arano jumping down, looking for the commitment. Whoa, Arano down to the last hit of the situation. Wufang's just throwing it out. Arano's not ready to parry, and Wufang's gonna take it.
And got the cookie jar finally, got his second elimination. Chocolate chips on board, on standby. Spider though, kiting around for the Rummy Yang, having now blue armor, and has himself to try to spot the bush if anyone's trying to hide out. Polaris is in the vicinity though, and Polaris playing Liam against Evalda would be an interesting fight. An Erudition reveal from Spider as it comes through. We saw players use Erudition in the past that just goes ahead and do a massive amount of damage, and a massive amount of control comes from that Jade. Nonetheless, for Verse, purple armor, purple dagger, nothing could be better for a Syra going into Rum Yang with this, and as well picking up a Rampage, a Scion Fang as a Jade as it comes out, has the Hong Sword, has the defensive spot for the next minute. While we see TT5 up against Wufang.
Erudition on 225, releasing into Wufang. Wu-Chen, one of the counters to Syra, does really, really well in the 1v1 versus Syra. And 225 again, gonna release that Erudition, sending Wufang flying. 225, letting him know, no free Yangs in 2024. You fight for every single Yang with 33 seconds left. Wufang staring down 225. He needs to get in there. Most of Syra's benefit is scaling up from these Realm of Yangs. Her ultimate, very, very hard to escape from when your opponent is stuck in the center of the Realm of Yang. You've seen a ton of Valiant. Now on the outside though, Syra does have opportunities where she can struggle. It looks like 225 is going to pre-pop his ultimate with 8 seconds left, daring Wufang to try to come in.
He's like, come on, take the fight. And he enters the field of play. Okay, 1-2. There's a V2 attack dodge. And we went to the Rummy Yang. This means TT5 is like, you know what, let's wait it out. Because I know that's a Syra. I don't want to take the fight. In this case, Wufang takes the fight against Pace. Justina versus Syra. Ooh, this is going to be a fun fight because this is V1 Justina coming up against. But we're actually going to switch over. Polaris, common armor with fist plays a purple rarity against TT5, fully decked out, playing the Wu-Chen. Nonetheless, against a Liam, seeing how it goes.
Yeah, jumping in with me, Polaris trying to fade out right now, clanking with Polaris over a double clank. Oh my goodness, we're in a movie right now. Triple clank going to be landing on the floor. Scarerush is going to be coming out, looking for the overhill, not able to get it, but the Erudition is going to come flying out. Polaris is going to force the combo break out, sitting on top of the pillar, trying to find a heal right now, but 225, where you going? No heals allowed, son. Kick's going to come out. 1, 2, crouching LMB. Polaris cannot survive. The white armor is not enough.
You going nowhere. Everything comes out from Spider for a headshot as Verse has ultimate ready to go, but he's not using it yet. Spider's preemptive with it. He's going to go ahead and launch it down for a jump forward, jump vertical, really. But he knows he's got the mitigation necessary. So Verse using ultimate right at the first spear, catching the dazzle, burning time for that Valda. There's going to be the second spear coming in a second here. I know Spider's not going to want to use it, but he's going to have to just to mitigate those attackers. Look, Valda can't do anything. And we got to remember, Spider has Erudition as well in the game. Gets caught by another dazzle, free tick damage into the LMB, RMB, making sure to hold the horizontal. He releases it. The Assassin's Lunge comes out. It's revealed now for Verse. The kill potential was there. Now it's no longer, but there's still a chance. Spider having Erudition to try to throw it out. If Verse can sense that, he could possibly fish for a parry.
Verse has been dominating this fight the entire time. Now Spider down to his last little bit of health, but Erudition has been coming out. Verse gets his armor, almost stripping him. Spider has a long way to go. He hopes to bring this fight. Another Erudition gonna land, and now Verse, a little bit of pressure on him. 1-2's gonna come out. Spider looks for the follow-up. He is gonna make a small mistake here. Spider is mortal. He accidentally parries.
Yeah, it's crazy. And also the switch from the dagger towards the katana, the Hong sword on standby, giving the upper advantage in that small crucial moment. TT5 though up against Wufang, taking the Vermilion Burst Might from both sides. There's going to be a 2-1, not going to come out here. No horizontal in Ember Hawk, but for TT5, forcing out the Syra ult, now countering it, missing it. Unfortunate for the first set of Blaze from the Spear ult. TT5 has a second cast, needs at least 2 heals off if he can try to take the fight back up, because Wufang's fully resetted and he's going to go right back in for sure.
Yeah, with 1:40 left, Wufang's going to definitely put on the aggression. Lots of time to find this kill right now, but Spider, 3 minutes, 50 seconds. Yang depletion, we need to find a kill right now. He does see 2 people fighting in the distance, 225 and Wufang going at it. Spider, here's the Wu Chen, all going off. He's going to drop down with the Erudition, flying in, stripping 225 of his armor. Erudition's been coming out, but this time Wufang's like, get that out of here. We're going to get that parry. Back-to-back parry's going to be out. Spider is going to get parried as well. He's going to be jumping down in, looking for the Erudition. Well, so much Erudition in one spot. Can they live through this non-stop barrage of Erudition?
Well, the grapple R&B is free. Another Erudition. We're calling out. Put the counter on the table right now. There's the jump horizontal coming out. The Soul Bloom Yoink comes out. Spider gets in. He gets rid of this Realm Yang depletion. Gets the horizontal to the vertical for free. There's going to be that neutral situation that he was looking for. The 1-2-3 coming from Wufang, forcing out Spider's ultimate. Now Wufang goes for the ACCA grapple buff. This terrain might grief him. He finds a connection. He's got to look for the neutral again. He burns out the first spear, but Wufang might. Oh, he has a chance because that Erudition actually would have. If he didn't have Erudition, he would have killed. And now Wufang gets caught again, and that's a confirmation for that Vermilion. Spider comes out 2 eliminations after knots from a minute prior.
Tricky. Spider just lays on the floor every single time he gets to the ground and immediately just instantly hits his F out of nowhere, and Wufang is going to get caught on those dodges twice. I see you, Spider. I see the tricks. Verse, though, against Polaris. Polaris looking for the hold. Not going to be able to get it. He's going to grapple in once again in the pocket, but Verse is going to punish him for it. Hits that nice light attack 1-2 connects. Now Verse scale rushing out. Doesn't want to hark him in. That just notices this is a little bit of desperation here. Is this someone with Yang depletion? We gotta live on. We want to get to this end game. We don't want to hard commit in the situation, especially if Verse can get to this second Yang. But Polaris, hot on his heels, wants to smoke, wants to fight this. He is going to get grappled off by Wufang, and now Verse is going to get a little space to reset.
Now, obviously, everyone at the Fortress of Kaviani having experience in this spot, knowing how well it is to learn how to kite it through. Polaris doesn't have that luxury. He's got that 40-second timer starting right now. So for right then and there, he sees Wufang. He knows he can't skite it out. He can't scout it to go ahead and attack. He hits the bell in case anyone's just hiding on the zone. Not the case. Now Polaris is down to 30 seconds. This is a tough position, knowing if he gives a kill to elimination, I mean, that 20% goes a long way, especially for one kill to be a 0.2 multiply. That's a lot. And TT5, he's hunting around here, being the only Wu Chen, the common pistol, and he's repairing it. But, you know, treasure is gold whenever you can take massive use out of it. Plus, the pistol shot, being able to use those burst pellet shots just goes a long way, and just try to confirm it out. But I know that Polaris probably headed into the zone as it comes out. On the replay, though, it's going to be coming up against in the first round Yang, Wufang versus Pace.
Now Wufang with the scale rush is going to force out Pace, but Pace coming out of F hits him with the unarmed slap with the double charge army crouch. Jumping LB, trying to get the wake up by Wufang. Try again. He is going to get the uppercut come. 1, 2, 3, 4 jumping LMBs. A 5 to go. Get that nice bit of chip damage and Pace down in the last hit point situation. Wufang's going to be ultimate right now. Can Justina dash out into the sky? No, he cannot. Pace looks at the sky and snipes him out of it.
That's crazy. Coming from Pace here to try to come outside of that Realm Yang, having 2 targets between him, having the wind to be in effect right now with the windy gust. This gives the increased grapple distance, so the players can really take chases. I'm looking at grapples on Mike. This man's at 30 count. He's got himself holding it down for the whole entirety of this match. If he needs to chase someone down, it's not going to be an issue, but it's getting to the Realm Yang that becomes one. And considering we just saw Syra enter it, Spider's like, nah, I'm going to wait out for the second Realm Yang. I ain't taking that fight, especially if it's Syra's entering it, especially it being Wufang having gone ahead and actually having a velocity untold. Jade not having nunnies, though, it's not a problem. Dagger with the spear as well as the Hong sword. It's going to be a good fight for anyone who wants to try to take up against the odds.
Yeah, Wufang waiting. Now, technically, the other Syra, if you're in this position, you know whoever gets in first is another Syra. Do you wait and duel her, or do you wait for someone else who might try to go in third? And it looks like Spider on the ball, though, trying to snipe it out, trying to see if he can get a Yang for free, looking to go in second. He knows that Syra's going to be waiting first, but Star is going to be coming in with the zipping. What a brave soul. We haven't seen much success from zipping inside the realm of Yang. Will Star have something new prepared for us, sir?
Well, he's got himself with a Vajra script, so if he throws a blue focus and a wild haymaker motion, that's something that commonly happens with a fan and dagger. Could come through here because, you know, Wufang is going straight offensive mode, and he is going to release those blues. There's a parry. There's the first Vajra script coming out here. A jump R&B confirms. Now we're going to see the V1 coming up from Star. He's looking to try to anticipate the crouch element to the R&Bs now. Forcing the clink, going again for another soul break. Wufang goes for an uppercut. Skirmishes instead, finding himself and just switching over to the Hong sword, just looking to try to catch as much range on a horizontal aspect for him before Star's ultimate ends.
Oh my goodness, Wu Fang's chase down is sticky. He's staying right on top of Star, working Star going. A nice half charge going to come out. He isn't going to get the follow-up, though. A little bit of delay on the LMB confirm. Now Star bringing this back, gets a little bit of momentum going, but it's just completely denied. Wu Fang again putting him against the wall, doing a ton of damage now, looking for another uppercut sequence. He's not able to get it. He is going to Hong Sword dash in, but Star going to be clogging right now. F's going to be coming out. This tank of a zipping, doing a good job of denying this now. F combo break's going to be out. Wu Fang switching back to damage, switching up the tempo. He is going to pop the ultimate, but Star has done a good job of turning this fight around.
And he's got enough time right here for his rage to be slowly but surely picking up. But he gets caught in a dazzle. The scaling is incredible. And Star's F1 is keeping him alive due to the mitigation, but there he goes, kiting again. Wufang losing track. Looking for another dazzle attempt here. The ultimate is disinvalid. Now it's going to be a chance for one R&B to the next. And of course, Star can work it up for uppercut. Oh, 2-1-1 to the R&Bs. Oh my goodness. Nasty with it. Because now Star is in the spot, having to throw wild haymaker blue focuses, and this could work against him or in his favor because now Wufang is up against zipping ult number 2.
Wait a second, Star has done a miracle. He showed up for zipping. Wufang has a little bit to go. He isn't going to be able to finish it off, and Star is going to grief Wufang's realm of Yang with a blue armor zipping.
Absolutely crazy, considering that he was early to use his ultimate, and slowly, once the timer just built up rage over time, he was able to find the chance of casting it for the second time for a 0 lump sum. But Spider fighting out against pace. This is outside towards the fights that we just saw earlier after 2 eliminations. What happened here? Seeing that Spider's ultimate disengaged right then and there, we see the free freeze all the terrain. F2 come out from Spider to try to mitigate a pressure, right? Or he just gets range shotted. Either or, it's going to be seeing a Dragon Slayer catches 2 targets. Wait a second, into the LMBs, into the zone, having another erudition, throws it out, releases it, and has it to throw a blue focus. And before it comes down, Zeldinch with that kill. Pace still opting in to hide in that bush for a moment on the fellow remains of Spider.
Yeah, Wufang, 4 minutes, 40 seconds, needs to find a Soul Bloom. He is on a character, though. Out of all the characters that would be in this situations, definitely Syra, one of the best. Actually, I take that back, because when she's in ultimate, it's very, very hard to actually pick up a Soul Bloom. You have to cancel your ultimate, and a lot of the times, depending on how much damage you've done, you might be low health in that spot, so you have to really navigate the focus attacks, the parry situation, all the gambits as you're coming out to make sure you secure that Soul Bloom. Everyone is so used to this Soul Bloom neutral now. Wow, rare instance, we're going to actually see Mike hiding in a bush here, over here at Plume Castle. Will he jump in and join the fray?
3 eliminations on Mike right now, so it's kind of a play for ears moment. If he can hear something happening, double parry, triple parry, he might take a look and peek over and see if anything could be stolen. But for the Yoink meta, it would be coming out. Thunderstorm reveal coming from Zeldin show as he's going up against TC25. The Wuchen ultimate doesn't come out just yet for the first cast. We see the F1 come out. TC25 looking to try to confirm something here. There's going to get caught by that Swift Edge. There's going to be the Thunderstorm. There's going to confirm for the first mark. Oh, Zeldin gets caught by staggers. Oh, look at the continuous amount of staggers and the ultimate cast and the guaranteed second set of Spirit Blades. Zeldin is caught out. 1 pistol shot, 1 blade left alone, and he lives with 1 HP. Can TC25 find the kill?
Zeldin with a sliver of health, he's at the skin of his teeth, able to grab a white armor. 225 desperately laying down the lead with his musket, not able to secure the kill. Zeldin pulls off a miracle, able to get some heal off, and now the Sirens are coming in, chasing Star, chasing the zipping. Wufang wants his revenge on this timing out zipping. Who is this guy? R&B repeatedly into Star's back. Wu Fang just laying down the light attack. Star is gonna again get that scale rush going again with that fan. Run him in a circle. Wu Fang, this has to be frustrating for him chasing this zipping.
Of course, through 2.5 minutes on the clock, and Wu Fang has a wall to his advantage. Looking to try to scale rush, misses it. Star goes in the opposite direction, and it's still a chase game. Otherwise, outside of that salvation podium, Zeldin is up against Verse, and having to see Zeldin with no skill, no ultimate ready to go here is a dangerous predicament. He's got Thunderstorm for a little bit of heal back. If he ends up throwing that out and it works in his favor, that's heal back. If he gets parried, it's over for him. Forward has Syra though. Procking no. Chasing down. Moonbane circles left and right. Gotta be careful about this one, dog, because I know Zeldin is gonna go ahead and have the space necessary as Verse just can't close the distance. So he switches over to Mike and trying to find Mike out if he can try to lock him down. But of course, you know how Mike is gonna go through. He's gonna wait it out and he's gonna go ahead and prowl on the hunt.
Yeah, Verse does get the full heal off as he's coming through. Cuts right through the center of the Moonbane. You taking the chance. He did have full health. Nice calculated risk from him. Mike is gonna find the other Siren though. Remember, Wu Fang does have Yang depletion. He needs to find a kill right now. He is going to invest everything into Mike, but combo break is going to be coming out. Wu Fang in a desperate situation is going to connect to Mike, but Mike still has his ult online, is going to use this fight to get a nice reset. Wu Fang, though, he has no choice here. He has to take down this hottie. This hottie is Mike, and he has a pillar to scale rush on. Wu Fang, 1:20. Can Mike sweat this one out?
Gonna be a chance of seeing because Star is now trying to hunt down Mike, and as it comes out towards it, Verse is gonna go through and be the one tailing him behind. Wu Fang having the RMBs in his hand for the fan would catch someone out before they realize they get caught. He's gonna wait for the Spirit Well though, as it's gonna be spawning out here. Got 1 minute on the clock. Got just enough time to try to make one active motion work in his favor because Star is on said pole sword. That amount of RMBs that can come through is going to be only dependent if someone is locked in place. The salvation podium walls going to work against him in his favor, but he's going to see a chance here because Wu Fang wants to try to continuously get this hottie out the game, get him out.
Yeah, Wu Fang, 36 seconds. It's getting desperate right now. 225 is going to be jumping in, but Wu Fang just doesn't care. He's just releasing it to anyone. The Blitz is going to be coming to play from the outside. F's going to be coming out from the Wu Shen of T225. He's getting out of there. He's looking for the scale rush. Wu Fang desperately trying to chase him down. Is going to get the late. He's going to get a little bit of stagger, but at the top roads, 225 is going to change this defense into offense. He is going to pop his ultimate, but first he's going to find the kill, and Wu Fang is going to get his soul cleansed at the last second.
Steady spaghetti for Star. Star being the one, the Romaine depletion, and now no more zipping in the game, boys. It's over. Rest in peace. 4 players, though, are going to be going up against, or 2 players, I should say, as Cyrus with Wu Fang and Verse. 1 hottie, 1 Justina, and 2 hotties, I should say. Zeldin is still somewhere going through. He's trying to create pressure here. He has purple katana and gold armor, so if they want to try to get that gold armor, it will be a case scenario. Moonbane said, nah. It's my game. No one's going to stand in this area no longer. We're going to have to separate because now Mike's on the north side versus hiding out for the loot. Got a couple of seconds here. Got to be careful of this engagement. They're going to try to see if they can pick up any J's of value, but there's nothing here besides, you know, a poison splash on that body. So for Wu Fang, he's going to be spacing through. Zeldin, though, hiding out Thunderstorm, having Earthshaker, maybe not use that one Jade, but he does have Quick Charge, and he does have that Erudition to be picked up alongside using Swift Cut that we saw earlier.
Yeah, 80% movement's going to come in, splitting up the lobby. Everyone forced to the outer circle. The hotties, Mike and Celsius, going to be facing off to the Syras. Who is the odd man out, though? We got we haven't seen Pace at all on the Justina as the fights are going to be going down. It looks like Mike wants the first blood. Wu Fang doesn't have no armor to his name. Going to be fading into the Moonbanes right now, and now Verse going to be engaging on the Mike, but Mike has his crosshairs set onto Wu Fang, and Zalzic is going to activate, looking to last hit the situation. He does get the counter grapple, and now Wu Fang fading out with the blue armor. Verse comes out of nowhere. 1, 2 going to be coming out, forcing out the ultimate, and Mike able to force the Cyros into a bad position.
Now Verse has those locked down on Pace. The laser being 20-meter range. You know, this is tough for Pace. Activating F2, I don't think it's going to work, dog, because laser beam goes through the frame, and that's going to be it. That's Pace going down. That's Verse picking up his 4th elimination in that solo. Wu Fang down is similar, though, this time on Syra, at a load up point where his HP isn't so hot. He's going to force himself to heal up. He's going to take the chance of just going as much as he can for the 16-second duration ends. For Wufang using the corner here, he's trying to create high ground. If he could try to kite immediately once that ult ends, he could then scare rush out to try to complete the heal. Blue armor, he's over by the ballistas. Mike and Zeldin looking to see what the loot is coming up on that body. Now, Mike did have Cloud Weave earlier, so whether or not he finds better fist blades, it comes down towards this scenario.
Now, I'm curious to see who wins, Hotties or Syras in this situation. Hotties have been the most dominant endgame characters, but now with Syra being put in, we've seen Syra really contest that point. Mike, though, one of the best Hotties to ever do it. Wufang's coming with the scale watch. Get the uppercut onto Mike. 2-1-1's not going to land. The Pillars is going to save Mike from that damage, and now Mike going to get a nice reset here versus taking a fight with Zelsic on the outside, but Wufang is going to get dove onto by Mike again. 1, 2, hold 3. Scale rushing up. Wufang's going to deny this damage, set up on the high ground, but Mike again initiating everything in the lobby.
Now Mike having to get that gold Hong sword in his hand is now going to be going ahead, dash arm being the heck out. Switching over to Nunnies really quickly and just make sure he has that on that second slot. Gets parry. Sword try griefing Verse after successfully getting the parry, now forcing into the fist blades of purple rarity as Mike switches to dagger from his Hong sword just to switch up the switch up.
Nice nice LB coming out from Mike. The combo break from Verse is going to back him off. Assassin's Lunge is going to be revealed now. Verse with the half trunk sitting on the outside, but out of nowhere, Zelcic with the flank. Both the Hotties have their armor stripped right now. Verse is going to keep up the pressure onto Mike, and Mike's ult's going to be forced down, taken to the skies. Can he find the heal? Verse is going to slow it down. We're going to look to go to a round 2 serve. Nice reset going to come in, but Mike's going to pepper in a little bit of damage.
He's got a little bit of heals here and there. He's now down to 3 vitalities and 5 armor patterns, being able to pick up vitalities there, now up to 4. Zeldin though, he's getting red. He's seen how many times he threw out that swift cut into the thunderstorm. Now they're going to be reading out the anticipation of it, forcing his own ultimate. Now has to take the time to heal his own armor bar and his health, while both Syras wouldn't dare take it earlier. Now they're in that position of going ahead and doing the work.
Yeah, Zelcic, no armor to his name. Musket shots coming out, bobbing, weaving. Not going to be taking damage as they turn in this defense into some offense. Looking for the triple charge. Zelcic is going to take all the way to the sky, jumping out, but a scale rush coming out of nowhere with the pulse sword is going to chunk his health down. Now Verse coming in hot, looking to put on some pressure, but Zelcic with the double charge is going to cover his landing right now. Parry going to come out from Verse, trying to stay on top of Zelcic. Doesn't want to let him take a heal. Grapple's going to be coming out. Light attack's coming out. Zelcic getting chipped down to super low, but half charge is going to come out, getting Verse down, and Verse is going to trade out heals.
He's going to be going ahead and trying to back through. He catches an ultimate cast against Mike, now forcing out to see Zeldin, and F2 State, he finds a quick elimination just like that. Now it's forcing out the Syra ultimate. This is going to be where Mike's position comes out, finding the Soulbloom. Now he did enable himself to get caught in the dazzle, but the switch up pressure goes straight towards into Mike, as Verse is going to be going in to loot up the body. There's going to be the connection, there's going to be the daggers, there's going to be the horizontals release. It's like he's Denzel Washington. He's playing this plane upside down. He's going to be making sure whether or not he can take the flight necessary when the time comes to the endgame circle. That's going to be the movie reference for this round. In the meanwhile, though, we have Verse looking for the R&Bs and looking kind of good on that Binding Fury at half meter. If he throws horizontals, he catches a blue. That's a clink and forcing the block. Otherwise, he can just try to go for those R&Bs, that quick 1.0 damage.
Verse, Mike with the triple charge, forcing Wufang into the zone, turning this around. 2 Syros coming in, the betrayal of the Syros. The zone is closing in. Everyone wants this last kills. Everyone's tied at 4 kills, but Mike's gonna steal this away, and now Mike gets the soul blade, and Verse on top of him looks for the lighting top of this, but the Invis is gonna grief Verse. He can't lock on. I spoke too soon. We got the parry against the wall. Ult's gonna be coming out. Mike, where can he go? There's only a little bit of zone go. There's nowhere to go. He's gonna get put in the microwave and cooked up, and Verse is gonna secure the win.
Verse with these MVPs like it's no problem picking it up once more today, especially on the 3 finals day. Doing good work on Syra, especially considering the Hotties were just roaming out the lobbies and seeing how Zeldin was forcing out his hand in most scenarios, but great job coming out, utilizing said character in a way and a fashion. He's not afraid to invest the ultimate, I'll say that for sure. He went crazy and just making sure he can cast it as often as possible, and especially coming out once the enemy opponent's ultimate ends, or he just looking to go for the chip damage, as someone might go out for the third party. He can clean up shop with a quick amount of tip damage.
Yeah, we've seen Verse go at this time and time and again for it. In the beginning of the day, he starts off really slow, but as the game progresses, he starts heating up. He does a really good job there, navigating that end game, finding the targets that he needs to, and still the GOAT fights on. Mike on the hottie. Even though Syra had a huge advantage there, Mike's still able to squeak out a ton of kills right there. But unfortunately, Syra is the most dominant character, and Verse is able to secure the win versus Mike with that ultimate. Nowhere to go. Mike is going to fall to that laser beam.
Yeah, we even saw earlier into the games and seen Valdez trying to exist, but we got a question for you guys in the chat for you on Twitch. For you to be able to win the Peerless Treasure Choice gift, who is leading the standings now? Is it A, Alliance's Frostbus, B, WBG Spider, C, OUG's Mike, or D, X1's Wufang? It's going to be for you guys to look in terms of what the standings may or may not look in the bottom, in the left side corner of the screen that we've always had. Make sure you put the right answer. Have your NARAKA ID ready, because we're going to have that to be available for that countdown, and you're going to be able to go ahead and potentially be chosen to win. I'm looking at you, Zingers. And now comes out in terms of that round, seeing the 5th round conclude, having the double picks for certain characters, especially seeing Hotties and Liam's being picked up in double picks for certain players. We still see Mike possibly just going ahead and pocketing out for his 6th round and hoping to use, because he did use Akko's in the prior one, but he never had a chance of seeing it really succeed as he had hoped for from that round in round 4.
Yeah, Verse, no surprises here. Old guard versus new guard. Mike, one of the most dominant solo players of all time, but Verse, Wufang, up and coming. A lot of the times, no one really knows. No one really puts a lot of spotlight on Verse, but he's been at the top of many of the most prestigious tournaments, taking it to Mike and Spider time and time again. And look at the overall standings. He's at 5 kills, taking that first place, edging out Mike at 9 points, with Mike at 7. Still super, super big. Big clutch up for his hottie game. Wufang at 4 kills, 5.5. Pace with 2 at 3 points. 225 at 2. Slow and steady wins this race. Spider as well with 2 kills this time. Now, the overall standings. The top 12 is shaping out, and it looks like the NBBL teams are pulling ahead right now. SYN Mines starting off really, really slow. He has one more game to go. Remember, some of these points, 20% of them are going to take to the finals, so he still should be fighting for as many points as Spotto at the top 6. Arano at 17, Pace at 17.8, Verse at 21.1, Spider at 21.3, Mike at 22, and Wufang at 25.6.
Yeah, that's going to be the answer for you guys in the Twitch chat. It is Wufang from Team X1 to lead out the leaderboard and the standings overall. And like we said, those points come out for the pre-finals towards grand finals, and that's going to be 1/5 or 20%. Gotta do the division, gotta do the math. Sorry, y'all. But we're going to have some clips and highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot, born for gaming, gamers united. As we saw from the drop, T5 getting those fireflies against TE Star, and TE Star not being able to be prepared. All he got is his hands, bare knuckles, and all of a sudden, swords come flying out the sky like no one's was expecting.
Yeah, that Firefly location 225 really known for is it's going to be following up. But for something he's not known for, that Wu Chen that Mike off spawn's going to clean up. Zelstitch, Wufang with the bonk, with the slay, is going to get that kill over him on tap. And again, Mike going to continue his slaughter. This whole left side of the map, these caves, this is his lair. He finds Frostbus, he takes him down with the non-stop wake up, calling it out, getting that pistol shot to close it out.
Now that grapple bump into the air addition was kind of nasty. Jump Horizontal comes out, gets the kill against CG5, utilizing the second last spear on Wufang and confirming the kill the same way. That was the first 2 eliminations, but Pace, being that you've seen in the lobby, completely shredded from that Syra ultimate. The pressure was on in an ongoing investigation. Who is the culprit? It's Verse, and because he has ult again, and he used it against his Mike into his final moments, coming through as the MVP.
Yeah, poor Pace. He was literally hidden for the last 4 or 5 minutes of the game. He finally shows up, immediately gets focus fired and lasered down. Not really much he could do in that position. Hottie and Syra, both very, very dominant characters, especially when they have good armor and good weapon. Now looking at the overall stats, Verse getting 2 MVPs, grabbing those bags at 17k damage. A lot of his play actually came from the dagger. I was very, very impressed at how Verse was able to hold his space and not let Mike's pressure get to him. He stayed consistent, didn't really falter, and Mike really, really had a hard time opening him up.
Yeah, and one thing too is just seeing how much and often you saw the Stormstrike come out. That particularly might be the reason he has so much damage with that weapon up to 2,000, because Stormstride, alongside having the dagger dash, being able to use the stamina and expending the dodges left and right, especially off of clinks, activating the soul break and just pushing away while your opponent pushes in, they take that tick damage. And if they're not holding blue, they get staggered. That frees up time for you to go ahead and right back in, back away. You see how the disengagement comes out, and especially with the motion having Assassin's Lunge, but the Nether Step deducting that energy investment for him just comes a long way, especially having the Jades of Destiny. You know, we can't come through the topics in trios, it's group heal and advanced heal, and solos it's Nether Step in Stormstride, especially when those close pocketed fights do occur. So hoping to see what happens into round 6, considering we still have one more game to play for the pre-finals.
That's an excellent point, Surf. Dagger paired up with Stormstride is one of the most devastating poke damage in the game. But speaking of breaks, Surf, we're going to take our first short break. Game 6 is going to be coming up. Last day of pre-finals, setting up for the grand finals. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen.
What's past is prologue.
Eliminations, he goes to 6, and he takes his first MVP of the final.
After J-Cup last year, I joined the MBPL competition, which has brought me a lot of experience. And now, it's time for me to prove myself again.
我相信在今年的2024 J-Cup 每位选手都会不留遗憾，战至终章。
This is a stage where the strongest gather, and my goal has always been winning.
Mon but pour le groupe stage serait de se qualifier.
Tôi muốn chứng minh với thế giới này rằng tôi cũng không kém cạnh gì so với những tuyển thủ MBPL.
你们准备好了吗？
来到了我们今天，确实也只能说是风云变幻莫测，很多的这个星星冉冉升起之后，敢与日月同辉了。
和去年相比，今年节杯有很多变化。一个时代的落幕，也意味着一个新的时代的开始。而我会在新的开始弥补所有遗憾。
第二步能够做到，他相信自己，他要的不是新人，而是那个王。他被阿雅打下这个分数，阿雅的分数。
2个星期前，我离联赛冠军只有1步之遥。长江后浪推前浪，这次我会更进一步。
我想在世界赛的舞台上击败所有人，那我才可以说，我就是未来。
每个人都在说，时代已经变了。
历史有胜利者书写。 赢下我们，才能开创新的时代。
书写历史的笔，该还给我了。
凡是过往，皆为序章。我的小说还没有结束。
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back through the J-Cup pre-finals in Shanghai, China. My name is Severio, alongside with Raven PLZ, and we're out here, boys. We're out here making sure you guys get all the action, all the experiences in J-Cup for 2024, and putting ourselves in the spot of just witnessing out how this final round of the pre-finals go.
Yeah, it's been very, very surprising, and this is why there's this narrative of the new era versus the old era. Is it upon us right now? Will Spider dethrone Mike? Wufang, one of the talents of the game. It is so competitive this year, and one thing that I think is very, very special of Wufang, of First, is they do not shy away from Mike and Spider. They actively hunt them out. They actively challenge them inside Yang. They do not care. They believe in their skill, and they believe they can take out anyone in the league.
Yeah, and that type of confidence is not cheap to come by in terms of how much value of information comes through, knowing the game and knowing how to best involve yourself with it. For Wufang, look at that man, death stare anytime. He said, I ordered 3 sides of fries. Why am I only getting 2? And now for the game instance, he is going to be in phase 4, but he still has a spot of just going ahead and procking through. I know the Valda games are done for pace. Doesn't mean it's out for the count for what he's best going to be known for if he comes out into the realm of Yangs, but we'll have to see. He's very considerably, he's probably considerably one of the rookies coming out from last year, coming out from HLG. Now this year, representing from J Team into the SS1 rebranding, now comes out Syra, game 1 with YZG T225. Frostmas chooses Sahadi, EWG Zerano chooses Sahadi, locking them out for their future choice selections.
Yeah, last round of the day. Going back to that Morris Firelight, going back to that super, super aggressive where it all started, serve that Morris Firefly first map ever to be released on NARAKA. And we're seeing this 2024 meta evolve right before our eyes. Mike's going to be going on the Liam. Zelsich going with the Hottie. So I was saying that 3rd and 4th round pick up in the air. Verse going to be going with the Justina. Verse, one of the best Justina Hong Sword players in the league. What will Wufang do? Seeing the current picks left, he is gonna go Feria. What? Wait a second. We haven't seen this
in a minute since summer. Since spring. Not even that into the case scenario when we used to have 3 phases for solos players, so having Zippings and Allroth and whatnot. That's actually kind of funny, interesting. But Tari chosen from TE Star, Polaris picking out the Valda, Wuchen from Spider here in phase 6, and seeing about Mines' decision making, noticing what's going to be picked out earlier. So it's an opportunity right now to try out the Wuchen if he hasn't done so already. He's thinking about it, he's contemplating it, writing it down, revising it, putting it in the format in Times New Roman. My man's like, I got the paper, Temi. Okay, we'll see how that opportunity comes. He's going to be the only one in the game for round 6. See Feria Shen, though, it all depends. Combo breaker for the F1, B2 most likely. Potential scene in terms of how Wufang opts in against Cyrus.
This is probably the most variety we've ever seen this year in one lobby. Now, Feria, I was discussing this with Ross, and I was discussing this with Tryhard, that as far as the potential characters that could actually beat Syra, I was like, does the beam actually stagger out Feria? Because Feria was very, very dominant in a previous meta with Zipping and Feria and Hadi. All 3 of these characters were able to live in endgame, but as the game progressed, Feria was just focused out and didn't get as much value as she used to. Very, very interesting, though. We are going to see Wufang limit test this, and right now he's currently leading the points leaderboard. Now, one of the reasons I think he's just wanting to test this out, get it out here, revealing this kind of like secret, is 20% of the points are going to be taken to grand finals, but there isn't that big of a difference depending on how many points you're at right now. Around 25, you're going to get around that 5-point mark, but anything like plus or minus around 25 isn't that big of a deal. So really, really interesting choice from Wufang. I'm really excited. We're seeing Wuchen. We're seeing Feria coming out of nowhere. We're on Morris. Look at the spread of characters. I cannot wait to see who will come out on top and whether or not Wufang can find a kill on Syra inside the realm of Yang.
We're gonna have to see, because we got prediction on the board for you guys. What the following players will rack up the most eliminations this match, or if they get the same eliminations, who will deal the most damage? It's gonna be Minds from Team SYN or TWSS's Polaris. Make sure you guys get to the portal and answering out the prediction there as well. So for these spawns, right? I mean, seeing on the left side, Frost is opting in probably for the Windmill Gorge, SS Winery area. So is X1's Wufang. So is Polaris from TWSS and T-Star. That spot having a multitude of Fireflies for the players to go towards. Whether or not they all get the potential to pick up the Fireflies necessary, we're going to find out. It's a Game 6 of Solo's pre-finals beginning right now, as SS Winery is our beginning point of interest.
Frostivus on the hottie, on the nice fit. I love that nice flower outfit on the hottie, but Mike gonna be coming in with the flank. Gets the R&B focus attack, gets the lift up. Minds down in the last hit situation. Mike desperately trying to get that last hit, but Pace flying in. Pace is gonna get that last hit with those dual blades, but Mike is gonna let him know that was a bad idea. Now you're gonna be in my crosshairs. Now I want to take you down for stealing my kill. A little bit of movement error though. Pace gonna have an opportunity to scale rush out of here, but he's gonna hold his ground right now. Mike has him back in the crosshairs. Pace desperately trying to go out, goes for the light attack, instant parry, gonna use the F to dash through, and he does get the dazzle to line of sight.
This is absolutely working in Pace's benefit. He's got Mike has a pistol, so all he needs to do is one pot shot to the next. You can see how much terrain that it comes out to Pace. Oh my goodness, can't get an armor slot. He finds no armor in that. He finds a purple cannon, can't pick it up. It is too hostile right around the corner for Pace. Taking the heals off here. Shout out to Shanghai China. Having a chance of seeing Pace into the spot of looking for an army hold check here. Goes for the stanchion, opposite direction. We see a person in the vicinity towards the pool of cleansing. Jump LB to slap. Go for a six up. Oh, it's a two-piece. Wait a second. Can Mike activate ult and get the kill? Because Pace is kind of cooking right now.
The back-to-back slaps, the first double slap combo of the day, and Mike is gonna fall. Pace is gonna turn it around. Wufang shows up with a third party. LMB, crouch uppercut, a Faria. Pace has to be just as confused as us. What is this? There's a Faria, and Wufang is on the board.
The 1-2-3 of Destiny from Wufang, man. It's like the robot. It's like the order the Duncan was waiting for. He's still waiting for the order as it comes through, because Wufang is on that one kill. He's looking up against Avala, and it's up against Polaris. Polaris already kitted out for ultimate. He has his Blue Hong Sword, gets caught by the 1-2. Wufang is spreading out the 1-2-3s left and right. Gets caught though by neutral F1 investment. The combo break up, and there's a lethal jab confirming a lot of chip damage. V2 comes out, I should say. Oh, we try to jump R&B that, but now it's going to be a dangerous predicament because now we have Valdo ultimate. The worry, we get into our mech, so Wufang can space out between him and Polaris or go on the offensive.
Not Wufang. A little bit of a movement error, doing the jump in Brandora, not able to find the kill. I'm curious to see if he actually had grapples within right there. He might have just not realized he had no grapples, but now Polaris, both of them going to get a nice full reset here. He's going to eat one of the cannon shots right now, peppering in the LMB. Polaris trying to line of sight, trying to get out of the situation, but Wufang going for the drop down, looking for the cannonball, trying to land on top of him. He is going to break a hold there. Now Polaris is going to be moving to the left, but Wufang's going to hug him, tracking his footsteps, but grapple is not going to connect, and Polaris gets a little bit of room.
A little bit of room here. One grapple stagger, not going to be confirmed. Polaris is making good notion about attacking throughout the grapple animation, so that way he doesn't get staggered. Quick tip. But Polaris has himself locked in against getting parried. Double cannon shot, triple double cannon shots confirmed. Wufang's on 2 kills right now on a Fairy Shen. Now, this is before Rummy Yang. We want to see how Rummy Yang ends out. He's got 21,000 Dark Tide coins, so he can buy an armor when the time comes. But now, Celestra is an onslaught of a bloodbath as T225 with no armor, looking to reset. Well, there's 5 players in the vicinity in our field of view.
Yeah, we got 225 versus Star, Frostivus, and Arana all posting up right now. 225 going to make his way to the outside. Now looking on the other edge. Spider on the Wu Chen. Tricky. Dash is going to be coming through from Star versus in the last hit situation, trying to make his way out of it. Finds the armor reset, but in the corner, Frost was going to hit him with the 1-2. Back-to-back armor resets for Verse. Going to make his way out of it, getting out of the center again. Everyone moving, weaving. Doesn't want to get caught down. Verse doing a good job, but still the pressure from the lobby. 225 with those sliding attacks, putting it into Verse's back. Scarework's going to be coming out. Verse makes his way to the top, but Arano is going to pop the hottie off, looking for the last hit, but Verse is going to get another armor reset.
Can't believe it. Blue rarity, and he's set to go here. He's at 88% for the rage, gets 91 after that strike. Another burn proc tick, but Verse has to just keep the spacing going and tap dodge the next swing, otherwise it is in danger zone. There he goes, tap dodges that one. He's good to go. He's going to get some chip damage for ultimate, procs it, tries to use it as an escape tactic if he needs to in Absolution. He's got himself just 3 dashes. He's going to hold out. If someone wants to take a fight when it's isolated, that would have been perfect case scenario, but everyone here is looking healthy except for him. Takes towards the Immortal Temple. A lot of kiting around here. And if he gets himself enough time of confusing his opponents, he could get out of here scot-free.
Yeah, Ver's doing a really good job of kiting, disengaging, not getting locked down right there. So many good players all in one location. It looks like 225 finds his way to the outskirts of Selection. Onto Zelja, double jump parry's gonna come down, and the RMB plus the cannon shots. He's gonna absolutely explode 225, and now we got Zelja versus Wufang on a Faria. Zelja surprise. What is this? That's a Faria in here. He's gonna pop the ultimate in defense of this, but Wufang, nice tap that's going to be weaving out, gets the stagger, gets the follow-up. Gold F is going to come out denying the full follow-up, but it doesn't matter. Wufang is going to catch him as he cancels the F, and this Faria is terrorizing the lobby.
I can't believe it. Man's on 3 eliminations so far. We're not even at the Romyang 1 yet, and now it comes down towards Sunveil, Dwelling Star, Purple Longsword, Purple Armor. Matari has F2 still up to go through, invests it right then and there to find out Verse, who is low, who is getting burn tick damage, suddenly finding the opportunity to hit to the shop and buy a Purple Armors. Let me know how fast he has it to go to that tab, because Verse could be safe from this point on.
Yeah, Verse, last hit situation. He has to hope that no one has burn right now. Around shooting out those cannon shots, making his way on the roof, using the rooftop perfectly to get that grapple, to scale, to grapple LMB out of here. And Verse again, he's been keeping everyone at bay. Everyone's trying to get this Justina out of here, but Verse is not giving it up so easy.
Now Mike at Servant's Grounds, looting up, having blue fan, blue armor, and the common pistol. We're gonna take a replay over, see Mike up against Pace. Now we know how this turned out, right? Looking at the Stancha coming out here, jump LMB, slap, making for the LMBs to uppercut. The F1 hasn't been invested, so Mike, when he uses ultimate, he went ahead and used it, catches himself through. But then you hear cannon shots, you're like, what's that? Is that a Fairy Shen? He's like, Fairy Shen? Nah, bro, ain't no way! And that's where he comes out in full frontal 110% rage, essentially, in the moment. But at the same time, Pace is here, T225 is north of him. He's going to be kiting away towards Sunwing's Rest for sure.
Yeah, Mike on the Liam and the dual Halbies setting up for this first round. Yeah, I think everyone's going to be very surprised when they're going to see a Faria inside. I don't think I've ever seen a Wu Chen versus a Faria, actually. Spider's going to be going in with Pace with the white armor going in, and he's going against the GOAT on the Wu Chen. Now, everyone has tried out this Wu Chen pick, but Spider is the only one to really make it work. Now, another thing that has been working in the group stage has been the Spear with Wu Chen. Purple Spear on deck. What can Spider show me? He's going to roll up. 1.2 release into Pace. LMB is going to be released from Pace, but Spider's going to deny it with the F, but the parry's going to be coming out. Following up. Spider going for a ride. White armor is gonna be blue armor, and Spider's gonna fall.
Now we got Mines up against Frostbus here. Blue armor, Frostbus, blue fan, having the common pistol going through and switching out to having a purple katana on standby. Avoids that parry from Mines. Mines throws to the 1.0, throws in the other direction. This gives opportunity for Frostbus. Gets caught by another blue though, and looking to take the pillar to the heights, holds it down, holding the mitigation format. Gets caught by a jump horizontal from the fist plates. Now it comes down to Mines. No parry coming from there. He eats up the blue focus. Now comes out for a parry from Frostbus. Switches the weapon quickly. Gets the R&B blue focus. Not going to kill potential. One jump horizontal is all he needs to kill out. The Temi-Circle comes out and the R&B connects. Frostbus wins his Romyang.
Nice job from Frostbus, clean with it, able to get that last little bit, get that chip damage down on Mike on the outside. Has Zelja just against the ropes, and now Spider jumping into the fray, wants to find the last, but Mike gonna throw his ball, trying to land the hit, not able to get the flash kill. Spider's gonna steal it away with the pistol, and now Mike in a tough position. Cannon shots have been coming out, he's put to low health. He's gonna use this for a little bit of siphon, but Mike put in a tough position. Mines Arano keeping up the pressure with the cannon shots. Mike trying to throw those light attacks, trying to clank Arano off, but Arano hungry for it. Gonna stay right on top of Mike. Blue armor reset though, and Mike's looking really safe now.
Yeah, cannon shots are going to be sprayed across for Arano. He's proccing his tuna, getting that passively built up, while Spider takes the chase down. Mike has himself at almost under half HP for his vitality, his white health. So right now, over by the Noble Cave Temple, there are other fights happening, bro. I can't believe it. There's another integrated fight happening. Pace up against Polaris. 1-2's come out. He has Cyan Fang. He goes for the 1-2-3 horizontal and making sure that he can try to force out Polaris for a parry blade. Not going to happen here. Cannon shots comes out. Arano forcing out Polaris' ultimate, but it's going to be a potential. Who's going to get the last hit case for the kill?
Yeah, Polaris with the ult, Baldo with the ult. Polaris doing a good job kiting right now, but multiple players are coming in. There's so much commotion right now. Vermilion's buff at 1:23. Pace, very safe, can force the issue right now. Polaris trying to make his way to the Fireflies, try to see if he can get another ultimate. Polaris, though, seeing that all the fighters are taking is going to be forced out to the combo break now with the last hit situation. Pace is going to lock him down and find the 1-2 to finish him off.
And Pace has himself in the corner. His Berlin's going to get burned out. The elimination goes to T225 while Mines was trying to keep it going. And Arano has arrived towards his area. Soul as well as Spider. The Temmie circle is invested for the ultimate. Mines getting caught by the uppercut is in a dangerous spot because T225 now having to proc the ultimate and he gets eliminated as a result. But he can't get that Soul Bloom because he's keeping going. He's still not going to let up against that Wu Chen, man.
Yeah, 225 with the beam, sees the Wu Chen, sees the arch enemy of Siren. The beams are coming out. Spider surrounded by everyone, nowhere to go. The daggers are coming down on 225, but first is going to come in with the kill steal, and now 225 with a parry. A minute and 50 on the Vermilions. He can force every issue right now, but it's not going to matter. Arano's going to come down with the RMB and take his life.
And Mike was trying to loot up the body. He gets hit by a reverse, and now Verse is backing off. We still have a chance right then and there. Seeing Frost was actually getting eliminated with his Vermilions in the availability, so now it's up to him to kite out for the next realm, potentially, to see that come through. Meanwhile, Mike hits the shot. We're going to get a replay into the fight between T225 and Wufang. Interestingly enough, T225 did win this fight, and I was actually going to make mention of this. So Syra, having the ability to use her ultimate, it's in the case scenario that she can actually Taz or knock back in terms of using Light Beam to stagger the Fairy Shen mech. And now comes out towards Wufang. T225, Slight Hypercut confirms it. F1 is invested, so this means that T225, he confirms neutral again. That's it, that's over. Jump RB comes out, and there comes the Syra ultimate.
That intentional jump on RB in that instance, not something that's actually a Brandora, but LB's going to be coming out 225, staying on top of him. Wufang, no ultimate to his name. We don't get to see the interaction, but we do see what happens when you don't have ult versus Syra. You're just going to get cooked. You're just going to get lit up. There's nowhere left to go, and Wufang's going to fall. I want another salty round back. I want to see that one more time where Feria has the momentum.
I'm just looking at the microwave when the hot pocket's like circling around, and that's exactly what the point of view you as a Syra saw. Juggernaut level 3 for T225. This means he's scaling out tremendously for the attack, so he's able to kind of work through with his gold spear. If he gets another kill than Rami Yang, he's at 4. That means he's getting so much attack in just a short amount of time. And you've seen these players use the RMB, that vertical fluid focus for the spear. It is no joke when it comes down towards it. Frost still gets caught from that scare rush, and T225 puts the pressure onto the Hottie, who's invested his F2, meaning he has only one thing left, and that's his ultimate.
Now Frostovich just getting out of there. He's going to go for the reset. Has purple fist to his name, and 225 coming in. Looks like, I believe that was Wufang. I saw a flash. Remember, 2024, no free Yanks. You fight for every single one. Frost gets pushed off, and this is the importance of having the ticket. The reason why you're so aggressive on this, all of the pros kind of have a tendency of when they like to go in. Mike likes going in first, Spider likes going in last, so you kind of want that sweet spot of going in the middle. Now, for the second realm of Yang, there's only 2 spots, so no matter what, you're going to go against one of the goats and catch some pain. Now, Pace doesn't care. The new generation doesn't care, Surf. They will take a fight versus anyone. They don't even attempt to calculate to fight, to pick a fight with anyone. First, second, third, they're going in no matter what, especially when they're on Syra.
Especially if they're on Siren. And Liam coming from Mike, the only thing he has in this kid that might work out in his favor, that's Sapjade. And he's up against Wufang, man, who does have Blistering Edge. No pole sword in hand, but we've seen how nasty he's been with these dual blades so far. Dual wield weapons, he's going for those 1, 2, 3s. If he does it again, Mike's going to be upsetting spaghetti. But the fight starts now. Liam versus Fairy Shen inside Romiang 2.
Liam versus Fairy. I haven't seen this in a very, very long time as well. Light shot's going to be coming out from Mike, looking for the scare rush, but Wufang sitting on the other side. Mike's going to take this guy, look for the flanks, not able to land it. Wufang fading out, faking the bow shot with the parry. What the? Wufang has the momentum now, but Mike going to respond by throwing the first blue, but the V3's going to come out, staggering coming out. Mike with the overhold, looks for the parry, not going to be able to land it. Wufang turns his V3 for his 3rd hit around, and now with the V3 down, Wufang has to be careful right now. Mike can't push him away from him. He's not going to be able to go to the mech. A lot of posturing going on right now. Scour's going to be coming out. 1-2's going to come out. Ult's going to come out from Mike. First flash in the books. Not going to be able to land much. Wufang doing a good job of icing off Mike's pressure. I spoke too soon. He's going to eat a sap, but get into the mech.
Now this is going to be a pressure zone. It's going to be a full reset for Wufang. He needs to take the time to heal as Mike is repairing the weapon that he just stole. Going for the meal. It's like Thanksgiving dinner. And now he goes for the pistol shots as Wufang is going to get a little bit of chip damage, waiting for the bar to go through. Maybe he gets that time to strike back. There's the first cannon shot, confirms. Can't do anything for the second and the third, but he goes ahead and goes ahead for round 3 essentially against Mike. Mike catches horizontal. Neutrality is in the game. He knew the combo breaker was going to be used, and he immediately R&B's out for it. And this is where Mike is only at 1 point left. 1 R&B, that's all you need. 1 clink now with that last one, and a scare rush to confirm the job. That's Mike picking up gold armor, but we have another fight. T25 up against SS1's Pace.
Pace with the uppercut, not able to land that gold combo. We're going to come out from 225, but getting that little bit of heal, has a gold spear on top of it. But Pace waiting with the trap, gets the grapple kick combo with the follow-up and the wake-up damage, and 225's HP is absolutely deleted. Pace saying, this is my era, 225, stay in second place.
Crazy enough, it's going to be coming out towards picking up Dragon-like Might and a gold hung sword. This gives Pace a little bit more chances, seeing whether or not he wants to keep those dual blades. Otherwise, it'll be something for him to make use of, because he's been doing crazy with dual blades. It's different animations for the R&B for the vertical and the horizontal, so having any chance of just looking for flop state targets and is looking to release again will come through. Wufang, though, went back towards the Noble Cave in case anyone was out there, just to see if any sort of loot is left behind. 4 eliminations, 4.5 minutes in terms of that remaining depletion, so he's got to make his way towards where players would end up. In this case, Celestra.
Yeah, Celestia are going to be having a lot of that Yang depletion. Chase down coming in. Mike does have the White Tiger buff. Does hear the grapples of Pace chasing Star. Star doing a good job going left, baking left, going right. Arano is sneaking around. Arano always known for his cheeky play, especially the last round. You always see Arano bobbing, weaving, sneaking those steal kills, and still contesting the top 3 consistently. But the White Tigers buff of Mike making everyone a little bit cautious. No one wants to hard commit right now. On the outside, though, Wufang is going to spawn in and see 225. Both of these guys do, I believe, have Yang depletion.
This is going to be 225's position as a Siren, not to showcase that he does have Rum Yang depletion. Is only to his target, who's going to realize that 3 eliminations, or I should say 3 eliminations on his hand. Purple Nunnies as well. Wufang's in the vicinity. He's still trying to kite around here, trying to find any sort of way of catching through, while Mike goes ahead and goes full offensive. White Tiger's prowess, as the buff picked up, has a minute for the buff to work it out. And now it looks and seen the F1 invested. Wufang is now caught by a blue focus vertical slap. It's like return to sender. We've seen it once before. We're going to see it time and time again. And Mike wants to make sure that there's no opportunity for the heals, and wants to make sure that Wufang's ultimate is going to be invested like it is intensely right now.
Nice, a little bit of chip damage going into this. Wufang going to get that 1-2 onto Mike for his shovels, trying to put the pressure onto him, trying to get the lobby to look at him with the White Tiger, but it's going to keep Mike topped off. Wufang, this is the story of every Fairy in endgame. You don't get to live in this mech. All you can hope is to get a couple of heals, because the lobby is peppering up Wufang with the range attacks. Wufang trying to return fire, tries to get a little bit of an attack off. He does cap off his health right now. 225 is going to put pressure onto Mike, though. Light attacks will be coming out, does get the stagger, and now his ult is going to be forced out. Both Wufang and 225, no more ultimate to his name, but can 225 find some value with his?
He's looking for a dazzle, and he confirms it. Oh, the Auric Sword is going to be placed, and is Mike going to be able to teleport? Yes, he will, but you see 225 has 1 second left. That's it. All that's over is now for someone to kind of yoink an R&B or a blue focus off of T25 or stop him in this place. His F skill is down. That means this is confirmed for the kill. But Mike, he has no Auric Swords left, no ultimate charges out. He's throwing blue focuses like it's no tomorrow. Maybe hoping to look for the F1. There it is. Has the wall in the ravine with the water wheel. It's 1 HP in a dream. There's an armor inside of that building for a common armor, but he's getting 1 vitality heal. He knows he can potentially cut it right back towards it if he saw the armor for the swap. Wufang catches the R&B, and 1 pistol shot's all it needs. A bow shot, and that's 5 eliminations. My man saw Fairy Shen and said, what are you doing here? He's like, I'm taking 5 fingers of death to the motion.
Mike does get taken down by Wufang, and Frostum is showing up like, what is this? There's a Faria in the lobby, and this Faria is absolutely devastating everyone. I know everyone's thinking, man, this Faria, this has to be one of the global players. There's no way one of the Pro League players is going to be running Faria right now. We haven't seen Faria in months, ladies and gentlemen. This is definitely something new coming out this year's J-Cup. Everyone's pulling out the stops. We're seeing ace cards being revealed from up the sleeve over and over. Spider with Wu Chen, Wufang with Faria. What else are we going to see today?
I don't know, man, but Pace actually getting himself a Dragon Ward to be utilized, as well as that Dragon-like Might switching over the gold halberds, or gold dual blades into halberds, and just charging out. He has so much zone control into his end game, it's not even funny. Plus, he has Phantom Step, Ripple Step, so he's able to kind of work that into that build, just tap dodging and avoiding the melee aim, and as well as avoiding grapples, more importantly. 8 minutes on the clock right now. Mystic Might, Spirit Will is going to be something for the players to rotate around if they can. 6 players left into the board. No one with Rum Yang depletion. Shops available. Pushing back to try to get the gold, you know, Jades to be unlocked if it's coming down towards that final tick of the marker. Something that, and only in the Mortal War you can do, buying Jades that you can selectify if they are available in the shop.
Yeah, Wufang's deep in the shop, just looking around, seeing what he wants to buy. Justina trying to ninja some Jades right now. It's like, hey, what you doing? Smacks him away. Hey, no free Jades for you. Trying to buy some sympathy from the strongest player in the lobby. Wufang is going to be able to cherry pick who he wants to go for. And now we're going to see how Feria is going to be playing against Paste on the Syra. Does Feria force out Syra? It's very, very hard with so many different characters inside the Spirit Well. Who is going to be coming out top? Drop Down's going to be coming down, and Wufang's going to opt to buy that Aurora Burst to deny the range damage. Has the Feria ult down. It's looking like trios in here.
A little bit, yeah. Frostbus in the background trying to kite under the tower and just looking to try to see the Spirit Well is playing. There's going to be the Jades, the weapon picked up. Wufang on the offensive takes an immediate approach with that Mystic Might, and Verse is going to be the first target on the list here. Frizz Blades come out, the ultimate from Verse to the use to Justina to escape. There's one dash looking for an armor swap. We've seen like a deja vu moment. There's a second dash. He's looking to try to find another armor if he can, and he has a last dash to be available. If he needs to use it to kite through a windowsill and just look to try to break ankles, he would be able to do so. Rupture Gale does hit, and he takes burn tick damage, so it's now a more dangerous situation as he just invests his third dash.
Man, Verse is doing a really, really good job of line of sight, but like you said, Verse, he gets hit by that burn damage, denying a lot of his heal right now, cutting and reducing a lot of it, but Verse still, without Justina's dash, does get maximum value out of it, but the blue buff, that Bell buff is going to reveal his location. He's not going to get that much room to breathe. The lobby will descend upon him one more time, but with that gold spirit, you gotta be careful with that, just that burst potential with that R&B. We've seen it time and time again. That spear focus dash just creates so much space, so much potential for damage with the change to the LMB, and it looks like Wufang instead wants to go for a different target, wants to win this game on the Feria. I haven't seen a Feria heal off at least in the last year and a half.
Yeah. It has been a while since I've seen a Feria Shen coming through here for the scene again. For Wufang, though, if he performs out, man, is that going to change it up? Seriously. It's 5 eliminations right now with 6 players left in terms of it. All that comes down to the value is how is she going to perform out in the final zone, because Feria Shens usually have the chance to just knock people out, but we've seen it. The reason I think another thing, too, is when there's multi-wave fights and being able to disengage, finding a way to clink someone back and just going forth, Syra being a main threat for that. Justina's not as often as possible as we've seen with V2s. We've seen a little bit more of a shift varying format of her V1 or V2. Seeing how Wufang wants to work this out since he's already in the lead. This is now testing grounds and seeing how the skill of the player versus the character comes in the moment, because now with that movement about to expire, this is going to be where Wufang's fist blades come through, and this man's just having the Jades of Destiny in his hands.
Yeah, Wufang looks like he doesn't want a hottie to go to heal off. He wants to get him out of here. He knows the burn damage is a liability for him. He's going to target down Frostbus right now. Frostbus desperately trying to get away. He has a lot of room to play with this building, but the fan scale rush is going to get him out of here. Wufang, though, keeping up the pressure, does have his fist play, staying on top of him, though, tracking him down perfect. Wufang's acting like glue right now, sticking to Frostbus, working Frostbus go right now. He's going to have to make his way into the cliffside. Not much he can do with these buttery rocks, scale rushing over and over. The cannon shots are coming out, and now Frostbus in a tough situation. He does have his ult up. He doesn't want to be forced to use it yet, trying to make his way to the other side, trying to find a reset right now. He might just opt to pop his ultimate, get that heal off before he gets focus fire, but Frostbus does find a little bit of a cubby and gets that reset.
And now using the fan is going to be happening out here. He's going to skite around here, having a chance of actually seeing whether or not he's going to be going through. He's going to be having enough sustain right now for the timers. He's at 3 minutes and 40 seconds. He's going to be having the spot of a life. Look at the kiting positions he's taking. He's out of there, taking one full armor heal. Now he's safe to go ahead and proc the advance heal. Wufang, he's going back to his, his gear, leaving out the kids' playground and just going to pick up whatever he's got left. Still into this game, though. 3 minutes. Pace is hiding out here with gold armor versus cannoning out. If he's got enough repair chests, he can try to make this one work. But Star is also on that rooftop inside of Celestia. There's a lot of verticality here. We've seen situations like this in the past, how much this position can work in a favor. If someone gets knocked off a building, all the range shots are going to come out from those single hit weapons such as the bow, musket, or the pistol.
Interesting position right now because Wufang is at 5 kills. There's no way for him to pay attention knowing that he's tied with pace. So getting a couple more kills here. He wants to steal away this MVP. Every single time you get an MVP, ladies and gentlemen, that is a thick bag. Spider has the biggest bag right now, collecting those $1,200 up like hotcakes. I know Wu Fang is fighting for this in a really prime position on the Varia and with pace on the Syra. Every single Syra game, you ideally do want to be at that 5 kill mark. Now going into this last little heal off, you're one of the best characters to secure it, but I don't think anyone in this lobby really has considered, does Varia win when the zone collapses at the very end, or does Syra?
It's going to be a spot to see, because considering how much Cyrus went to RMB or the orb, they would necessarily not use their light beam. They're just looking to sustain. And let's talk about the orb. There's one right there. Not getting caught by the dazzle. Wu Fang still takes the pressure off in terms of chasing down Pace. Well, Pace is in the corner. I hear Atari F2 in the background trying to look through. Frost was dropping down here in the corner side, and we're just ringing around the rosy around this building. This is going to be Wu Fang looking for the chase. Finding a parry, going for the jump horizontals again and again. The cannon shots come out, and now Force Ultimate. Pace is actually going to be able to be caught out with no ultimate into this endgame circle.
Oh my goodness. Wu Fang's neutral pressure is just so strong. All he needs is a good combo break. The Ghost Fist just does so much, and he takes down his main competition of the lobby. Pace, with no ultimate, is not going to be able to get his ultimate online before this zone closes. 1 minute and 35 seconds. Wu Fang looking poised to take this on such an off-meta pick. Everyone is just giving the room to Wu Fang. They don't want to contest this Varia, but there is a lot of verticality. Like you said, Surf, someone's going to be on the inside, someone's going to be up top. Who is going to take it? Are we going to get a multi-way tie?
We're going to see the Matar gets caught by the 1-2, but no 3. The scare, which is good for it. The F2 goes out. Star will back off. Crazy enough, he was charging up a Great Sword for some reason, so I hope he doesn't have Earthshaker. That'll be crazy, considering all the chances that have happened so far this year. But Wu Fang has Cloud Weaver to space this rooftop. Now Frost was taking high ground, gets knocked away, uses his F2 to reposition in. Whether or not they're going to see this hottie and noticing, you know, whether the F skill is down, they're going to be preparing themselves to just try to just force him out. Another Cloud Weaver, another Force F skill coming out. And now Wu Fang having 8 grapples. He's not looking to stay in the sky. He is looking to hold the ground for the final 40 seconds. Frost was hits to the sky, while Star is going to try to be that one Matari that's annoyingly in the endgame circle for sure.
Yeah, Frost gets forced in the zone. Unlucky for him. He has one of the best potentials to pick up all these kills with that hottie burn. But Wu Fang is on the high ground with the Cloud River, dropping down, throwing out the focus attacks non-stop. Wu Fang has to be careful. Doesn't want to get parried right now, but Pace at max health. Looks like Wu Fang in the center. Arano takes to the sky. Frost is all the way at the top, but Wu Fang on the ultimate low ground on the Varia back, laying down the barrage. The cannon shots are coming out. Varia getting those last hits, lighting up the lobby. Arano's gonna come in with the slashes, picking up a ton of kills right now. Arano in the kill field. Arano picking up so many, but it looks like Frost, last one standing?
Last one standing going through, but I think Arano got every single one of those kills, bro. Every single slash coming in his favor. I know that this Wu Fang ultimate was there, the Aquarius, and I was thinking last hit confirmations were coming through, but this man literally clean shot with slashes left and right, forcing him the MVP. I know he wants that water cat. He's getting that water cat. My man got that in the last round for the MVP, so EWG Arano taking round 6 as the MVP.
Yeah, Arano I'm telling you, every single time Arano for the last round, my man has a 6-round clutch stream. He just comes out of nowhere, not really, doesn't poke his head out for too long, avoids all the gang depletion situation and navigates perfectly to these heal off situations, to these last hit situations where he has calculated perfectly and come out on top. We were watching Wu Fang on the Varia devastate the lobby, but in the end, Arano steals it away.
Steals every single one of those. And the crazy part too is that we saw Servants Grounds, we saw the Force Fairy Shen ult to come out. The lobby was necessarily all circulating around said Fairy Shen, and yet still getting out of there. It's kind of crazy seeing how fast it came down towards Wu Fang and getting that disengagement. Alongside seeing the hottie into that endgame circle, seeing Frost was where he was low enough, but finding the kiting spots from his angle point of view, he was able to kite out as well. Those small moments really come in the clutch, and then we see even earlier to that point where Justina, such as with catching so many stray shots from the cannon shots, you see the amount of control that cannon can do inside the buildings is monstrous. So seeing that in all of the motion that it did puts into the motion of Fairy Shen in mech form, thinking if she's going to be into the endgame circle, should she be the one focused out instead of Syra? Because Syra can heal off, Valda can heal off, But once you have a Fairy Shen, she can last hit wonder everybody, even if they're in one tick of damage.
Yeah, I was really thinking that Wu Fang was going to clean shop right there, but Arano with those triple charge slashes, he's done it so many times. There's been so much Hadi practice this year that it shows that when Hadi still gets there, there's a reason why he's focus firing in endgame, that it's very, very hard to compete with his kill steal potential in that last little bit. Unfortunately for Frostopus, he was being contested for the ultimate height, getting grapple canceled over and over, so he's not able to look for those last hits perfectly. But this is why Arano is one of the premier players, one of the best players up and coming. The new era might be upon us with Wu Fang and Arano showing such dominance this lobby.
This man went up to 5 kills in the last moment and picks up the 2 ranking points there for 7 points total earned. Wu Fang though in second with the 5 kill eliminations, getting killed off, and third and below with 6.5, as well as with Pace having 6.5 earned. 4.2 for Frost for first place in the ranking points alongside, but 3.5 for T225, Verse with 3, 1.5 for Mike and Spider, 1 point for Polaris, Zeldinch, and Star, while Mines was not able to earn points that round. And this is going to be where the pre-finals, I always like saying the pre-finals are essentially kind of like scrims a little bit, where you have them going up against not the final stage, just getting a feel before the stage is set. And now it's going to be the standings of the pre-final for the proposed points to be carried over. SYS is minus 6.7, 2.2 given to Zeldinch, 2.4 for Polaris, 2.5 for Star, 2.7 for Frostopus, 3.5 for YZG's T225. So like we said, 20% from the points earned today total then gets carried over. For Spider, he takes 4.6, 4.7 for OUG's Mike, EWG Rana with 4.8, as well as with FPS's Verse taking 4.8, 4.9 for Pace, and 6.4 for Wu Fang. Literally one of the guaranteed games where if you were to be one of the MVPs, he has one now docketed before the 8 rounds to be played for final solos.
Wow, looking at that leaderboard, you see the new school challenging the 2 GOATs, Mike and Spider. Even though they're top 6, they are 5th and 6th respectively, but all the new players are at the top. Thunder Robot highlights showing exactly why the new era might be upon us.
Yeah, and we see how Mike gets caught out here from Pace, and you see in the background Wu Fang with that cannon being the menace here in a moment, because you know this is the Persoric Sword. Pace goes ahead, backs away. The teleport was had. The last hit confirmation from Pace comes out. The slam the desk moment occurred. Boom. The whole camera shook. I'm shook. And now it comes out towards Wu Fang as he shook up against Zeldinch later on. And this is going to be where the LMB situation came out for a free jump LMB to the RMBs, and that's where Wu Fang comes out for his second elimination.
Now Pace inside of Rumble Yang finds a parry onto Spider with white armor. Spider goes for a ride with the counter. Not today, Spider. Pace is going to find that kill. Then onto 225, taking down the old guard. Pace coming through with the follow, with the uppercut. 225 is going to fall to him, and Wu Fang, you think he's down and out? No, he is not. He's going to take down one of the GOATs and might cleanse his soul. And that's this last endgame. Frostopus comes slashing through. Not able to get the last hit. He's trying to trail Arano, but unfortunately Arano's going to swing first. Just a little bit too late. Arano is going to find that MVP for the last game of the day on the back of his Hadi.
And seeing the skills is going to be the F2 B2 with that burn ultimate every time you get a level 3 strike, and it's his 3rd MVP. So picking that one up, I even said in terms of the Rupture Gale Orb, he was the menace with the cannon. Look at that, 7,000 damage near towards it, and he was just spamming it. He had every time an opportunity to shoot that cannon shot, he went for it. And he also was able to get Tuna off in most situations where he would have taken a chase, he forced someone to disengage, and you see in the background, he's just taking the emote to his own stance. That's happened towards Mike, towards Lake Yellowleaf when we saw him against Spider. He denied going for the chase, instead earning for himself for the sustain. He has 5,500 healing, but just having the insurance of that 15 armor heal tick just goes a long way in terms of the end game circle. But more importantly, the end game circle being a Hadi. We've seen times like in the past where Hadis went up against Fairy Shens, catching the last second hits. It's not only to the Fairy Shen versus Hadi, right, where those like ranged tick damages come down. It's that burn tick damage, passive damage to happen for the 8 seconds that it procs, and this pours out a point for that last second when there's 2 Hadis, which Hadi gonna get the burn, and it was up against Arano and Frostopus, and Arano just comes out with those strikes first and foremost.
Yeah, Arano, he shows that
there's still another playstyle alive. Now, Fong, one of the Emperors, did get removed. He's known for that very, very slow play, that methodical play on the outside, but Arano did it a little bit better this year, and you're seeing exactly why. His endgame preparation, like you were pointing out, sir, he's able to use that Rupture to that cannon, staying out of line of sight, using that Tuna for that sustain, and setting up with a ton of health gauge to win that heal-off situation where he's able to sit there in the zone, cherry pick his attacks, and find those last hits. Now, Frostibus technically did the same thing, but he was just half a second too late, and unlike Arano, Frostibus didn't have a good range gauge to dictate the tempo. Arano showing exactly how it's done and how to win if you're not going to run a Realm of Yang strategy.
Yeah, and we also saw that Wu Chen pick coming out today, and seeing how Wu Chen kind of operated, right? It's like seeing the feel, getting a feel for it, whether it's the skill of the player, whether it's the usage of the character. It comes down in terms of the moments that might or may not go down towards gear, but we're just going to go ahead and gear ourselves towards an interview, guys. And we'll see you guys right afterwards with a couple words from our players.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with Wu Feng. I'd like him to say hello to our audience. 来吧，吴峰先和我们的观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是X1的吴峰。
欢迎吴峰来到赛后采访。Okay, so first, today really did great job, but I would like to know how's your feeling. 先问问啊，今天打下来，其实目前成绩是非常不错。哎，吴峰自己感觉怎么样呢？
感觉还好吧，感觉他们没有认真打。
今天感觉还行，但是拿了一个非常好的分数。To be honest, I think like just for me, it's just so-so today. Not the best status, but for them, like my opponent, I think they are not really working hard. Maybe looking forward to their grand final. 哎，期待一下他们的表现。来，我们先来看一下今天的题目是什么。Okay, let's move on to the next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, so the question for this turn is how many kills did X1 吴峰 Cirques in the matches? 这把呢是刚才这把比赛当中到底拿下了多少击败积分？先不说刚才我们不说这个答案啊，来讲讲，其实吴峰也是第一次其实加入到我们的世界赛当中，打世界赛的感觉跟平时在打 NBPR 有没有什么不同呢？有没有认识什么新朋友？跟我们讲讲。
外国的基本我都向他们打一下招呼，就是也算跟他们交了朋友吧。
说明你是一个很 nice 的人。
我比较喜欢交朋友。
是个 E 人还是 I 人？
我也是比较社恐吧。
比较社恐，看着不是很像啊。Okay, so I asked him about like because it's the Jacob and as the international world championship, so what's the difference between the NBPR and also like in these times that he like recognized the new friends, and Wu Feng told me he's really shy, but if he have chance to see every foreigner players, he will say hello to everyone and try to make new friends here. 也希望是在这个国际赛当中啊，其实大家除了这个比赛之外，大家可以多多交流。其实看到你们，我那天其实，在休息室看到吴峰有去交流，感觉还不错，挺好的，对不对 ？OK， 我觉得应该吴峰准备就绪了，我们一起给他们进行一个倒计时。OK， I think our players prepare and let's start counting.
1.
英文。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 有请吴峰来给我们讲讲正确答案到底是哪个呢 ？Yeah, the correct answer is 5. 5. Okay, yeah, 5. Okay, and also because we are worried about, you know, Wu Feng, now you're leading the scoreboard, but a lot of like people are worried about, it's like the summer split again. So I would like to know how you guys just adjust yourself. 那我这边特别想问一下，其实很多自己吴峰自己的粉丝啊，就很担心，哎，峰会不会这次又像我们夏季赛这个剧本一样？我相信峰肯定会回答我一定不会的，对不对？那这一次吴峰为了世界赛自己做了哪些调整？准备怎么去调整这个面对世界赛的心态呢？
多动脑子吧，就少点操作，多动脑子去拿分。
I think for me, how to adjust is not about the psychology. It's more like using my brain in the matches, not focus just on the one-on-one fighting, but think about the matches. 哎，其实吴峰说到一个很有趣的点，你自己也说到了多动脑子。目前单排的这个环境，你觉得跟之前，因为到了当前版本嘛，其实有挺多变动。吴峰觉得他最大的变动，让你觉得要多动脑子的地方在哪里？就要多思考在比赛当中是哪里？我因为先问一下。还有就是问一下你为什么 今天选择了神庙这个英雄，我们特别好奇。Okay, we would like to know because now you said you need to use brain in the match, and also I would like to know so for the match patch, what's the difference between the last match patch and also why you use the Fira in solo game?
神庙吗？
对，你先说一下神庙。
因为我教练让我出一把神庙练练手感，因为可能决赛会出到这个英雄。他在回旋机里面不弱，所以我就试一下。
平时自己练习的时候有练过吗？之前？
平时就会，就之前不是有一段时间神庙版本吗？对。然后我就恰好会。
所以其实也是算准备了一段时间了。To be honest, because we used to use the Fira in the solo game, and now I think it's time to use it again to try if it can work or not. And my coach today, he want me to use the Fira, and also I think it's a good character now in the game, and also maybe in the grand final I will use Fira. 那这边还是要再多问一句，刚才讲到的，就是说跟之前有什么不同？你觉得要更多的思考，会有哪些地方改变呢？
就是解阳虚这一块嘛，算时间。
Okay. I will focus on how to cancel the Young application and counting the time in the matches. Thank you today's interview. 谢谢吴峰来到我们的赛后采访，再次感谢你。Thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our cast.
You're seeing Wu Fang serve, setting the meta. We normally saw Spider with the Wu Chen, but Wu Fang showing up. What a class tag, and he's showing us a lot. He even reveals a lot of his strategy right there. A lot of the mid game, a lot of the end game. These players are writing down the times now of these Yang situations. It's very easy to track as long as you write it down mid-match. Who is dying, who isn't, and that's why we're seeing such precise play in this 2024. I'm surprised Wu Fang is going to show everyone that right before these grand finals.
Yeah, especially the confidence level coming through and being the first one in the pre-finals today. But again, to run down our pre-final proposed points to be carried over for finals, for grand finals for solos. 0.7 for Mines, 2.2 for Zeldin, 2.4 for Polaris, 2.5 for Star, and leading out to the top 6, Spider taking 4.6, 4.7 for Mike, Arano taking 4.8, as well as with Verse, and 4.9 for Paste, while 6.4 is given to Wu Fang. Massive gains from today's set of games, giving Wu Fang and getting a good insight from the man himself. The man is Wu Fang Bond, no questions about it. He's an agent of chaos, but he's still sly and poised when a situation arises.
Yeah, looking at the overall leaderboards at top 6, being a little bit of a preview of what we're going to see for the solo grand finals, but we still need to hit the trios pre-finals to get that nice preview of what's going to be happening. I'm going to be excited to see that one as well, starting out with Perdoro the first 3 days. A little bit different from solos where you start off slow, but it picks up later. GG, JL, the Juggernauts going at it. Still though, wrapping up solos in the group play. Man, there's a lot of changes going into this J-Cups finals.
And wrapping into the community mentioned, got a shout out to the Discord QR code in that direction for you guys. Make sure you pull out the phone if you have one and to go into camera and get yourselves into the community. The Discord community always ever growing, a lot of activity there for you guys if you have done so. And even then, a tab for you guys watching J-Cup, bringing out those ominous comments where we can read your messages on the broadcast stream and being able to win the special awards as a result. So make sure you guys don't forget to also linking your Twitch account, because with pre-finals, we got one more day for that Avatar Brighton to be given out towards your account. And then with the grand finals, getting that bubble and lucky draws to be given out per person. This is some limited time stuff, guys. Like, there's just nothing more important than trying to pick up the things that you can never get again. And you're here right now, you're here live, and you're watching us on Twitch as well as YouTube. So we want to appreciate that out for you guys to be able to view on the said platforms.
I might have to set up my computer before trios tomorrow just to secure that 2 hours. Man, what an exciting pre-finals solos. I could not have predicted that ending. Wu Fang doing as well as he did. Mike and Spider looking a lot more mortal, and the new era might be upon us. But before we see that ending, this is going to be the end for us, Surveyo. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Stay safe out there.
you've chosen.